Hello, and a warm welcome to the Planet Stories. My heart is filled with joy knowing you've found your way to this tranquil space tonight. Whether you're nestled under the soft glow of a bedside lamp, wrapped snugly in your favourite blanket, or simply allowing the day's clamour to fade as you prepare for slumber, this sanctuary is crafted just for you. Tonight, we embark on a journey unlike any other, a voyage that stretches back, far beyond the familiar landmarks of our universe, all the way to the very genesis of existence. Our story begins before the concept of space itself took shape, before the first spark of light ignited, even before the notion of time flickered into being. We'll explore how existence, in its purest form, drew its very first breath. If you find yourself enjoying this gentle drift through the cosmos with me, I would be deeply grateful if you could softly press the like button. It acts as a beacon, guiding other sleep-seeking minds to this quiet haven of wonder and discovery. And if you're feeling generous and wish to further support the channel's growth, you're welcome to join as a channel member or send a super thanks. Every small gesture, no matter how subtle, helps me continue creating these calming odysseys through the wonders of space and the elegance of science. But for now, there's nothing required of you except to breathe. Allow your breath to deepen and even out, and let's gently step into the very first moment of everything. Imagine a stillness so profound, so utterly complete, that not even silence itself has begun. There is no sound to break the perfect serenity, no vibrant colour to catch the eye, no tangible matter to touch or feel, only pure, unadulterated potential, folded in upon itself, infinitely compressed like a breath held in anticipation. You float within that nothingness, suspended in the void. And yet, surprisingly, it doesn't feel empty or desolate. Instead, it radiates a sense of fullness, of being pregnant with untold possibilities. Every single particle that will ever come to exist, every atom that will form stars and planets and life itself, slumbers here, patiently waiting to be summoned into being. In that timeless void, the concepts of before and after hold no meaning. These are words, fleeting and fragile, that belong to the realm of time, and time itself is yet to be born. But something is beginning to stir. It's not a sound, not a movement as we typically perceive it, but rather a subtle shift in the realm of possibility, a delicate flicker in the absolute stillness, as gentle as the first conscious thought of awakening. The cosmos doesn't erupt into existence with a violent bang, but with a breath, a quiet, expansive sigh that gracefully permeates what will eventually become the vast expanse of space. It is as if the universe, in its slumbering state, has suddenly remembered itself, and in doing so, has exhaled existence into reality. The moment we now so grandly call the Big Bang is not an explosion occurring within a pre-existing space. It is, in its essence, the very creation of space itself. There is no single point of origin, no definitive centre, no specific direction to trace back to. Every part of what will become the observable universe expands together in perfect unison, like a single, unified inhale filling countless lungs simultaneously. You drift effortlessly within that cosmic breath. Around you, temperature and light exist only as raw, untamed energy. An ocean of photons, incredibly dense and chaotically swirling, so turbulent that nothing distinct can yet take form. There are no recognizable stars, no majestic galaxies, not even the most basic of atoms, just pure, unbridled energy in constant motion, stretching, colliding, expanding, and gradually cooling. And as it cools, that primordial chaos slowly begins to transform. You might visualize this as a great cosmic dawn, the very first seconds of reality unfolding in unimaginable heat. Within those initial fleeting fractions of a moment, far shorter than even the blink of an eye, the universe explodes outwards from something infinitesimally small to a size comparable to that of a modern galaxy. Physicists call this period inflation, a period of rapid expansion occurring so swiftly and vastly that even light itself struggles to keep pace with its own creation. You can almost feel the sheer force of it, that wild, unfettered growth, that boundless acceleration, the very birth of the grand stage upon which all future existence will unfold. And yet, within this dramatic expansion, a sense of peace begins to take root. The initial, overwhelming energy begins to thin, the temperature gradually drops, and the universe, once a blinding and violent spectacle, begins to settle into a more sustainable rhythm. From that cooling ocean of light, matter slowly starts to coalesce and take shape. First come the simplest of particles, quarks and leptons, the incredibly tiny building blocks of all atoms. They drift through the primordial heat, constantly colliding, separating, and recombining in a chaotic dance. For a brief moment, a delicate balance between creation and destruction hangs in the balance. Then, something truly miraculous happens. Matter begins to gain the upper hand. A subtle imbalance, a difference of perhaps 1 part in a billion, allows matter to slightly outlast antimatter, and it is because of that seemingly insignificant discrepancy, that tiny imperfection at the very dawn of time, that you exist. Every star that shines, every atom that composes our bodies, every breath we take owes its existence to that quiet, cosmic asymmetry. The young universe continues its steady cooling. A few fleeting minutes pass, and the first atomic nuclei are born, primarily hydrogen, with a smaller amount of helium and a faint trace of lithium. These will become the fundamental ingredients from which all future stars will eventually emerge. But stars are still a distant prospect, lying far in the future. For now, light itself remains trapped, bouncing endlessly between charged particles, unable to escape the dense, chaotic environment. The cosmos is entirely opaque, a glowing, swirling fog of pure energy and perpetual motion. You float within that brilliance, suspended in the heart of a star long before any stars have actually been born. And then, hundreds of thousands of years later, another transformative event occurs. The universe continues to expand, growing ever larger and cooler. The free electrons, no longer possessing the energy to resist, begin to settle down, finally binding with the nuclei to form electrically neutral atoms. Suddenly, light is free to travel without impediment. The fog begins to dissipate. For the first time, the cosmos becomes transparent. That first light, freed from its long captivity, continues to travel even today, billions of years later. We call it the cosmic microwave background, CMB. It is the oldest, most distant visible memory of existence, a faint, ethereal radiation humming quietly in every direction of the sky. If you could close your eyes and listen deeply enough, perhaps you could almost hear it, a faint, eternal whisper left over from creation's very first breath. As you float within this newfound clarity, you can begin to sense the events that will soon unfold. Small ripples in density, tiny variations, mere whispers in the vast sea of atoms, will begin to draw matter together. Through the inexorable force of gravity, gravity commences its patient work, slowly weaving the first patterns into the fabric of space-time. Over millions of years, these small clumps will grow, gathering more and more matter, eventually fusing and collapsing under their own immense weight. The first stars will ignite from those primordial seeds. The first galaxies will swirl into being, each a majestic island universe in the vast cosmic ocean. The great cosmic web, the large-scale structure of the universe, will begin to stretch and shimmer across the void. But all of that lies ahead, waiting in the future of this still young universe. Right now, there is only breath, the expansion of space, the cooling of energy, the gradual emergence of structure from chaos. You might imagine this ongoing expansion as the universe breathing out, releasing all of its infinite potential into the vast emptiness. But perhaps it is not simply expansion. Perhaps it is a rhythm, a cosmic dance of inhalation and exhalation. For every exhale, there may inevitably come a future inhale, a contraction of space, a return to a more compact state. For every birth, there might be a return. The breath of creation may never truly cease. It may simply change its form, transforming and evolving across unimaginable spans of time. You lie back in the darkness, picturing it all. The gentle beginning, the light spreading outwards, the calm that inevitably follows the chaos. Everything you have ever known, every memory you hold dear, every single heartbeat you've experienced was once contained within that infinitesimally small speck of potential. And that realization means that in some distant, almost incomprehensible way, you are inextricably linked to the universe's very first breath. You carry it still within you, in the atoms that make up your lungs, in the particles that compose your skin, in the quiet, steady rhythm of your own breathing. And as your breath slows and deepens, you come to realize that creation continues softly, ceaselessly, everywhere around you. Stars will continue to form from swirling clouds of dust. Planets will rise from the heat and gravity of collapsing stellar nurseries. And life, in all its astonishing diversity, will bloom wherever chance allows. The universe expands, and with it, so do you. In the vast distance between galaxies not yet born, the light begins to stretch thinner, its energy dissipating across the ever-increasing volume of space. The silence grows deeper, more profound. Something new begins to take shape within the calm, a sense of anticipation, of potential waiting to be realized. You drift towards that silence, wondering what form it might ultimately take, and in that stillness, light, ancient and eternal, begins to remember itself. You are still floating in the soft quiet of creation's afterglow. The chaos has eased. The fire has cooled. What once roared with blinding energy now hums with a gentler, steadier rhythm. The universe, for the first time, has begun to rest. And in that rest, something new begins to awaken the faint, trembling flicker of light. It is not the light of stars, for stars do not yet exist. It is older, more primitive, and more eternal. These are photons, particles of pure light, set free after hundreds of thousands of years of captivity inside a dense fog of charged particles. Until now, they could not move more than a breath's width before being scattered, trapped in the haze of their own creation. But now, the fog has cleared. The universe has cooled enough that electrons can cling to atomic nuclei. Hydrogen and helium atoms take shape. And with that union, space becomes transparent. The light finally escapes. You drift as it floods past you, not a flash, not a beam, but a soft wash of brilliance that expands in every direction. This light will never fade entirely. It will stretch, weaken, cool, but it will never die. Even now, billions of years later, it still travels, stretched into long, invisible waves that fill the night sky with a whisper, too faint for the eyes, but still there, everywhere. Astronomers call this the cosmic microwave background. But to you, it feels more like memory, the universe remembering the moment it first saw itself. There is no sound, not really, but you sense a hum, a vibration too vast for words. The photons brush against you like dust motes in a quiet room, each one ancient, each one unchanged since the dawn of everything. They are the first storytellers. And what they tell you is this: light is the beginning of meaning. When light first spreads, it does more than illuminate. It defines. It makes separation possible between here and there, between what is and what is not. Before light, the universe was a blur of unformed energy. Now, with photons flowing freely, patterns begin to emerge. Small differences in density become visible. Where there is just slightly more matter, gravity begins to tug, ever so gently. These small clumps of hydrogen and helium will over time become the seeds of galaxies. The light passing through them will scatter differently, casting shadows that no eyes yet exist to see. But even without observers, the story continues to unfold. You realize that the universe does not need witnesses to create beauty. It simply is. You travel with one of these photons, a delicate particle of light that has been traveling since that first moment. It moves without mass, yet it carries energy and information. It has seen the universe grow from a glowing plasma to a deep, dark canvas dotted with stars. And though it cannot speak, it remembers everything it touches. For light, time is not what it is for you. To the photon, there is no passage of moments, no journey across distance. From its own perspective, it leaves and arrives at the same instant. That means that the light that touches your eyes tonight, the light from stars, galaxies, and the cosmic background, is not from long ago to the photon. It is happening now, always now. You breathe slowly, realizing that when you gaze at light, you are touching something that has never truly aged. As the cosmos continues to expand, the wavelengths of this early light stretch. The universe grows, and with it, light changes color, shifting from bright, searing white to orange to red, and then to wavelengths too long for human eyes to see. What was once visible becomes invisible, yet it is still there, quietly filling the emptiness. This stretching is the redshift, the cosmic signature of expansion. Space itself pulls light apart. It is a reminder that nothing in the universe stands still. Even light, that symbol of constancy, is subject to the motion of space-time. You picture it like this, a calm pond with ripples spreading outward, each wave growing longer as the pond expands beneath it. The ripples fade into stillness, but their pattern remains. So too does the memory of the universe's first flicker. In that flicker, you begin to notice something else, a pattern not random but strangely uniform. Wherever you drift, the light around you glows with nearly the same intensity, the same temperature. It is as if the universe agreed from the very start to be even and balanced. Scientists call this the cosmic isotropy. It tells us that no place in the universe is truly privileged, no direction more special than another. You are not at the center. No one is. Everything expands equally, calmly, without bias. You smile softly at the thought. The cosmos itself is fair. The light continues to travel, and as it does, the seeds of structure deepen. Matter begins to pull closer to matter. Small variations in density start to grow into something more distinct. Clumps of gas draw tighter under gravity's patient hand. Millions of years pass in silence. The light fades to a background murmur as the dark ages begin a long, quiet period before the first stars ignite. Yet within that darkness, the ingredients for brilliance gather. Hydrogen clouds swirl, drawn together by invisible threads of attraction. Every moment brings them closer to collapse, and in those collapsing clouds, pressure builds. The photon you've been following glances through a region growing dense, a place where hydrogen begins to fuse under unimaginable heat. The first stars are forming. Deep inside these glowing hearts, nuclear fusion will soon begin the transformation of hydrogen into helium, and the release of light, far more intense than anything the universe has yet seen. You cannot see it yet, but it is coming. The first true starlight, the rebirth of illumination, this time from within. You drift in anticipation around you. The darkness feels alive, humming with potential. Soon, everything will change again. The age of light will return, not as a soft cosmic memory, but as brilliance burning, forging, creating the elements that will one day form worlds, oceans, and living beings. But for now, you float in patience. You listen to the quiet, and you let the silence prepare you for what comes next. The photon that has travelled since the dawn continues its eternal journey. It passes through you, gentle and unbothered, carrying the memory of beginnings, and as it fades into distance, you sense that something far greater is about to awaken. In the depths of darkness, a spark stirs the first star dreaming itself into light. The first stars have finally begun to shine. They burn with impossible brightness, their light carving through the ancient darkness. Each one is a lighthouse in a newborn sea, sending waves of illumination through the cosmos. But between those stars, between every glowing island of fusion, there remains a vast and haunting quiet. That's where you are now, drifting through the spaces between. The silence here is not the kind you know on Earth. It isn't the hush that follows a conversation, or the pause before rain. It is deeper, more absolute a silence, so complete it almost becomes its own kind of sound, a soft hum that seems to come from within, rather than around you. You might think of this emptiness as nothing at all, but that's not quite true. It only feels like nothing. In truth, this space is alive, a thin, invisible ocean of particles, radiation, and quantum whispers. Every cubic meter of it holds a few stray atoms, maybe a few molecules of hydrogen or helium drifting endlessly, their paths almost never crossing. To you, that sounds like absence, but to the universe, it is structure, the scaffolding between stars. You float through it slowly, without destination, letting your thoughts match the rhythm of the void. Every so often, a faint particle glides by, an electron here, a photon there. Most are leftovers from that first cosmic breath, still travelling, still telling the story of the universe's youth. The farther you drift, the more you realise that space itself has texture. You cannot see it, but you can feel it like a fabric stretched almost perfectly flat, yet not quite. Tiny ripples pass through it, gravitational waves born from the dance of distant stars and merging black holes. Each ripple is subtle, stretching space itself, and as it moves through you, it feels like a sigh or the echo of a heartbeat from far away. The universe is not silent after all. It only speaks in frequencies slower than time. Out here, the distances are almost impossible to imagine. Between one star and another lie trillions upon trillions of kilometers. So far that light itself, the fastest traveler known, takes years just to move between them. The nearest star to the sun is more than 4 light-years away. That means if you could ride a photon leaving Earth tonight, it would take more than 4 full years before you arrived at its neighbouring glow. And yet, for all this vastness, the stars feel connected, not by physical bridges, but by gravity's quiet pull. You realise that space is not scattered chaos. It is order on a cosmic scale. Gravity holds galaxies together, linking every point of light into an enormous web. You can picture it invisible threads stretching across the cosmos, binding clusters of galaxies into superclusters, each one like a bead on a shimmering net. Astronomers call this the cosmic web. It is the largest structure ever known, a pattern so vast that if you could see it all at once, you would glimpse something that looks almost organic, like neural pathways connecting thoughts across the mind of the universe. Perhaps that is what it truly is, the cosmos thinking itself into being. You drift further into the darkness. Stars become distant, pinpricks, faint and scattered. Between galaxies, the density of matter drops to nearly nothing. Yet even here something lingers: radiation, ghostly neutrinos, and the faint buzz of quantum fields. The vacuum itself is not empty. It trembles constantly with fleeting particles that appear and vanish faster than any eye could follow. These are virtual particles, brief flashes of existence allowed by quantum uncertainty. They're like dreams within the dream, tiny fluctuations that hint that even nothingness can create. You realize that this is the same principle that once birthed the entire universe, the same uncertainty that now plays quietly in the fabric of space once sparked the first expansion, the first breath. Even in the void, creation never stops. You turn your attention to one small patch of space, an area where nothing appears to happen. Yet, if you could magnify it beyond imagination, you'd see movement everywhere, light from distant galaxies stretching through it, waves of gravity rippling faintly through its depths, the subtle glow of dark energy, that mysterious force that drives the universe to expand faster and faster. It is strange, you think, that something so full of motion can feel so calm. But perhaps that's the secret of space. It's not the absence of being, but the balance of opposites. Every silence hides motion. Every stillness hides transformation. You breathe, and even your breath feels like part of that rhythm. Expansion and contraction, motion and pause, creation and rest. In the great emptiness, you start to sense patterns that only patience can reveal. A distant flash, the death of a massive star collapsing into a black hole, the slow drift of a galaxy cluster moving under gravity's pull. Each event is separated by unimaginable spans of time, yet all are connected. You realize that the spaces between these moments are not voids to be filled. They are necessary pauses, like the silence between notes in a song. Without the quiet, there can be no rhythm. Without the darkness, light would lose its meaning. The silence between stars is not emptiness. It is the universe taking a breath before speaking again. Somewhere far ahead, that breath begins to tremble. You feel it as a ripple in the fabric of space-time, faint but growing. It's as though something massive is stirring, something that bends gravity itself, warping the silence into motion. You drift closer, sensing the distortion. Space seems to curve around an invisible point. Light bends, stretching into strange arcs. The calm emptiness begins to twist, like water circling a drain. You've reached the edge of something. No light can escape. The silence deepens, until it becomes almost tangible, as if sound itself has been folded away. You're standing at the doorstep of a mystery that defines the boundaries of physics. The stillness gives way to pull, and within that pull, a shadow forms a place where even light forgets how to return. The silence has deepened now. You float where gravity begins to bend light, where the emptiness feels heavier, slower. The stars behind you seem distorted, stretched into soft rings of light. You can feel that something invisible is shaping what you see, as if the very space around you has begun to curve. You reach out, and the dark doesn't resist. It ripples. It feels fluid, like touching the surface of an unseen ocean. Each movement sends gentle waves through it, waves not of sound, but of existence itself. This is space-time, the cosmic fabric beneath all things, the quiet stage upon which the universe performs every act of creation and collapse. At first, it's hard to imagine that space and time could be anything other than emptiness and motion. But here, floating in the curvature near something massive, you can sense it. Space is not a void. It has shape. It can be stretched, compressed, and twisted. Time, which feels so steady to you, flows differently depending on how this invisible fabric bends. It's strange to think that every second you've ever lived is a rhythm inside this fabric, that time itself is woven into the same structure that holds the galaxies. But that is what Einstein revealed more than a century ago. Space and time are not separate. They are one continuous field, bending under the weight of energy and matter. Where there is mass, there is curvature. Where there is motion, there is distortion. You're not just floating through space-time. You're inside it. You're made of it. You watch as the invisible geometry around a star begins to warp. A planet nearby traces a curved path around it, not because some unseen force tugs at it, but because the planet is simply following the natural shape of the space-time beneath it. It is as if the universe is a great sheet stretched tight, and the presence of mass presses dimples into it. Planets and stars roll along those dimples, following their curves, just as a marble would circle the depression made by your fingertip on cloth. That is gravity, not a pull, not a chain, but a dance upon a curved floor. Every orbit, every fall, every gentle drift through the cosmos is an echo of that curvature. You try to imagine the scale of this fabric. It stretches beyond galaxies, beyond clusters of galaxies, a vast web of energy and geometry that fills everything. If you could see it with your eyes, it would look like an endless mesh of filaments and voids, glowing faintly where matter gathers, stretching thin where emptiness reigns. This is the structure of reality itself, space-time shaped by gravity, and gravity guided by space-time. But this fabric is not static. It moves. It ripples. When massive objects collide, when two black holes merge, or a neutron star collapses, they send vibrations through the fabric of space-time itself. These are gravitational waves, gentle yet immense, travelling outward at the speed of light. They are the universe's version of sound, carrying stories of violent cosmic events across billions of light years. You might imagine these waves like ripples spreading across the surface of a pond, except the pond is everything. The ripples are bending the very coordinates that define distance and time. And yet, despite this unimaginable scale, the fabric is so supple that you could be standing within one of those ripples right now and never feel it. The stretching is smaller than a single atom. The cosmos moves like breath, vast, silent, graceful. You take a slow breath and realize that gravity isn't something that happens to you. It's something you are inside of. Your feet, your heartbeat, the atoms in your bones, all of them respond to the curve of space-time beneath you. Even here on Earth, when you drop a pebble, it doesn't fall because it's being pulled. It falls because it's following the curve of the fabric, the shortest path possible through a bent geometry. You too are always moving along that curve, riding the slow wave of time that flows downward. You are now integrated into the very fabric of the planet, an inseparable part of its mass. You're not an observer standing apart, but an integral component of its intricate design. As you drift, you perceive a stark shift in the tempo of time itself near the distortion. Proximity to such colossal mass warps temporal perception. Seconds stretch into eons. Clocks would falter, their ticking slowing to a crawl, while voices would resonate with newfound depth. From a distant vantage point, you'd appear frozen, suspended between one breath and the next. Yet, to you, time marches on, unperturbed. This is the bewildering elegance of relativity. The notion that time's flow is a subjective experience, dictated by your location, your velocity, and the gravitational forces that envelop you. Time and space, intertwined and malleable, ensure that every perspective holds its own validity, even when seemingly contradictory. There's a certain solace in this. The universe doesn't impose a singular, rigid reality. Instead, it grants each locale, each observer, their unique truth. And yet, all these individual truths are facets of the same unified whole. You gaze downwards at the invisible ocean beneath you, The contours of gravity dissipate into the infinite distance, smooth and seamless. Somewhere in the depths below, the distortion intensifies to such an extent that even light itself cannot escape its grasp. A black hole, an anchor in the tapestry of space-time, where reality folds in upon itself. It's a curious paradox that the same gentle geometry that governs planetary orbits can also spawn something so utterly extreme. The very principle that keeps your feet firmly planted on the ground can also imprison light for eternity. Gravity, both a nurturing cradle and a bottomless abyss. It binds all things together even as it consumes. You come to the profound realization that this fabric is not merely a backdrop to the universe. It times the universe. Matter, energy, space, and time. They are all manifestations of the same interconnected field, vibrating and curving in perpetual harmony. Even the profound silence between the stars, once perceived as emptiness, is an essential part of this cosmic symphony. The quiet you discerned before was space-time at rest, stretched thin, yet never truly still. It breathes slowly, ceaselessly, like a living being whose immensity defies comprehension. You allow yourself to drift upwards, ascending away from the distortion, back towards the serene expanse of the cosmic sea. From this vantage point, the fabric appears smoother once more, but you are now privy to the understanding that it is never truly flat. Each speck of dust, each whisper of energy, imprints its subtle signature upon the geometry of the cosmos, and as you glide through the ethereal light, you begin to contemplate the forces that shape gravity itself, if gravity molds everything else. You close your eyes, and the fabric trembles ever so faintly beneath you. A rhythm, a pulse, the faint echo of something profoundly deeper, and within that subtle pulse, you detect the merest hint of gravity's secret language. You linger above the curving fabric, sensing its unwavering rhythm beneath you, that gentle, invisible motion you now recognize as gravity. You've journeyed through silence, through starlight, through the very breath of the universe itself, but now you begin to perceive something more subtle, something omnipresent yet elusive. It's not a sound per se, but a sensation, a palpable presence that permeates everything, binding it all together. If you listen with absolute focus, you can almost discern its tone. Gravity speaks, though not in words. Its sentences are curves. Its language is connection. You direct your gaze towards a nearby star and observe how light bends gently as it passes by. Its trajectory curves, not because the light chooses to deviate, but because gravity compels it to. This is the initial whisper, the quiet assertion that nothing travels in isolation. Every particle, every planet, every beam of light is drawn into a relationship with all else. It's a cosmic conversation, conveyed not through sound waves, but through form itself. The sensation of weight pressing against you, that is gravity's greeting. The moon's influence on the tides, that is gravity's song. You now understand that this force transcends mere mass or motion. It's about belonging. Gravity dictates each entity's place within the grand tapestry of existence. Imagine a web, constructed not from silk, but from space-time itself. Each knot in the web represents a mass, a planet, a star, a galaxy cluster. When one knot shifts, the entire web responds. A slight vibration in one location generates a subtle tremor elsewhere. Gravity is the medium for this communication, passing seamlessly from one end of the cosmos to the other. The sun communicates with the earth in this language. Its pronouncements are subtle yet constant, shaping our orbit, warming our oceans, guiding our seasons. And the earth responds in turn, tugging faintly back. Even the smallest pebble contributes its note to the cosmic dialogue. You are immersed in this discourse at every moment. It unfolds beneath your feet, within your cells, within the very atoms that compose your being. The same force that binds galaxies together also binds the molecules of water within your veins. All things speak the same language, yet most of us have forgotten how to listen. You drift closer to the star and observe its surface roiling. It burns and breathes, held in equilibrium by the opposing forces of light pushing outward and gravity pulling inward. Without the inward pull of gravity, the star would dissipate into a cloud of gas. Without the outward push of light, it would collapse upon itself. Gravity imparts balance. It is both a giver and a restrainer, the quiet hand that prevents the cosmos from tearing itself apart. It whispers, "Grow, but remain whole." And when that equilibrium is shattered, when a star becomes too massive or burns too fiercely, gravity alters its tone. It becomes stern, almost parental, pulling tighter, demanding surrender. Then comes collapse. The star folds inward upon itself, crushed by its own weight, until even atoms can no longer resist. The outcome is awe-inspiring. Either a neutron star, as dense as an entire city compressed into the size of a mountain, or a black hole, where even light bows its head in submission and never returns. This too is gravity's language, a final phrase etched in perfect curvature. It's the language of endings that become beginnings. You move away once more, allowing distance to restore perspective. From afar, the universe resembles a symphony written in motion. Planets spiral in elegant ellipses. Moons dance around their hosts. Stars swirl together in sprawling galactic arms. Every orbit, every path, is a component of the same unseen grammar. You can almost decipher it now, how each movement translates into meaning. A planet orbiting a star constitutes a sentence. A collapsing star is a pause. A spinning galaxy is a paragraph in a cosmic poem that is eternally being written. Even the empty spaces contribute their silence, lending rhythm and breath to the music. You begin to ponder, if gravity is the language, what is it trying to convey? Perhaps it is conveying that nothing exists in isolation, that every mass, regardless of its size, influences every other. The apple falls because the earth calls it home. The earth moves because the sun calls it close. And the sun itself spirals because the galaxy whispers its pull. From atom to cluster, from particle to cosmos, every fragment of matter is bound by invisible correspondence. You, too, are included. The atoms within your body are in constant communication with the planet beneath you. Your feet press into the ground, and the ground pushes back with equal grace. You are not merely times on times Earth. You are times of times it. Gravity serves as a constant reminder. Einstein once posited that gravity is not a force, but the curvature of space-time. That all things simply follow the straightest possible path through a bent geometry. But that explanation, while beautiful, feels incomplete when you exist within it. Because, beyond equations and metrics, gravity feels alive. It behaves like understanding. It connects without coercion, influences without control, and holds without possession. It is, perhaps, the closest analogue to empathy that the universe possesses. And maybe that's why we find it so comforting. Gravity grounds us, steadies us. It provides the sensation of home. Without it, everything would drift apart, and meaning would lose its anchor. You gaze back across the endless black sea of space, and notice the curvature once more, the bending of light, the clustering of stars, the spinning of galaxies, as though woven into the same hidden design. It's as if the cosmos itself is humming a song that you've always known but have simply forgotten the melody to. You feel it not in your ears but in your bones. The hum of connection, the pulse of unity, that is gravity's language. You don't need to translate it, you simply need to feel it. You close your eyes, and for a fleeting moment, you perceive everything simultaneously. The pull of Earth, the orbit of the Moon, the sweep of the Milky Way, every weight, every moment of movement, every touch of mass upon mass. Each is a syllable in an infinite sentence that is perpetually being written. And in that instant, you grasp something profoundly simple. Gravity is not just a law of nature, it's a promise that all things that drift apart will one day converge again. You open your eyes to the expansive field of stars, and you feel that promise resonating within your chest. The pull persists, gentle and eternal, shaping what is to come. The fabric beneath you quivers once more, faintly, as though some deeper energy, residing beneath gravity's song, has begun to stir, something older, quieter, waiting to reveal itself. And beneath gravity's whisper, you discern another voice, the hidden structure of nothingness itself. You drift away from the curve of gravity, away from stars and orbits, into a profound quietude. At first, it feels like pure emptiness. No light, no warmth, no structure at all. But as your eyes and mind adjust, you begin to realize that this stillness is deceptive. The dark is not empty. It trembles, subtly, invisibly, ceaselessly. Space itself seems to shimmer at the threshold of perception, like heat rising above desert sand. You observe closely, and for an instant, you believe you see something materialize. A tiny flicker of energy, there and gone in a heartbeat. Then another, and another. You've entered the quantum vacuum, the foundation beneath all existence. The word vacuum sounds straightforward, synonymous with absence. But this emptiness is brimming with activity. It is the most restless void imaginable. Even when all matter, radiation, and fields are stripped away, space refuses to remain still. Tiny particles materialize from nothingness, only to vanish again in the same instant. Physicists call them virtual particles. They're not entirely real, nor entirely imaginary. They exist just long enough to leave their imprints on reality, before fading back into the void. They are the universe's thoughts, brief flashes of curiosity that never quite take form. This is the hidden structure of nothingness. You float within it, enveloped by a sea of quantum fluctuations. They are too diminutive to be seen, yet you can sense their rhythm. It is akin to breathing. Creation and annihilation occurring ceaselessly, balancing perfectly so that, on average, nothing changes. But that balance conceals immense potential. Every now and then, a fluctuation resists fading away. It grows, spreads, and feeds upon its own energy. Physicists theorize that this may be how the universe itself began, a quantum ripple that refused to vanish, expanding until it encompassed everything. Creation, it seems, arises not from something, but from the refusal of nothingness to remain empty. You attempt to visualize this process, but there are no colors, no shapes, no motion as you understand it, only energy manifesting as potential, collapsing into reality, then dissolving once more. It's like listening to a melody that is almost inaudible, a song just below the threshold of hearing. Each note is a fluctuation, each pause a disappearance. Together, they create harmony. This restless calm, permeates all of space. It flows through stars, through planets, through you. Every atom in your body is constructed upon this trembling field. Without it, there would be no mass, no form, no light. Even the emptiest vacuum is buzzing with unseen work. You reach out once more, and the darkness ripples beneath your touch. It feels soft, almost fluid. The quantum field responds to your presence, not personally, but inevitably, as if you and it are composed of the same essence. And perhaps you are. According to quantum field theory, every particle that exists, electrons, photons, protons, is not a solid object, but a vibration within one of these invisible fields. The universe isn't made of stuff, it's made of ripples. Wherever a field vibrates intensely, matter appears. Where it rests, space appears. The distinction between something and nothing is merely a change in rhythm. Even the airless void between galaxies hums with this invisible energy. You reflect upon gravity's song, the gentle curvature of space-time. That, too, emerges from this same foundation. Energy curves space, and space guides energy in return. The entire universe is an echo chamber of interaction, constructed upon the fabric of what appears to be emptiness, but is, in truth, everything. You begin to understand why physicists describe the vacuum as unstable, because even stability here is a delicate illusion, like a pond that appears tranquil from above, but is teeming with subtle currents beneath the surface. It makes you wonder, if nothingness is never truly still, then perhaps there was never a moment of absolute beginning. Perhaps creation is not a singular event, but a continuous unfolding, occurring everywhere, perpetually, in silence. You venture deeper into the void. Light from distant galaxies fades to whispers. Even the faint glow of cosmic background radiation dims. Yet space continues to hum, vibrating softly with virtual activity. For a fleeting moment, you feel as though you could dissolve into it, your edges blurring, your particles melting back into the background field from which they once arose. It isn't frightening. It's peaceful. You are returning to the same ocean that once imagined you into being. If every particle is a transient wave within this field, then perhaps existence itself is a form of music. You are a note. The stars are chords. The galaxies are symphonies. And the vacuum is the silence that gives the music shape. Even this silence, however, possesses weight. It's one of physics' great enigmas. Why empty space possesses energy. According to theory, this vacuum energy should be immense, even infinite. But somehow, the universe balances it with such precision that galaxies can exist without collapsing or exploding. Scientists refer to this puzzle as the cosmological constant problem. It's as if reality fine-tuned itself so that emptiness would permit everything else to exist. You breathe, contemplating that notion, the idea that the universe adjusts its own stillness so that motion can exist within it. It's a subtle act of self-awareness, if such a term can even be applied to physics. Perhaps the cosmos is not distinct from thought. Maybe the universe is a form of awareness, one that dreams through matter and memory, through light and emptiness alike. You linger in the quantum haze for an extended period, observing its shimmer. You can almost envision these virtual particles as sparks within a cosmic mind, materializing as questions, vanishing as answers. Nothingness, it turns out, is not nothing at all. It is potential, a tranquil sea of could be, waiting for attention to transform it into is. You realize that this sea underlies everything you have witnessed thus far. The stars that shine, the gravity that curves, even time itself ripples upon its surface. You wonder what transpires when this underlying field is disrupted, not by a minor fluctuation, but by something colossal, something heavy enough to stretch it beyond its limit. What if this trembling fabric could tear? What if there were locations where the hidden energy of nothingness breaks open, where the field itself collapses into infinity? You turn towards the growing silence in the distance, the same deep pull you sensed once before, and you recognize what awaits there. At the edge of that trembling void, space-time begins to fold, revealing the shape of infinity. You have wandered far into the trembling sea of nothingness. It hums quietly behind you now, like a memory you cannot quite relinquish. Ahead, the darkness feels different, smoother, rounder, as though space itself is holding its breath. You begin to perceive something peculiar. Regardless of which direction you drift, the stars curve slightly, not outwards, but around. It is subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Yet, after some time, you realize that the line of your motion is bending gently back towards your starting point. You are moving in a straight line through space-time, but the straight line itself curves. This is the shape of infinity. Infinity, you learn, is not a straight, endless road, vanishing into the distance. It is a circle without an edge, a surface without a boundary. Space may extend forever, yet still curve in upon itself, so that every path, given enough time, returns home. You are not falling through the void. You are gliding across the surface of a cosmic sphere so immense that even light requires billions of years to detect its curvature. You pause for a moment, allowing your awareness to expand outwards. You imagine tracing the fabric of the universe itself, the way it curves, not just near stars and planets, but on the grandest of scales. If you could map it, you would observe a geometry that is both simple and profound. Space bends, time stretches, reality wraps upon itself. In your mind, you picture a two-dimensional creature inhabiting the surface of a balloon. To that creature, its world would seem infinite. Walk in any direction, and you would never encounter an edge. But if it could somehow ascend into the third dimension, it would realize that its world is finite, yet unbounded, round, yet endless. We too are like that creature, exploring a universe whose curvature we can sense but rarely see. Cosmologists categorize it as closed, flat, or open, depending on how its shape bends under the weight of energy. But those words are mere approximations. The truth is far more peculiar and elegant. Space may not be entirely flat, nor entirely curved, but delicately balanced, just enough curvature to hold the galaxies together, just enough expansion to keep them apart. It is geometry in perfect equilibrium, a cosmic balancing act that has been unfolding for billions of years. You turn slowly, gazing in every direction, and realize that up and down have lost their meaning. There is no center here, no preferred point. Everything recedes from everything else, and yet all of it is connected by the same invisible web. It's a comforting paradox. The universe expands, yet nothing ever truly leaves it. There is no outside to escape to, no border to cross. Infinity is not about size, it's about completeness. Every galaxy, every particle, every grain of dust belongs to this great curvature. You are within the wholeness, not beyond it. The idea engenders a novel sense of weightlessness, not the absence of gravity, but the presence of belonging. You are part of an infinite curve that folds everything together. You wonder how such perfection could have arisen. How could the universe, from the chaos of its birth, have settled into such perfect equilibrium? The answer lies in the earliest moments of time, during the era of cosmic inflation, when the nascent universe expanded faster than the speed of light. During that brief, frenzied burst, space stretched so quickly and evenly that any initial wrinkles were smoothed out. It's as if the universe inhaled deeply, expanding its surface into symmetry. Even now, billions of years later, that shape remains imprinted in the cosmic background radiation, a soft echo of the curvature set in motion by that first breath. If you could see far enough, you might even glimpse a repeated image of your own galaxy, as light loops back upon itself through the curve of space. Perhaps the universe is folded like a hall of mirrors, with each reflection separated by unfathomable distances. It evokes thoughts of memory, how thoughts can circle back to the same moment repeatedly, each time finding it altered. Perhaps the cosmos does the same. You reach out into the darkness, tracing a curve with your mind. There is beauty in how it all connects, how gravity sculpts space-time, how the geometry of the cosmos dictates the fate of everything within it. If the curvature were even slightly different, the universe would have either collapsed back upon itself long ago, or flown apart too rapidly for stars to form. But it didn't. Somehow, it navigated the narrow path between chaos and collapse. This balance, so delicate and improbable, suggests something profound. The universe seems to possess the innate ability to sustain itself. Perhaps infinity is not merely endless expansion, but harmony in motion, the precise rhythm where creation and destruction exchange places without either ultimately prevailing. You close your eyes and imagine what it would be like to traverse this infinite curvature. You would never reach an edge. You would simply continue onward, your footsteps circling through galaxies, through eras, through the rising and fading of stars, until you unwittingly return to your origin. Perhaps you already have. Perhaps existence itself is a loop. Birth, growth, silence, and rebirth, repeated eternally within the curvature of space-time. Each cycle unique, yet somehow familiar. Infinity, then, is not cold distance, but continuity, the assurance that every ending is merely a curve back towards a beginning. You contemplate how this curvature extends not only across the vastness of galaxies, but also within the infinitesimally small. The quantum field you drifted through earlier also curves, folding probability upon itself. Even particles, the most fundamental bits of reality, exist in curved waveforms, looping through possibility. The same geometry shapes both the immense and the invisible. The universe reiterates its design at every scale, like art echoing itself across dimensions. You begin to sense that infinity is not the sole domain of the cosmos. It resides within you, in the spirals of your DNA, in the orbits of electrons around nuclei, in the unending rhythm of your breath. Infinity is not something you reach, it is something you are. As you drift, you begin to discern faint glimmers scattered along the horizon, vast filaments of galaxies, connected like veins of light. The cosmic web stretches in every direction, looping endlessly. For a moment, you comprehend what the universe might resemble from beyond itself. An infinite lattice, folding back upon itself, glowing softly, breathing in quiet equilibrium. And within that realization, something curious stirs within you. If infinity can curve, if the universe can fold back upon itself, could there be more than one? Could another curvature, another cosmos, exist beyond this one, touching it, overlapping it, perhaps even giving birth to it? You pause in the expansive darkness, sensing the gentle hum of gravity and geometry. Somewhere within the silence, You detect another rhythm, faint, distant, yet familiar, another breath. And within that quiet rhythm, you sense it, the pulse of countless universes, side by side, singing softly in the same infinite night. You hover at the edge of the curved horizon, still tracing the roundness of infinity, when something unexpected brushes against your thoughts. It's faint at first, a rhythm you hadn't perceived before, like another heartbeat pulsing behind your own. It doesn't originate from within your universe, but from beside it, or perhaps beyond it. You listen intently. There it is again. A subtle vibration, slightly out of tune, as though another cosmos breathes nearby. You realize that you may not be alone in existence. The idea feels both impossible and comforting. You've just traversed a universe so vast that it folds back upon itself, and now you are being asked to imagine something more, an endless collection of realities, each separate, yet woven together in a pattern too vast for comprehension. This is the multiverse hypothesis. According to this theory, our universe may not be unique. It could be a solitary bubble floating in an infinite cosmic sea, surrounded by countless others, each governed by its own physics, its own laws, its own versions of matter and time. Some might resemble our own, filled with familiar elements, stars and galaxies, planets and oceans. Others might shimmer with unknown colours, ruled by fundamental constants entirely alien to our understanding, that make atoms behave in ways you could never imagine, twisting and contorting their fundamental nature. And some, perhaps, might never have existed at all within the familiar confines of our known reality. You begin to drift through this realm of infinite possibility, a silent observer in a cosmic ballet. Around you, the very fabric of reality seems to shimmer, a kaleidoscope of light and colour reminiscent of light refracting through soap film. Each glimmer, each ephemeral flash could be another universe, a separate plane of existence rippling against your own, touching at the edges, but never fully merging, forever separated by the thinnest of veils. Perhaps when two cosmic bubbles collide in this infinite sea, new universes are born in the aftermath, their boundaries trembling with the raw energy of creation. In the same way that a raindrop, upon impacting a surface, divides and becomes two, each a miniature world reflecting the larger one. Cosmologists, in their pursuit of understanding the grand scheme of existence, call this eternal inflation. It's the compelling idea that the very process that birthed our universe never truly ended, that the cosmic engine continues to churn endlessly in other, far-flung regions of space-time, creating pocket universes like sparks flying from a cosmic flame, each with its own unique set of physical laws. You might picture it as a vast, boundless ocean of pure, unadulterated energy, endlessly bubbling and frothing with expansion and potential, each bubble a universe unto itself, each expansion a new genesis, a new story waiting to be told. And here you are, a conscious ripple, a fleeting spark of awareness. In one of those infinite waves, a privileged spectator watching the unfolding drama of the cosmos. You try to imagine what lies between these universes, what occupies the spaces beyond the boundaries of our understanding. But the very question itself bends the mind, threatening to unravel the threads of reason. The space between them is not space as we comprehend it, for space, as you understand it, belongs solely to this universe, defined by its geometry and physical laws. Beyond its edge, even the most fundamental principles of geometry dissolve, becoming meaningless in the face of the unknown. It's not distance, measured in miles or light years, that separates the universes, but something far more profound. Its definition. Each one is its own self-contained reality, governed by its own unique set of rules, complete unto itself. You can't travel between them using conventional means because there is no shared framework of time or location, no common thread to guide you through the labyrinth of existence. And yet, perhaps they still touch. Perhaps they still whisper to each other across the void, just as sound waves overlap and interfere in air, creating complex harmonies and dissonances. The boundaries between universes might shimmer and interact, creating subtle imprints within each other, faint echoes of other realities. Some physicists, driven by an insatiable curiosity, believe we might even detect those traces, those cosmic fingerprints, faint, circular patterns etched into the cosmic microwave background. the afterglow of the Big Bang, subtle anomalies that could be evidence that another universe once brushed against ours long ago, leaving its mark on the fabric of space-time. You wonder if your own reality carries the fingerprints of other worlds, faint scars left by collisions between infinities, whispers from realms beyond our comprehension. As you drift, the idea becomes strangely emotional, evoking a sense of both awe and vulnerability. If there are countless universes, then there are countless possibilities, an infinite tapestry of realities woven together, countless versions of every decision, every moment, every life. In one universe, you might not exist at all, a mere ghost in the grand scheme of things. In another, you might be watching a different set of stars, dreaming of the same fundamental question, forever seeking answers in the vast expanse of the cosmos. It's dizzying, overwhelming, but also strangely comforting, a reminder that we are all part of something larger than ourselves. You realize that the multiverse is not a rejection of meaning, a nihilistic void where nothing matters. It is an expansion of it, a celebration of infinite potential. Every possibility finds a home somewhere, a place to take root and flourish. Nothing is wasted. No dream is left unlived. Every sound is sung. Every thought is considered. Every life is lived. Every whisper of the imagination is given voice. All of it happens eternally across an infinite expanse of realities, a symphony of existence without end. You begin to see patterns emerge, universes clustering together like galaxies in a cosmic web, each one influencing the next, shaping and moulding each other's destinies. Some expand quickly, their energy blazing bright before fading into cold stillness, their light extinguished in the blink of an eye. Others evolve slowly, carefully, their fundamental constants balanced with exquisite precision, just enough to allow for the formation of stars, atoms, and perhaps even life, the most fragile and precious of creations. The physicists who dedicate their lives to studying this mind-bending idea call our universe a Goldilocks world, borrowing a term from a children's story. Not too dense, not too empty, not too hot, not too cold, just right for complexity to arise, for stars to ignite, and for life to take hold. And that delicate balance might not be mere luck, a cosmic accident. It might be the result of selection, a consequence of the sheer vastness of the multiverse. If infinite universes exist, then every possible configuration of reality must exist too, including the rare ones capable of creating observers, beings capable of pondering their own existence. You, in this small corner of space-time, may simply be the result of infinity, trying every combination until one could ask the fundamental question, why? You smile softly at the thought, a sense of peace washing over you. The universe doesn't need a preordained purpose to be beautiful, to be awe-inspiring. It only needs to exist, to be, to unfold in its own unique and wondrous way. Still, a strange ache lingers in your heart, a sense of longing that you can't quite shake. If there are endless universes, each self-contained and separate, does that mean they can never truly meet? Can no bridge connect them? No pathway across the cosmic divide? You think of the boundaries again, those fragile membranes separating one cosmos from another, shimmering and ethereal. They might touch, ripple, or even merge under rare and unimaginable conditions, their delicate structures intertwining. And in that merging, unimaginable energy would be released, a cataclysmic event that would reshape the very fabric of space-time. Some theorists, whispering in hushed tones, speculate that the Big Bang itself, the event that birthed our universe, could have been such an event, the collision of two neighbouring universes, a cosmic car crash on an unimaginable scale. Perhaps that's why our cosmos began expanding so suddenly, so violently, with such an explosive burst of energy. Perhaps the first spark of light wasn't born within this universe at all, but from the impact of one universe brushing against another, a cosmic collision that ignited the flames of creation. If that's true, then the multiverse isn't distant, a far-off realm beyond our reach. It's ancestral. It's part of our very heritage. Our universe might be the child of another, the offspring of a cosmic collision that took place eons ago. You turn slowly, your gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of space-time, and the fabric of space around you seems to shimmer again, vibrating with unseen energy. For a moment, you think you glimpse it, Another universe pressing faintly against yours, a whisper from beyond the veil, not visible in shape or colour, but in feeling, a subtle distortion like a breath against glass, a gentle pressure against the boundaries of your perception. It hums in a different frequency, a discordant note in the symphony of existence. You can't quite understand it, but you sense the presence of other rules, other rhythms, a different way of being. Maybe their light bends differently, casting strange shadows on alien landscapes. Maybe their time runs backward, flowing against the current of causality. Maybe they have no concept of matter at all, only pure energy or pure thought, a realm of consciousness unburdened by the constraints of physicality. You can't know for certain, but you can feel that it's real, that it exists beyond the reach of our senses. The multiverse isn't chaos, a random jumble of disconnected realities. It's harmony beyond comprehension, a symphony of infinite complexity, a song with infinite verses, each one unique and beautiful. Each universe a note in the grand composition, contributing to the overall tapestry of existence. Together, they create something larger than creation itself, an eternal pattern of becoming, a dance of cosmic proportions that never ends. You drift for a while, listening to that silent chorus, the whispers of other realities. The hum of other universes fades in and out like waves brushing against the shore of perception, a constant reminder of the vastness that surrounds us. And you realize that infinity isn't lonely, a desolate and empty expanse. It's crowded with possibility, teeming with potential, overflowing with life and wonder. Somewhere far beyond the reach of our telescopes, a universe expands as yours contracts, its energy flowing in the opposite direction. Somewhere else, another one begins, born from the ashes of its predecessor, a phoenix rising from the cosmic fire. The rhythm continues, a constant cycle of birth, death, and renewal, endless, intricate, complete. You take a slow breath, your lungs filling with the ethereal substance of space-time, and smile. To be alive in one universe is miracle enough, a privilege beyond measure. To imagine the others, to glimpse the possibilities beyond our own limited perception, is to touch the edge of forever, to stand on the precipice of infinity. And as you float through this sea of possibility, you sense a new vibration rising from below the hum, faint, steady, and powerful, like the beating of a cosmic heart. A trembling between realities, a point of intersection, a crossing point where the boundaries between universes begin to blur. Something is moving through dimensions, traversing the vast gulf that separates one reality from another. Something is about to touch, to make contact with our own. And in that trembling space between worlds, you feel it, the moment when dimensions collide, when the impossible becomes reality. You drift through the infinite sea of universes, tracing the echoes of those gentle vibrations that whisper across existence, resonating through the very fabric of space-time. Then suddenly you feel something shift, a subtle change in the atmosphere around you. The hum deepens, becoming richer and more resonant, like a choir reaching its crescendo. The air, though there is no air in the conventional sense, thickens, as if reality itself has grown denser around you, pressing in on all sides. You're approaching a place where boundaries blur, where the lines between dimensions become indistinct. The distance between dimensions, once infinite and abstract, now feels fragile, tenuous, like a thin veil about to be torn. You can almost sense them, those other realities, thin overlapping layers of existence stacked one over another like pages in a book, each one whispering its own unique story. Each one hums at a slightly different frequency, carrying its own version of physics, its own rhythm of time, its own tapestry of creation. And somewhere, in this nexus point, those pages begin to touch, to intertwine, to merge into one another. A cosmic dance of unimaginable proportions. When dimensions collide, it isn't a crash of matter against matter, a violent explosion that shatters the foundations of reality. It's something subtler, quieter, a merging of possibilities, a gentle trembling in the geometry of reality itself, a ripple in the cosmic pond. Imagine two waves meeting in a still pond, their crests and troughs aligning and interfering with each other. Where they overlap, they amplify each other, creating a pattern of peaks and troughs that dance across the surface. In the same way, when two universes come close, Their fields of energy interfere, creating patterns of interference that ripple through space-time. The structure of space-time itself ripples, contorting and twisting in response to the immense energy unleashed by the collision. Energy concentrates in certain areas, creating regions of intense activity, where the laws of physics become malleable and the impossible becomes possible. And sometimes, in the most extreme cases, that concentrated energy ignites, birthing a new universe, a new reality springing forth from the void. The theory is bold, almost poetic, pushing the boundaries of our understanding. Cosmologists call it brain cosmology, a term derived from string theory. The idea that our universe might be a three-dimensional brain, a membrane floating inside a higher dimensional space, a vast and boundless arena. Like sheets of fabric, these brains drift, expand, and occasionally collide, their interactions shaping the destinies of countless universes. Each impact could release a wave of energy so vast that it triggers the birth of a new cosmos, a new Big Bang, a new beginning for all things. You think back to your own beginning, that first breath of creation, that moment when existence sprang into being. Perhaps it was never the first. Perhaps it was only one of countless births in an eternal cycle of collisions and renewals, a cosmic dance without end. You close your eyes and let the feeling guide you, surrendering to the flow of energy that permeates this in-between space. Around you, the layers of space shimmer like thin veils, translucent but vibrating with power, their delicate structures swaying in the cosmic breeze. You can feel one pressing gently against another, two membranes brushing together in an act of cosmic intimacy, a silent exchange of energy and information. The friction between them releases bursts of energy, forming glowing filaments that drift away like sparks in the dark, illuminating the void with their ethereal light. These sparks could be the seeds of universes, small regions where the laws of physics reshape themselves into something new, where the fundamental constants of nature are rewritten. You realize you're standing in a place of creation, a forge where dimensions touch and give rise to existence, not in time, but in structure, a realm beyond the reach of our conventional understanding. It feels alive, pulsating with energy, breathing with the rhythm of the cosmos. The light around you pulses slowly, each wave spreading through layers unseen, rippling through the fabric of space-time. You sense that these dimensions are not stacked neatly, one atop the other, like pancakes on a plate. They curve, twist, and fold back through one another, forming intricate patterns that your mind can barely hold, a labyrinth of interconnected realities. To imagine it, think of a piece of fabric rippling in water, its surface contorting and twisting into a complex array of folds and curves. Now, imagine that each ripple creates another world, its own version of space and time, its own unique set of physical laws. The folds of one universe pass through another, unnoticed by the beings who live inside them, their lives playing out unaware of the proximity of other realities. Perhaps right now, another version of you drifts through the same space, unaware that you're only a fraction of a much larger whole, a single thread in a tapestry of infinite complexity. You wonder what happens when two realities overlap perfectly, when their boundaries dissolve and they become one. Would their matter mix, creating strange new forms of existence? Would their energies interfere, generating unforeseen phenomena? Would life in one bleed faintly into the other, appearing as ghostly echoes or strange coincidences, moments of inexplicable synchronicity? Perhaps that's why so many cultures throughout history have always sensed something beyond, another plane of existence, another world beside this one, hidden just beyond the veil of perception. Maybe the myths of heaven, the whispers of parallel realms, are distant intuitions of cosmic geometry, faint echoes of the multiverse, resonating in our collective unconscious. The universe, it seems, has always been layered, a vast and intricate tapestry woven from countless threads of reality. We've just never known how to see it, how to perceive the hidden dimensions that surround us. The air, or what passes for air in this in-between space, begins to hum louder, its vibrations intensifying. Waves of invisible energy pass through you, bending light in strange and unpredictable ways, distorting your perception of reality. You watch as distant stars flicker, their paths curving like ribbons in the cosmic wind, their light twisting and contorting in the face of unimaginable forces. Space-time is no longer stable, no longer a fixed and immutable framework. It's flexing, bending, yielding to the immense pressures exerted by the colliding dimensions. You can almost feel it, the subtle tremors that ripple through the fabric of existence, the stretching and compression of space as two realities brush closer, drawn together by forces beyond our comprehension. Then suddenly, the collision begins, not with a bang, but with a whisper, a subtle shift in the balance of existence. It doesn't explode outward, destroying everything in its path. It unfolds, revealing its secrets slowly and deliberately. A cascade of light ripples through the void, illuminating the darkness with its ethereal glow, followed by a deep silence, a moment of profound stillness, as though the cosmos itself has exhaled, releasing its breath into the void. The energy of the collision transforms into expansion, fueling the birth of a new universe, an infant cosmos unfurling its wings and taking flight. You watch its first seconds pass in a blur, a dizzying rush of activity. Particles forming, light scattering, space stretching, time accelerating. It is the same song you've heard before, the same melody of creation, but played in a different key, with a new arrangement. The breath of creation repeated in another universe, another iteration of the eternal cycle. Perhaps this is how the cosmos renews itself, through gentle collisions that never truly end, through a constant exchange of energy and information between dimensions. Each impact births a new harmony, a new combination of sounds, and together they form the infinite chord of existence, a symphony of creation that resonates throughout the multiverse. You drift closer to the newborn reality, drawn by its nascent energy. It glows faintly blue, its surface trembling like water catching starlight, a delicate and fragile beauty in the vastness of space. You can't enter, not yet, not without irrevocably altering its destiny. Its laws of physics are still forming, its dimensions still settling, its fundamental constants still being fine-tuned. To cross its threshold would mean becoming part of it, woven into its very fabric, forever bound to its fate. Instead, you hover nearby, a silent guardian, watching time begin again, witnessing the unfolding of a new cosmos. You realize that every universe, no matter how vast, how complex, how different from our own, begins the same way, as possibility made visible, as potential brought to life. In the endless repetition of birth and collision, creation itself becomes a rhythm, not an event, a continuous cycle of transformation and renewal, and perhaps that rhythm is eternal, a fundamental aspect of existence that transcends the boundaries of space and time. As the new universe expands, the vibrations between dimensions fade back into stillness, their energy dissipating into the void. The space around you calms, the layers returning to their gentle hum, their silent song of existence. You can almost feel the other dimensions breathing in sync now, each one pulsing quietly with the memory of creation, a shared experience that binds them together. You think of your own universe, somewhere out there, floating among them, a single note in the grand symphony of the multiverse. Its galaxies, its light, its life, all born from a collision like this, a cosmic dance that took place eons ago. It makes you wonder whether your world too will one day meet another, whether its expansion will carry it back into contact with something vast and unseen, something beyond our comprehension. If so, will the meeting end in destruction, a cataclysmic event that wipes away all that we know, or will it begin anew, sparking another cycle of creation, another breath of life in the endless chain? You realize that end and beginning might be illusions, artificial constructs that we impose on the flow of time. The universe does not die or start, it transforms, constantly evolving and changing, adapting to the forces that shape it. Each collision is just another verse in the infinite poem of creation, another chapter in the story of existence. The energy settles, dissipating into the void. Silence returns, a profound and all-encompassing stillness that fills the space around you. You drift in the calm that follows, surrounded by the faint shimmer of residual light, the echoes of creation lingering in the air. Somewhere deep within, you sense that the echoes of this collision, the ripples of its creation, will travel far, propagating through the fabric of space-time. They will pass through other universes, leaving faint imprints, subtle reminders that everything is connected, that we are all part of something larger than ourselves. You are one of those ripples too, a small vibration passing through the fabric of everything, a fleeting spark of consciousness in the vast expanse of existence. And as the silence deepens, you sense another echo, older and fainter still, a memory carried by light itself from a universe long gone but not forgotten, a whisper waiting to be heard. And within that whisper lies a trace, a faint imprint of the ancient past, the echo of the first universe, the primordial source from which all things arose. But what if those fluctuations are more than randomness, more than just statistical noise in the cosmic background radiation? Some scientists, driven by an insatiable curiosity, believe they might be the scars of another cosmos, remnants of a previous universe that existed before our own. Places where the gravitational waves of a parent universe brushed against our own before the Big Bang, leaving their mark on the fabric of space-time, like fingerprints left in cooling glass, subtle imperfections that reveal the presence of another hand. You breathe slowly, imagining that idea, letting it sink into your consciousness. Our universe born not in isolation, not as a singular event, but in inheritance, as the child of another universe, forever connected to its past. You drift deeper into the radiation field, allowing the ancient light to wash over you, and the glow begins to change, shifting in hue and intensity. You can almost see the pattern now, a complex and intricate design etched into the fabric of space-time. Soft streaks and circles like ripples frozen in time, waves of energy imprinted on the cosmic canvas. Each one carries a frequency, a note in the cosmic song, a melody of creation and destruction that has been playing for eternity. It feels as though the universe is trying to tell you something, to communicate a message that transcends the limitations of language, not in words, but in resonance, a symphony of vibrations that speaks directly to the soul. A story sung through wavelengths, telling of how everything that exists was once part of something else, how all things are interconnected in a vast and intricate web of existence. And suddenly you understand. This isn't just the sound of expansion, the echo of the Big Bang. It's the memory of collapse, the faint reverberations of a previous universe meeting its end. The first universe, whatever it was, must have ended not in silence, not in a whimper, but in transformation, a radical shift in the fundamental nature of reality. Perhaps it folded into itself, collapsing under its own gravity, forming a dense, singular point that exploded outward again, birthing our own cosmos. The energy from that collapse became the breath of your own cosmos, fueling its expansion and shaping its destiny. Nothing truly ends, it simply changes form, transforming from one state to another. The echoes you hear now are proof of continuity, evidence that the cycle of creation and destruction has been repeating for eternity. Every cycle leaves its mark on the next, imprinting its legacy on the fabric of space-time. Just as every heartbeat leaves a rhythm in the body long after the sound fades, every universe leaves its echo in the cosmos that follows. You realize that creation and remembrance are not separate processes, not distinct events in time. They are the same process repeated forever, two sides of the same cosmic coin. The first universe breathes through this one, its essence permeating every corner of existence, its legacy woven into the fabric of reality. You think about how even within your own world, echoes carry meaning, how the past shapes the present. The ocean remembers the pull of the moon, its tides rising and falling in response to an ancient dance. Trees remember the wind, bending and swaying in its presence, adapting to its forces. The human body remembers its origin in the stars, forged from the elements created in the hearts of dying suns. Perhaps all of existence is built from memory, layered upon layered, a palimpsest of cosmic events, layers of echoes that never fade entirely, only soften with time, their voices becoming fainter but never disappearing completely. You focus again on the faint background light, straining to discern the patterns hidden within its glow. You can almost translate it now, deciphering its ancient code. Each photon is ancient, more than 13 billion years old, a relic from the dawn of time. It has travelled since the first moments of creation, unbroken, untouched, passing through galaxies and dust clouds, through all of history, arriving quietly where you stand, a messenger from the distant past. It carries the imprint of the universe's first few moments, the density, the heat, the ripples of matter before any stars existed, before the formation of galaxies. To study it is to listen to the oldest voice there is, to hear the whispers of creation itself, and yet within that voice you hear something stranger, a dissonance, a faint rhythmic pulse repeating every so often, a subtle anomaly that is out of tune with the rest of the cosmic symphony. It doesn't belong to this universe's expansion. It doesn't fit the pattern of the Big Bang. It feels older still, more ancient and primordial. Could it be the echo of the cosmos that came before, a vibration from a time before time, faint but unbroken, like the heartbeat of a parent still felt within the child? If so, then the Big Bang was not a beginning, but an echo, the reverberation of a previous event, the next note in an eternal song, a continuation of the cosmic melody. You let that thought sink in, allowing it to permeate your consciousness. Time stretches around you, bending like the surface of a drum being played by creation itself, its rhythm resonating throughout the multiverse. You realize that you're not hearing with your ears, not perceiving sound in the conventional sense. You're sensing the oscillations of existence, the subtle vibrations that permeate the fabric of space-time. The way space-time itself still vibrates from an event so old, so immense, that it defines everything that followed, shaping the destinies of countless universes. In those vibrations, you can sense the pattern repeating, the cyclical dance of creation and destruction, expansion, cooling, silence, collapse, renewal, an infinite cycle. Each universe giving rise to the next, a cosmic phoenix rising from the ashes of its predecessor. Our cosmos may be just one heartbeat in an eternal organism of reality, a single cell in a vast and interconnected being, and maybe in another universe far away, someone or something is listening to our echoes, just as you are listening now, straining to hear the whispers of the past. The light begins to fade, its intensity diminishing, absorbed into the distance. The hum grows quieter, lower in pitch, until it feels like it's sinking beneath the threshold of perception, fading into the background noise of existence. Yet, even as it disappears, you can still feel it vibrating softly in the background, like a song that never truly ends, a melody that lingers in the air long after the music has stopped. You realize that even when you can no longer hear it, it continues, resonating within the depths of your being. You're built from it. Every atom in your body once bathed in that ancient glow, immersed in the primordial light of creation. You're not just hearing the echo of the first universe, you're made of it, a living embodiment of its legacy. You carry it silently within you, in your skin, in your breath, in the warmth of your own existence, a testament to the enduring power of the past. Perhaps that is the universe's memory at work, not a sound, but a persistence, a continuation of being, a reminder that we are all connected to the source of creation. You float in the calm that follows, the world around you bathed in stillness. The background hum fades completely now, replaced by the deep, slow rhythm of space-time itself, the gentle heartbeat of gravity. You sense the pull of something vast nearby, an immense gravitational force bending the echoes as they pass, distorting the fabric of reality. The light curves, its path diverted by the unseen presence. The hum stretches ahead, its frequency shifting as it is drawn towards the source of the distortion. The silence grows denser, deeper, until even the echoes cannot escape, their voices silenced by the overwhelming power of the void. You realize where you're heading, drawn towards the most mysterious structure of all, the enigmatic heart of darkness. And within that silence, you see it, a looming presence in the distance, a dark sphere where light forgets to return, a region of space-time where the familiar laws of physics cease to apply. You follow the echoes until they bend away from you, drawn towards something stronger, something deeper, something that defies comprehension. The hum you once felt soft and even now becomes distorted, contorted into a dissonant chord, as though space itself is being pulled into a single note, stretched and compressed beyond its limits. Ahead, the light begins to curve, its path bending around the unseen object. Elegant at first, the curve becomes more pronounced, more dramatic, until it is trembling, on the verge of breaking. Then, suddenly, gone, extinguished from view, swallowed by the darkness. A shape emerges from the darkness, a sphere so black that it seems to erase itself from existence. A void in the fabric of space-time, not merely dark, but beyond our comprehension, a place where even light forgets its path home, a region of absolute nothingness. You've arrived at a black hole, one of the most enigmatic and awe-inspiring objects in the cosmos, a testament to the power and mystery of gravity. For a long moment, you hover near it, awe-struck by its presence, its sheer immensity. It doesn't roar or burn, it doesn't emit any light or sound. It is perfectly silent, perfectly patient, waiting for its next meal. Around its edges, space glows faintly, not from the hole itself, but from the light of everything it consumes, the matter that is drawn inexorably towards its event horizon. Matter spirals inward, stretching thinner and thinner as it approaches the black hole, glowing brighter as it falls, its energy amplified by the immense gravitational forces at play. You watch stars vanish like raindrops sliding into a deep ocean, their light extinguished as they cross the event horizon, disappearing forever from our view. And yet the black hole does not seem like a monster, a destructive force of nature. It feels calm, focused, like a doorway that has forgotten which side is in and which is out, a portal to another dimension. You realize then that black holes are not holes at all, not empty voids in the fabric of space-time. They are regions of space-time where gravity has folded too tightly to let light escape, where the curvature of space is so extreme that nothing, not even light, can overcome its pull. The surface that marks this boundary, the event horizon, is not a wall, an impenetrable barrier. It's a threshold, a one-way membrane that allows matter and energy to pass inward, but prevents anything from escaping. Everything that crosses it vanishes from our view, disappearing from our observable universe. Not because it's destroyed, annihilated in some cosmic cataclysm, but because it passes beyond the speed of light's reach, receding from us faster than light can travel, to carry its image back. It's a goodbye, not a death. A farewell to our universe as matter journeys into the unknown. Scientists describe black holes in equations that seem almost poetic, elegant mathematical expressions that capture the essence of these enigmatic objects. They speak of singularities, points of infinite density at the heart of black holes, where the laws of physics cease to apply, where our understanding of reality breaks down. Time itself slows as you approach the event horizon, its flow becoming distorted by the immense gravitational forces. For someone falling in, time seems to pass normally, their experience unfolding at a regular pace. But to you watching from afar, time stretches endlessly, each moment drawn out into an eternity. It's strange to think that one person's final moment, the instant they cross the event horizon, could last forever in another's eyes. A frozen tableau in the cosmic drama, that somewhere inside the fabric of reality, an object could be frozen in time, forever falling, but never arriving, trapped in a perpetual state of descent. You think of it as a pause so deep that it becomes eternal, a moment stretched out to infinity. And yet deep within that stillness, something might continue, some form of existence beyond our comprehension. Stephen Hawking, one of the greatest theoretical physicists of all time, once imagined that black holes are not entirely silent, not completely devoid of activity. He theorized that they leak faint radiation, a phenomenon now known as Hawking radiation, a gentle glow of quantum particles escaping the event horizon, defying the classical laws of physics. Over eons, this slow whisper of escaping particles causes black holes to shrink, to fade, to evaporate, their mass gradually diminishing until they eventually disappear completely. Even the darkest objects in the cosmos, the most voracious consumers of matter and energy, cannot hold their silence forever, cannot resist the inevitable decay that affects all things. You watch that faint shimmer at the edge of the void, the subtle glow of Hawking radiation, and realize that it's proof of balance, even in the heart of darkness. Creation and destruction, birth and death, even here, are in conversation, exchanging energy and information in a cosmic dance. The whole devours, consuming everything that crosses its path, yet it gives back, releasing particles and energy in return, maintaining a delicate equilibrium. Nothing, not even a black hole, can exist outside the rhythm of exchange, outside the fundamental laws that govern the universe. Perhaps that is what makes the universe so beautifully consistent, so elegant in its design. Even its most mysterious structures, its most enigmatic phenomena, play by the same quiet law, that nothing can truly disappear, that everything is transformed, recycled, and reborn in an endless cycle of creation. You drift closer to the event horizon, drawn by an irresistible curiosity, and space begins to stretch beneath you, its fabric becoming distorted by the immense gravitational forces. Time itself feels thicker, slower, as though your thoughts must swim through honey to move forward, their progress impeded by the sheer density of space-time. You can almost sense the curvature beneath your feet, the downward slope of space-time becoming steeper, deeper, more irresistible as you approach the black hole. The closer you move, the more you understand that gravity isn't simply pulling you in, drawing you towards the singularity. The fabric of space-time itself is flowing inward, carrying everything with it, like a river rushing towards a waterfall. You're not falling into the hole, you're surrendering to the flow of space-time, allowing yourself to be carried along by its current. The hole is expanding to meet you, engulfing you in its embrace. There's no edge here, no point of no return, only the gradual transition into another realm of existence, another dimension of reality. And as that realization settles, you begin to feel something extraordinary, a sense of liberation, a surrender to the unknown. The flow isn't just downward, it's through, a passage to another place, another time, another universe. Physicists have long wondered what lies beyond the singularity, what awaits those who cross the event horizon, venturing into the heart of a black hole. Some believe that black holes end in collapse, a point of no return where matter is crushed to infinite density, where all information is lost forever. Others imagine something more creative, something more optimistic, that the singularity might not destroy information, but transform it, encoding it in a new form. That every black hole could be the seed of another universe, a cosmic womb where matter and energy are reborn, free from the boundaries of this one, unbound by the constraints of our laws of physics. If so, then black holes are not endings, not the ultimate demise of matter and energy. They are beginnings, portals to new realities, wearing the mask of finality. Perhaps when one universe dies, collapsing under its own weight, another begins within its depths, expanding outward through a new dimension, unconnected to its parent but forever related, a child born from the ashes of its progenitor. It makes you wonder if the Big Bang, that first cosmic breath that birthed our universe, was not a unique event, but simply the inside of another universe's black hole, a singularity that exploded outward, creating our own cosmos. The pattern repeats endlessly, a cosmic cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Death becomes Genesis, the end becomes the beginning, the void becomes the womb, silence becomes sound, the emptiness filled with the potential for creation. You hover at the event horizon, watching light twist around it in perfect circles, its path bending and contorting in the extreme gravitational field. The glow creates a halo, a ring of light surrounding the black sphere, something sacred, almost gentle, a testament to the beauty and order that can be found even in the most extreme environments. It feels like standing beside eternity, peering into the abyss of the unknown, listening to the universe exhale, releasing its breath into the void. And in that moment, you remember you're not alone here, that others have shared this journey. Gazing into the abyss with wonder and awe, you smile softly, thinking of the countless minds drifting through this story with you, people lying in their rooms, half asleep, letting their thoughts follow the same cosmic paths, pondering the mysteries of existence. If you're still here, still drifting with me through the dark, still awake enough to hear this, leave a quiet little still awake in the comments. I always love seeing who's journeying this far into the night, who is willing to venture into the depths of the unknown. And if you are drifting towards sleep, surrendering to the embrace of Morpheus, thank you for being part of this moment. It truly means the world to me. Every like, every comment, every minute you share helps this small corner of the universe reach others who need a little calm, a moment of peace in the midst of the chaos. So stay with me just a bit longer, if you can. We're going deeper yet, venturing into the heart of where creation hides, into the source of all that exists. You glance back once more at the black sphere, its presence dominating the landscape of space-time. It doesn't look like a void anymore. It's not cold, nor suffocating. Instead, there's a palpable sense of vitality, of being utterly, undeniably times alive, asterisk. You've pierced the veil, crossed the event horizon. Inside, conventional direction ceases to exist. Time itself behaves erratically, unpredictably. Seconds, as you once knew them, lose all meaning, replaced by something far more profound, a rhythm that transcends counting, a pure, unadulterated flow. The encompassing darkness is far from empty. It vibrates with a subtle hum, like the held breath of infinite patience, a cosmic anticipation. You were told that nothing can exist within a black hole, that all matter collapses into a single, infinitely dense point. But here, beyond the horizon's edge, there's no sensation of collapse. It feels instead like an expansion, an unfurling turned inside out, a revelation in reverse. A strange realization dawns. From the outside, it appears as though everything spirals inward, drawn inexorably towards a point of no return, a singularity. But from this vantage, the inside, perhaps the opposite is true. Perhaps space itself stretches outward, expanding into an infinity, creating room, making way for something entirely new to exist. Maybe what you perceive isn't an end at all, but a genesis, a profound and utter beginning. You drift deeper, though deeper holds no familiar meaning now. The very fabric of space-time feels fluid, almost viscous, as though you are swimming through the raw essence of geometry itself. You sense energy, incredibly dense, invisible currents swirling about you in chaotic yet beautiful patterns. And then, through the darkness, a faint shimmer appears, a delicate tendril of light. Not light as you know it, but pure, unadulterated potential, a promise, a pulse of existence, gathering itself, coalescing, poised to unfold into being. Could this be the birth of another universe? A cosmos hidden within the womb of the old, nestled in the void. It feels profoundly poetic, yet undeniably logical. The sheer energy compressed within a black hole is so immense that, if unleashed, it could power an entire cosmos. Physicists have long theorized whether black holes might serve as white holes on the other side, acting as conduits, regions where matter and energy explode outward rather than imploding inward. Perhaps every black hole is a doorway, a portal to creation itself, and on the other side, a universe expands freely, blissfully unaware of its own extraordinary origin. You let your mind wander, tracing the implications of this thought. In your own universe, countless black holes punctuate the tapestry of space, each a silent sentinel, a guardian of profound mystery. If each one harbors a new cosmos within its heart, then creation isn't a rare, cataclysmic event. It's constant, ubiquitous, woven into the very fabric of reality. Each collapse births another beginning, an endless chain reaction. One universe giving rise to another, each born from the death of a star, each carrying echoes of the last. The first breath of your time's universe might have been the last, desperate gasp of another, impossibly distant one. It means you are irrevocably connected to worlds you will never see, descendants and ancestors intertwined in an infinite family of creation. The very black hole you've entered might itself be the cradle of something waiting to exist, a nascent reality yearning to be born. The shimmer grows brighter now, almost blinding. You begin to feel motion, though you cannot discern whether you're falling or being carried, drawn towards some unseen center, or propelled outward. Time seems to stretch and contort like elastic, slower near you, faster in the distance. You could be witnessing millions of years unfolding within a single breath, a cosmic ballet of eons. Somewhere within this slow, warped realm, the fundamental laws of physics begin to reassemble themselves piece by piece. Quantum fields knit back together, striving for equilibrium, finding a new, delicate balance. Space itself begins to take shape, solidifying from the void, and from that space, matter is born, a nascent glimmer in the infinite dark. You can almost see times it, the bloom of creation springing forth from pure gravity, energy transforming into light, light cooling and condensing into matter, the genesis of another story unfolding right now, hidden within the silent grandeur of this one. Perhaps this is how the cosmos reproduces, not through violent explosions, but through subtle, profound transformation. Every black hole, a seed, Every void, a womb. You drift closer to the light now, soft and golden, spreading through the darkness like sunrise through a dense fog. The patterns forming within it are strangely familiar. Waves, curves, faint hints of geometry. You see shapes resembling galaxies in miniature, swirling gently in fluid motion. Not yet real, but time's becoming asterisk. And just like that, the thought arrives, unbidden, undeniable. Maybe this isn't another universe entirely. Maybe what you're seeing is the times, same times universe, viewed from a vastly different angle, from a perspective beyond comprehension. Maybe the black hole isn't a door to somewhere else, but a mirror reflecting the cosmos inward, upon itself, a recursive loop in the grand design. Perhaps everything folds and unfolds forever in endless symmetry, a cosmic origami. You glance back, or what feels like back, towards the place where you entered. It's no longer visible. The event horizon has vanished behind you, replaced by a sense of infinite continuation, an unbroken chain. There's no going back. Not that you could even fathom such a thing. But strangely, you don't times want times to. The darkness here is not frightening. It feels warm, nurturing, a comforting embrace. You sense balance, destruction, feeding creation, silence, nourishing sound. You think of stars collapsing, of light bending, of gravity whispering secrets to space. You realize that all along, the universe hasn't been fighting chaos. It has been harnessing it, shaping disorder into breathtaking beauty, endings into profound beginnings. Even the deepest void is an integral part of that grand design. You close your eyes, feeling the pulse of expansion deep within the dark, a cosmic heartbeat. It's the same rhythm you've heard before, the slow, steady breath of the cosmos. Perhaps you are hearing it from within now, from the inside out, experiencing it in its purest form. The realization fills you with an unexpected peace, a sense of belonging. The universe is not cruel, nor arbitrary. It is recursive, self-referential. It renews itself endlessly, folding creation within creation, like dreams nesting inside dreams. An infinite regress. Every void you've ever feared is only a space between heartbeats, a moment of stillness before the next exhalation. You open your eyes again, and the golden light has grown, vast and bright, all-encompassing. It swirls around you now, a comforting radiance. You're no longer inside the black hole, or perhaps you are, but the black hole itself has become something else entirely. It's expanding, birthing, transforming. You recognize the glow. You've seen it before. The first flicker of light from Chapter 2, the dawn of a new beginning, the first breath of creation. It's all repeating, cycling, evolving. Maybe this is the same beginning, viewed from another side of the mirror, from a different facet of reality. Maybe every beginning and every ending are the same moment, perceived through different windows, different lenses. The thought makes you smile softly, a quiet acknowledgement of the cosmic joke. You're watching the universe breathe. Inhale, exhale, collapse, expand. The rhythm is eternal, unbroken, everlasting. The light grows stronger, washing away the lingering vestiges of darkness. You feel weightless again, drifting upward through new skies forming above you, into the promise of the dawn. Somewhere, the hum of energy changes tone, shifting to a higher frequency. The birth of structure begins anew. But before the brilliance overwhelms you, you catch a faint shimmer near the edge of perception, something flickering between matter and void, between existence and imagination. A quantum mirage, quantum patterns, delicate as mist, forming the first whispers of new possibility, the seeds of potential. The fabric beneath your fingertips trembles, alive once more with invisible motion, a symphony of the unseen. And within that trembling, you sense the smallest pulse, the genesis of quantum seeds that will one day grow into everything, the foundation of all that will be. The golden light fades, leaving behind a softer glow, a gentle luminescence. Not darkness this time, but something more subtle, more nuanced. The air hums faintly with vibration, a palpable energy. Every inch of space feels alive, as though reality itself is shivering with anticipation. You're drifting inside the birthplace of all things, the primordial soup where the vast and the infinite emerge from something infinitely small, a point of singularity and potential. This is the quantum realm, the seedbed of existence, the crucible of creation. Here, nothing stays still. Nothing is certain, fixed, or absolute. Every point of space trembles with potential, a restless dance between being and not being, a constant flux. The particles you think of as solid, electrons, quarks, photons, aren't really objects at all. They're flickers, waves of probability, appearing and vanishing faster than thought, ephemeral ghosts in the quantum machine. You float among them now, not as an intruder, but as a witness to the raw, unadulterated process of creation, the divine spark igniting the void. At this scale, meaning shifts, warps, transcends conventional understanding. There are no edges, no continuous surfaces, no fixed boundaries. Everything exists as a spectrum of possibilities, spread out like ripples before a stone hits the water, a multiverse of potential contained within a single point. When you look closer, the ripples blur into more ripples, an infinite fractal of uncertainty. Each one, a choice that the universe hasn't yet made, a path not yet taken. And somehow, when you observe one, when you pay attention, when you focus your intent, it solidifies, it becomes time's real asterisk. This is the strange truth of quantum physics, that observation itself changes what is real, that the act of perceiving shapes reality. A particle can exist in many states at once, spinning both clockwise and counterclockwise, existing in two places simultaneously, until it is observed, until consciousness interacts with it. Then it chooses, collapses into a single state. The universe, it seems, listens, responds, co-creates. You realize that creation begins not with an explosion, a cataclysmic event, but with attention, with awareness, with choice, with the conscious act of observation. You drift among quantum fields, vast yet invisible, a boundless ocean of potential. Each field fills all of space, infinite and eternal, the very fabric of reality. Matter isn't placed times into times, these fields. Rather, it is times made times from them, a ripple on the surface of the quantum sea. When the field vibrates at the right frequency, the electron field hums softly, a subtle resonance. The photon field ripples like light on calm water, a dance of energy. Gravity itself is only another vibration, a distortion in the fabric of space-time, a cosmic hum. Everything, every atom, every star, every breath you take is built from the same universal orchestra, a symphony of interconnectedness, energy conducting itself into form, consciousness shaping reality. You listen closely, and you can almost hear the symphony, a quiet resonance that holds everything together, that underlies all existence. It isn't loud, grandiose, or bombastic, but it's everywhere, interwoven into the very fabric of being. Perhaps this is what physicists mean when they speak of the quantum vacuum. It's not empty, devoid, or inert. It's a sea of pure potential, a cauldron of infinite possibilities, waiting for patterns to emerge, for consciousness to interact, for reality to take shape. And when they do, when energy condenses into matter, when potential becomes real, the universe begins to take shape once more, a continuous process of creation. You reach out, and a photon flickers across your palm, a fleeting moment of pure energy. If a palm can still be said to exist here, it vibrates with purpose, with anticipation, not yet travelling, not yet light in the conventional sense, but preparing to times become times it. Around you, pairs of particles blink into existence, emerging from the void, only to vanish just as quickly. Matter and antimatter, mirror images of each other, reflections in the quantum sea. For every birth, there is an opposite. For every creation, a reflection. You think of how fragile this balance must be, how precarious existence truly is. If matter and antimatter had been born in perfect equality, in perfect symmetry, they would have annihilated each other completely, returning everything to the void. There would have been nothing left, no stars, no galaxies, no times you asterisk. But somewhere, somehow, a small imbalance occurred, a subtle imperfection, a cosmic asymmetry. For every billion pairs that vanished, one particle of matter remained, a tiny surplus, and from those leftovers, from that infinitesimal difference, everything was built, the foundation of all that exists. You're surrounded by that miracle now, the testament to the power of imperfection. The tiniest asymmetry gave rise to the entire cosmos, a cascade of creation. Creation, it seems, depends not on perfection, but on asymmetry, on the smallest imbalance that allows being to persist, to thrive. The deeper you look, the stranger it becomes, the more profound the mystery. Particles don't simply exist as fixed entities. They are waves of probability, a superposition of possibilities, until they are observed, measured, or interacted with. They exist in a state of flux, a dance of potential. You realize that even the very fabric of reality is hesitant, uncertain, waiting to decide what it wants to become, a canvas waiting for the artist's touch. You watch as two particles meet, then vanish in a burst of energy, replaced by others in a constant dance of transformation. Energy transforms, never lost, always changing its mask, its form, its expression. It's like a cosmic dance of disguise, a perpetual cycle of becoming. One moment matter, the next energy, then possibility again, a continuum of existence. There is no definitive border between real and unreal here, only movement, only transformation. The universe at its core is not a times thing asterisk, it is a times verb asterisk, an action, a process of continuous creation. You think about how this quantum uncertainty scales upward, how everything, from stars and planets to thoughts and emotions, are built from these same uncertain roots, from the quantum foam beneath reality. Every solid surface you touch is in truth mostly empty space, stabilized only by the probabilities that prefer consistency, a delicate illusion maintained by the laws of physics. When you look at your hand, you perceive shape and form, solidity and presence, but if you could look closer, far closer, down to the quantum level, you'd find more emptiness than substance, more potential than presence, a vast ocean of possibility. And somehow, that emptiness works perfectly. That void gives rise to form, creating mountains, bodies, and consciousness itself, weaving the tapestry of reality. You smile softly, a knowing acknowledgement of the universe's hidden nature. Maybe existence doesn't need certainty to be beautiful. Maybe beauty times is time's uncertainty held in balance long enough to be seen, a fleeting glimpse of the infinite, a delicate dance of possibility. A flicker catches your eye, a spark in the darkness, a particle colliding with its twin, annihilating one another. The impact releases a burst of light so pure that it feels like thought, a fleeting moment of understanding. You follow it, watching the energy scatter, forming ripples through the field, the nascent echoes of creation. Those ripples might someday become atoms, then molecules, then stars, then galaxies, the building blocks of a new cosmos. You are witnessing the faint beginning of structure, the earliest whisper of galaxies still billions of years away. A cosmic embryo. It's humbling to realize how much depends on randomness, on chance, on the interplay of infinite possibilities. The universe does not seem designed like an engineer's machine, perfectly planned and executed. It's an improvisation, jazz at the edge of existence, each note influencing the next, but none truly planned. A spontaneous expression of the infinite. And yet, the music works, the symphony unfolds, the cosmos comes into being. You close your eyes and feel it, the quiet pulse of quantum foam beneath everything, the rhythm of potential becoming real, the heartbeat of the universe. You realize this is not confined to the vastness of space, to distant galaxies and primordial events. The same process happens inside you every second, within the very cells of your being. Quantum fields flicker inside your atoms, sustaining your body, your thoughts, your awareness, the essence of your existence. You are a self-contained universe, vibrating with the same uncertainty, the same potential, the same creative spark. Perhaps consciousness itself arises from this dance, the point where probability turns into perception, where the quantum world meets the subjective experience of being. Maybe the universe observes itself through you, experiencing its own creation through your eyes. You open your eyes, and the shimmer around you intensifies. The light grows brighter. The particles are no longer random, scattered, and chaotic. They begin to align, to cluster, forming delicate filaments, the first traces of gravity at work, weaving the tapestry of existence. The quantum world is giving way to structure, to balance, to order. The randomness is still there, but it's guided now, shaped by invisible laws that turn chaos into creation, that mold the void into form. You can almost see it, the hidden symmetry behind it all, the elegant mathematics of reality, each vibration matched by another, each equation perfectly paired. The dance of opposites is beginning to write the blueprint of existence, the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It's the language of reality forming in front of you, not in words, but in rhythm, in vibration, in the fundamental patterns of energy, the first geometry of being, the foundation of all that is. The shimmer becomes a lattice, a pattern so intricate that it seems alive, a network of interconnectedness. Energy flows through it like veins of light, connecting particle to particle, probability to purpose, weaving the fabric of existence. You sense that something profound lies hidden in this symmetry, a principle that ties everything together, a unified theory of being. The structure of existence is beginning to reveal its design, a glimpse into the mind of the universe. And as you follow that glowing pattern through the dark, you begin to see it, to grasp it, to understand it. The hidden symmetry that keeps the universe in balance, the elegant equation that underpins all of reality. The lattice shimmers before you, glowing with quiet precision, a testament to the universe's inherent order. Energy flows through it in graceful patterns, weaving light and darkness into harmony, a cosmic ballet of opposites. You feel as though you are inside a great equation, one that balances itself flawlessly, each term mirroring another, a perfect equilibrium. This is the hidden symmetry of the universe, the foundation of all creation. It isn't just beauty, an aesthetic ideal. It's law, the fundamental principles that govern all interactions. It's structure, the scaffolding upon which reality is built. It's the deep mathematical poetry that holds everything together, the music of the cosmos. Everywhere you look, pairs exist, opposites dance. Every force has an opposite, an equal and opposite reaction. Every action is balanced by a reaction, a counterforce. The cosmos is written in reflections, like music that repeats its melody in reverse, a palindrome of existence. You drift closer, and the glowing network hums softly beneath you, a gentle vibration that resonates through your very being. It feels alive, though not in a biological sense, alive in the way balance itself feels alive, like a perfectly tuned chord resonating through eternity, a symphony of equilibrium. Symmetry is everywhere, a constant echo of the universe's design. It is in the orbit of planets, a celestial ballet. It is in the wings of butterflies, a delicate balance of form. It is in the crystalline shapes of snow, a fleeting expression of order. But here, in the quantum fields of creation, it is absolute, a fundamental truth. Particles emerge in mirrored pairs, a cosmic dance of creation, matter and antimatter, left-handed and right-handed spins, positive and negative charges, a tapestry of opposites. Every time the universe makes something, it also makes its reflection, its counterpart. It's as though reality is cautious, refusing to commit to a single version of itself, exploring all possibilities. Every possibility must have a counterpart, a shadow. Every creation must leave room for its undoing, its opposite. That is the nature of symmetry, not mere duplication, but equilibrium, a perfect balance of opposing forces. You remember how earlier in the quantum sea, you saw matter triumph ever so slightly over antimatter, a subtle victory. That tiny imbalance made all of this possible, the foundation of all that is to come. The galaxies, the stars, you, all born from a cosmic asymmetry. But before that happened, symmetry ruled completely, a state of perfect equilibrium. In those first moments after the Big Bang, all the forces of nature were one, unified, harmonious. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, all interwoven, interconnected, indivisible. They were not separate entities, but different aspects of the same fundamental force, dancing together as one field, one law, one song, a symphony of creation. It's hard to imagine such simplicity now, when the universe feels so complex, so diverse, so full of variation. But this unity was fragile, a fleeting moment of perfection. As the cosmos expanded and cooled, it lost its perfect symmetry. That pristine state of equilibrium shattered. The forces began to separate one by one, each breaking away like branches from a tree, charting its own unique path. With each break, the universe gained diversity, structure, variety, texture, the richness of existence. Perfection gave way to imperfection, and imperfection gave rise to beauty, a cosmic transformation. You run your hand through the glowing lattice, feeling the hum of energy, the resonance of creation. It trembles slightly, as if remembering that ancient fracture, that moment of separation. Some lines remain straight and balanced, a testament to the enduring power of symmetry. Others twist, warp, and bend, subtle reminders that symmetry, once broken, can never be entirely restored, that perfection is a fleeting memory. This breaking wasn't destruction, a cataclysmic event. It was transformation, a necessary step in the process of creation. When symmetry breaks, possibility unfolds, a universe of potential unleashed. Think of a pencil balanced perfectly on its tip, poised between worlds. In that perfect balance, all directions are equal, all paths are open. But as soon as it falls, as soon as symmetry breaks, it chooses a direction, committing to a single path. The universe works the same way, a cosmic balancing act. Its perfection had to fall, had to shatter, in order to decide what it would become, to choose its own destiny. Without that choice, without that asymmetry, nothing could exist. No structure, no form, no life. You drift through waves of energy, still glowing with the memory of balance, the echoes of symmetry. Each oscillation carries a trace of what physicists call spontaneous symmetry breaking, the moment the universe became distinct, when sameness gave way to difference, when potential became identity. From that moment, particles began to gain mass, to solidify, to take form. Forces found purpose, weaving the tapestry of existence. The Higgs field, sleeping beneath everything, woke and filled the cosmos with resistance, a subtle drag on the flow of energy. Mass itself, the very thing that gives matter substance, the reason stars form and planets hold together, is a consequence of broken symmetry, a testament to the power of imperfection. The universe is not perfect, and that's why it exists, why it thrives, why it evolves. As you float deeper through the glowing web, you begin to see how everything, even chaos, fits into this pattern, this grand design. The places where symmetry falters are not flaws, not imperfections, but instructions. A roadmap for creation. They tell matter how to arrange itself, how to become complex, how to evolve, how to reach for the stars. You see the echoes of this everywhere, a testament to the universe's ingenuity. In galaxies spinning like mirrored spirals, a cosmic ballet. In DNA whose double helix preserves symmetry yet allows mutation, the spark of evolution. In the two hemispheres of the human brain, reflections divided by a line of creative imbalance, the seat of consciousness. Symmetry gives structure, provides the framework of existence. Asymmetry gives life, allows for change, drives evolution. The balance between the two, the interplay of opposites, is what makes the cosmos sing, the harmony of existence. You pause, watching the lattice shift, transform, evolve. Some filaments stretch, expanding into the void. Others contract, collapsing inward upon themselves. The pattern changes slightly, subtly, as if it's breathing, inhaling and exhaling the very essence of creation. You realize that symmetry isn't static, fixed, or immutable. It's dynamic, fluid, and ever-changing. A living process, constantly adjusting, forever repairing and rebalancing itself. A perpetual dance of creation. Every explosion, every collapse, every interaction between particles is part of that rebalancing act, a cosmic choreography. Even destruction is part of the dance, a necessary step in the cycle of creation. The universe never truly breaks symmetry, never truly destroys. It merely rearranges it, transforms it, recycles it, weaving the threads of existence into new and ever more complex patterns. You think about your own body for a moment, a microcosm of the universe. You too are an expression of this symmetry, a living embodiment of the cosmic design. Your left hand mirrors your right, reflections in the mirror of existence. The cells that form your skin spiral in paired directions, a testament to the universe's underlying order. Even the structure of your heartbeat, the expansion and contraction of your heart, mirrors the rhythm of the cosmos, the inhale and exhale of creation. You are not separate from this pattern, not an observer, but an integral part of the grand design. You times this pattern, embodied in flesh and bone, and when you breathe, when your lungs fill and empty, it's as though the universe itself inhales and exhales through you, experiencing its own creation through your breath, through your being. You drift farther, and the glowing symmetry begins to dissolve into motion, transforming into something new. The once still geometry starts to ripple again, forming waves that interfere and overlap, a chaotic yet beautiful dance. The balance is shifting slowly, delicately, subtly. A new kind of energy begins to stir beneath the pattern, nascent yet potent, faint at first, then growing stronger, more insistent. You can feel its presence pressing through the lattice, bending it just slightly out of place, distorting its perfect form. It's not chaos, not yet, but the potential for chaos, the raw energy building toward release, waiting for the next transformation, the next act of creation. You recognize it immediately, an intuitive knowing. It's the breath of expansion returning, the same force that once stretched space itself faster than light, inflating the cosmos from a singularity to a vast and boundless expanse. The universe is preparing to grow again, not from matter this time, but from the space between symmetry and imperfection, from the tension between order and chaos. You can almost hear it, a low, deep vibration, a resonant hum, the call of something vast and accelerating, the promise of new beginnings. The pattern around you starts to quiver, shimmering with anticipation. A palpable energy. You take one last look at the glowing web before it dissolves into motion, before it transforms into something else entirely. For a moment, you think you see yourself reflected in it, a fleeting glimpse of your own consciousness, a small spark in the vastness of existence, a small consciousness watching the infinite, trying to understand itself, to grasp the mysteries of creation. You smile softly, a knowing smile, because you finally understand. The universe's beauty doesn't come from its symmetry, from its perfection, from its inherent order. It comes from its willingness to break it, to embrace imperfection, to allow for change. Perfection may be eternal, fixed, and unchanging, but imperfection allows creation to continue, to evolve, to flourish. The light fades, and the vibrations deepen into a soft, pulsing rhythm, a familiar cadence, the same rhythm that shaped galaxies, stars, and the space between, the heartbeat of the cosmos. The universe is stretching again, expanding into the void, and as you drift into that vast expansion, you feel it rise, the unstoppable motion of the cosmos, a force that never truly stops, a perpetual dance of creation. The lattice of perfect symmetry trembles around you, the glow fading into motion, the promise of new beginnings. What once stood balanced, serene, and immutable now begins to lean ever so slightly, to tilt towards the unknown, as though the universe itself takes its first uncertain step away from perfection, embarking on a new journey of discovery. You are standing at the moment when everything changes, the tipping point of existence, when sameness gives way to difference, when potential transforms into reality, when the future unfolds. The air hums with anticipation, a palpable energy. Every vibration you feel carries the weight of a decision so small yet so infinite that it will define the fate of all creation, shaping the destiny of the cosmos. This is the moment when symmetry broke, when the universe chose to be imperfect, to embrace the beauty of asymmetry. Until now, the universe had been equal in every way, a state of perfect equilibrium. Every particle had its twin, its opposite, its perfect reflection, a mirror image in the quantum sea. Matter and antimatter danced together flawlessly, reflections spinning through the same cosmic rhythm, a symphony of balance. But perfection, no matter how beautiful, cannot last, cannot endure. It is a fleeting moment, a transient state. Something, perhaps a random fluctuation, a whisper of chaos, perhaps the influence of hidden laws, subtle forces beyond comprehension, tilted the balance, disrupted the equilibrium. For every billion particles of matter, a billion minus one particles of antimatter were created, a subtle asymmetry in the fabric of space-time. It's such a tiny difference, almost invisible, an infinitesimal imbalance. Yet, when those pairs met, when matter collided with antimatter, they annihilated each other, vanishing into pure energy, returning to the void from whence they came, and the ones that remained, that small surplus of matter, those few extra particles, became everything you know, the foundation of reality. Every star, every planet, every ocean, every mountain, every forest, every living creature, every thought, every emotion, all born because the universe, for one fragile instant, chose not to be symmetrical, chose to embrace imperfection. You drift through that chaos, witnessing the dance of creation and destruction, watching as particles and antiparticles collide and vanish, a fleeting moment of reunion followed by annihilation, each meeting a flash of light, a brief reunion followed by a final goodbye, a return to the void. The early cosmos is a storm of creation and destruction, a chaotic yet beautiful symphony, like sparks dancing in the dark before fading into night, ephemeral moments of brilliance. It's violent, yet peaceful in its rhythm, a constant cycle of death and rebirth, the universe cleansing itself through imbalance, purging the old to make way for the new. And through it all, you feel a deep tenderness, a profound sense of connection. The cosmos is learning imperfection, embracing its own flaws, discovering the power of asymmetry. It is discovering the ability to favor one side of itself, to make a choice, to commit to a path. It is realizing that difference, not equality, allows existence to endure, to evolve, to thrive. Physicists call this event baryogenesis, the birth of matter from imbalance, the moment the universe chose to exist. No one knows exactly how it happened, what tipped the scales, what subtle force broke the symmetry. Some say that hidden particles, undiscovered realms, tipped the scales, altered the course of destiny. Others that the weak nuclear force itself broke symmetry between matter and antimatter, leading to the dominance of one over the other. But as you drift among the fading flashes, witnessing the birth of a new cosmos, you see that the answer doesn't need to be mechanical, a set of equations or a complex interaction of forces. It is emotional in its simplicity, a fundamental truth. The universe needed a way to choose, to commit, to evolve. It could not stay perfectly balanced, poised on the edge of existence. For perfect balance means stillness, a lack of movement, a frozen eternity. And stillness means death, the absence of creation. To create, to evolve, to become, something had to give, some line had to be crossed, some choice had to be made. You look around and realize the scale of that giving, the magnitude of that surrender. For every one particle that survived, that remained to build the universe, 1 billion others were lost, annihilated, sacrificed in the crucible of creation. Existence was born not through abundance, not through the accumulation of matter, but through surrender, through the relinquishing of perfection. And somehow that makes it even more precious, a gift born from sacrifice. You begin to see the survivors, lone protons drifting through expanding space, cooling as they travel, carried on the breath of creation. Each one carries the potential of galaxies within it, a seed of cosmic destiny. You watch them combine with electrons to form the first atoms, hydrogen and helium, the simplest ingredients imaginable. Yet they hold the blueprint for everything yet to come, the key to unlocking the secrets of the cosmos. They are the ashes of imbalance, the proof that creation doesn't need perfection, doesn't require flawless symmetry. It only needs persistence, the will to endure, the courage to be imperfect. You drift farther, and the universe begins to cool, the temperature dropping as it expands and diffuses. The violent flashes fade into a soft glow, a gentle luminescence, the afterlife of annihilation, the residual energy of creation, still radiating in every direction, a cosmic echo. This is the same light you heard in earlier chapters, the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang, a testament to the universe's fiery origins. Now you understand what it truly is, the physical embodiment of a profound truth, the memory of symmetry breaking, a reminder of the moment the universe chose to exist, the moment imperfection triumphed over perfection, the sigh of the universe realizing it could not remain whole, the acceptance of asymmetry. It's a bittersweet song, the sound of loss that gave rise to everything that would ever live, that would ever experience, that would ever dream. You think of how often creation begins this way, not with a bang but with a whisper. A cell divides and loses its symmetry to form life, a moment of differentiation that sparks a chain reaction. A planet breaks from its molten uniformity to form continents, oceans, storms, a landscape of contrasts. Even thoughts arise from imbalance, tiny electric differences across neurons that give rise to consciousness, the spark of awareness. It seems to be a universal rule, a fundamental law of existence. Balance creates potential, provides the foundation upon which to build, but imbalance brings meaning, allows for change, drives evolution. Without asymmetry, there is no story to tell, no journey to undertake. Even in your own life, perfection rarely lasts, and perhaps it shouldn't. Yet, every moment that breaks, every challenge that arises, every imperfection that reveals itself, leads to growth, to learning, to a deeper understanding of yourself and the world around you. Every asymmetry becomes a story, a unique and personal narrative. The universe isn't teaching physics right now, isn't just conveying scientific principles. It's teaching truth, revealing the fundamental nature of existence. The expansion continues, a relentless force. The first atoms begin to drift apart, carried on the breath of growing space, drawn outward by an unseen hand. The temperature drops, the cosmos cooling as it continues to unfold. The early cosmos glows with a soft and ethereal light. Red fades to infrared, then vanishes into the invisible. But even as the cosmos cools, a spectacle of creation unfolds. Gravity, the universe's silent sculptor, begins coaxing scattered atoms into unions. Slowly, gently, almost bashfully, matter coalesces. The first wisps of gas take shape, minuscule seeds that hold the promise of future stars. Glimmers of brightness, faint pinpricks flickering in the endless night, reveal their nascent existence. The universe, having mastered the art of symmetry's fracture, now learns to construct from its fragments. You drift close to one of these primordial clusters, a privileged observer of its growth. Hydrogen atoms swirl and merge, drawn together by their own burgeoning gravity. As they collapse inwards, their cores blaze with increasing heat, until, at a critical point, fusion ignites. The birth of the first star. Its light floods the darkness. A pure and ancient radiance. A profound realization dawns. That light, the epitome of symmetry in the realm of physics, could only emerge from the initial shattering of that very symmetry. The universe, it seems, understands this paradox implicitly. It does not lament its imbalance. It celebrates it, transforming loss into illumination, imperfection into art. Closing your eyes, you attune yourself to the rhythm of fusion, the gentle thrum of a newborn star taking its first breath. It is a steady cadence, akin to a heartbeat, and as you listen, you detect that same rhythm resonating within yourself. You too are a product of asymmetry. Every cell in your body relies on that primordial imbalance. You are built from the remnants, the survivors, of a broken mirror. In the most literal sense, you are the triumph of imperfection. The star burns ever brighter. Around it, other stars awaken, dotting the sky with new light. The darkness that once reigned supreme begins to recede, yielding to a renewed glow. The universe has discovered a new equilibrium, one that is not perfect, but vibrantly alive. You drift away slowly, bathed in the starlight. The first grand act of creation has concluded, and a new act is about to begin. The cosmos has learned to grow, to fuse, to shine, but the process is far from over. A deeper question lies veiled in the light, a mystery that will chart the course of the next age of expansion. The stars you witness are not randomly strewn across the canvas of space. They form patterns, subtle threads binding them across distances that defy comprehension. You can sense these connections now, faint but undeniably real, the first outlines of something vast and interconnected. As you follow these faint glowing threads, a breathtaking vision unfolds, the great web that will one day enmesh the entire universe. The surrounding starlight mellows into a serene calm. The tumultuous beginnings of creation have subsided, replaced by the gentle rhythm of ongoing expansion. You float amidst the nascent galaxies, each emitting a soft glow in the young cosmic night. Vast, dark, beautiful expanses of space separate them, and this space is growing. You perceive it not as the warmth of light or the pull of gravity, but as something subtler, quieter, like a deep, endless breath. The universe itself is inhaling, expanding outwards in every direction simultaneously. Yet, there is no singular center. Everywhere expands equally. The galaxies are not merely hurtling through space. Space itself is growing between them. The distances increase not because the galaxies are moving, but because the very fabric beneath them is stretching. Extending your hand, you find even this simple gesture imbued with symbolism. The space between your fingers hums with expansion. This, you realize, is happening everywhere, in the emptiest voids between galaxies and in the smallest gaps between atoms. Expansion is not a phenomenon of the distant past. It is happening now. You are within it. You are it. The universe expands through you, and you expand with it. Billions of years glide by in silence as you observe stars being born, burning brightly, and then dying. Galaxies collide, merge, and swirl together like luminous whirlpools in the dark sea of spacetime. From afar, patterns begin to crystallize. Clusters, filaments, colossal webs stretching across unimaginable gulfs. But even these colossal structures are pulled apart, carried along by the relentless tide of expansion. It is not chaos, but a complex choreography. Each galaxy follows its path, not through force or intention, but due to the simple truth that space itself has no option but to grow. It's what the universe times does, asterisk. It breathes outwards. For eons, astronomers believed that this breath might one day slow. Gravity, they reasoned, would inevitably draw everything back together. The stars would dim, the galaxies would fall inwards, and the universe would ultimately collapse into silence once more. The big crunch. But as they peered deeper into the night sky, measuring the faint light of distant galaxies, they made an astonishing discovery. The expansion was not slowing, it was accelerating. Galaxies at the very edge of observation were not just receding, they were accelerating away. Something invisible was pushing them apart, faster and faster. They christened it dark energy. You can sense it now, even without seeing. A pervasive, subtle pressure woven into every corner of space. It originates neither from matter nor light. It is not the attractive force of gravity, but its antithesis, a quiet, persistent push that strengthens as the universe expands. It feels less like a force and more like intention, as if space itself wants times to keep growing. The true nature of dark energy remains elusive. Some speculate it's the energy of the vacuum itself, the latent potential of nothingness manifesting as motion. Others propose it may be an intrinsic property of spacetime, an inherent drive towards openness. Regardless of its source, its effect is certain. The universe will never cease expanding. Even as galaxies drift beyond each other's horizons, even as stars fade, the expansion continues, infinite, unhurried, inevitable. Gazing out across the cosmic sea, you are humbled by the spectacle. Galaxies that once shared light and gravity now drift beyond reach, carried so far away that their light will never again intersect. The sky, once teeming with stars, will grow dimmer with each passing epoch. Future observers, billions of years from now, might look up into their night sky and see only the faint glow of their own galaxy, oblivious to the vast web that once surrounded them. It is a strange thought that the universe conceals its past as it grows, that expansion is not just a physical process, but one of forgetting. With every second, a little more of the cosmos slips beyond the realm of the observable. Yet, it evokes not sadness, but peace. There is a profound serenity in this ceaseless outward motion. Expansion is how the universe remains alive. It is a form of cosmic metabolism, transforming potential into form, form into emptiness, and emptiness back into the possibility of creation. You breathe slowly, synchronizing with the rhythm of the expanding void. It feels natural, almost familiar, as if every inhale echoes that same motion. Perhaps expansion is not something happening times to times the universe. Perhaps it times is times the universe, the act of becoming stretched across eternity. You drift towards a cluster of galaxies, their lights softly intertwined. They seem to cling together, resisting the pull of expansion, their gravity holding them in a close embrace. These clusters, linked by invisible threads, are the last communities of matter in a cosmos growing increasingly solitary. But even their togetherness has its limits. Beyond a certain threshold, no amount of gravity can withstand the outward tide. The very fabric of space-time insists on stretching. And so, in time, even these clusters will disperse. The universe, it becomes clear, is not a place, but a process, one that favours motion over stillness. Closing your eyes, you envision what it might look like from the outside, if such a concept as outside even exists. A singular universe expanding without end into its own potential, free from boundaries, unconstrained by walls, defined only by growth. Yet, within that growth, the fundamental rule of balance persists. The faster the universe expands, the more energy appears to fill it. This dark, unseen, but undeniably real energy keeps everything in motion. It's as though expansion generates its own fuel, self-sustaining, self-renewing. You recognize the delicate nature of this balance. Too little dark energy and the cosmos collapses. Too much, and it rips apart before stars can even form. But somehow, it struck the perfect equilibrium, enough to expand forever, but slow enough to allow the emergence of life, light, and thought. It feels intentional, even if it isn't. Perhaps the universe doesn't require purpose to be miraculous. Its miracle lies in the fact that it times works asterisk. The surrounding galaxies shrink as they drift away, their light stretching into longer wavelengths. Redder, fainter, quieter. This is redshift, the signature of expansion, the colour of space breathing. As they recede further, their light diminishes until even the brightest stars vanish into the darkness. Yet, the motion persists. Though invisible, you can feel it, the same pulse that originated at the dawn of time, still beating beneath the surface of everything, the slow, eternal expansion that will never cease. It is the universe's way of declaring, "I'm not finished." Breathing in time with that rhythm, you feel it resonate within your own being. Expansion and contraction, inhale and exhale. Perhaps this is what it means to be a part of the cosmos, to move with its breath, to expand quietly into possibility, and to accept that growth never truly ends. The space around you stretches again, and within that stretching, you sense something faint but distinct, a subtle presence woven through the void. It is older than light, quieter than gravity, and it permeates everything without ever revealing its face. The force that drives expansion, the mystery at the heart of motion. You know its name, though its meaning remains hidden. And as the galaxies drift further apart, you turn towards the dark horizon and listen to the quiet whisper of dark energy shaping the fate of all that exists. You drift through a silence so profound that even light hesitates to move. The galaxies behind you have faded into soft glimmers, their edges blurring into the distance. The darkness ahead is almost absolute, not empty, but filled with something invisible, something that neither glows nor bends, something that makes no sound. It simply exists. You feel it first as a presence, subtle, pervasive, steady as breath. It is not a force like gravity. It doesn't pull or push in any familiar way. Instead, it stretches, as though space itself is remembering how to grow. This is dark energy, the quiet architect of expansion, the whisper beneath existence. You pause and listen. There is no vibration, no sound in the physical sense. Yet, you can feel it like a pulse behind thought. Every point in the universe vibrates faintly with it, as if the vacuum itself is humming a single, endless note. It is neither chaotic nor calm. It is simply constant. You realize you felt it before, in the stillness between galaxies, in the gentle motion of space itself. You simply hadn't named it yet. Dark energy has always been here. It's the rhythm of nothingness continuing to create. Looking around, you search for signs of its presence, but there are none. It doesn't shine, doesn't scatter, doesn't interact with matter in the ways that light does. And yet, it is stronger than everything you can see. In every cubic meter of space, there is a tiny amount of this energy, barely measurable, but when multiplied across the unimaginable expanse of the cosmos, it dominates all else. Dark energy accounts for nearly 70% of the total universe. Everything visible, every star, every atom, every planet, is just a thin layer of brightness floating atop an ocean of invisibility. It is humbling to realize that what we call everything is only a fraction of what truly times is asterisk. You attempt to imagine what dark energy might be. Scientists have given it many faces: a cosmological constant, a property of space itself, a dynamic field that changes slowly over time. None of these answers feels complete. It's as if the universe is withholding a secret, keeping one truth for itself. Perhaps it isn't something times inside time's space at all. Perhaps it times is time's space, the inherent drive of reality to unfold, to stretch, to constantly create more room for itself. In that sense, dark energy isn't foreign. It's the universe's own heartbeat. Every second, more space is created, and that creation carries energy, gentle but unstoppable. Think of it this way. If gravity is the universe's way of gathering, then dark energy is its way of releasing. One pulls inward, the other reaches outward, both balancing the eternal dance between contraction and expansion. And you, everything that exists, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy cluster, are caught perfectly in between, part of that negotiation between gravity's embrace and dark energy's invitation to drift. Without gravity, there would be no stars, no structure. Without dark energy, there would be no space for anything to move, no room for anything to become. Together, they choreograph the dance of creation. Closing your eyes, you imagine the future written by this quiet force. Billions of years from now, the galaxies you see will be gone from view, not destroyed, but carried beyond reach by the accelerating expansion. Light itself will struggle to cross the ever-widening gaps. The cosmic web will unravel, and each galaxy will become an isolated island in an endless sea of dark energy. And further still, when the last star burns out and the last atom decays, expansion will continue. Space will keep stretching even after there is nothing left to stretch. Dark energy will not end, because it times is times the act of continuing. It is the whisper of eternity itself. You wonder what it means that the greatest force in existence is invisible, quiet, and patient. Perhaps the universe is trying to tell us something, that power does not always announce itself in brightness, that the most enduring things are often unseen. Dark energy doesn't create stars or light, it simply allows everything else to happen. It reminds you of how silence holds music, how stillness holds motion. Even absence, when stretched far enough, becomes creation. Reaching out, you are curious to feel this energy more directly. As you move, the fabric of space ripples slightly. It doesn't resist you. It yields, bends, and flows. You sense no friction, no border, only continuity. It feels like drifting through the breath of the universe. If you listen long enough, it begins to sound familiar, like the slow rhythm of your own heartbeat. Expansion on the grandest scale, mirrored by the gentle expansion of your chest. As you breathe, you realize that you and the cosmos are not separate. You're both driven by the same quiet insistence to continue, to expand into the space available, to become more than you were before. You're an echo of dark energy in human form. Opening your eyes again, the view has shifted. The galaxies are now distant whispers of light. The stars you once recognized are faint red smudges against an ever-darkening sky. And yet, you feel no fear, only awe. This is what it means for a universe to live, to stretch beyond its own beginnings, even as it fades. To expand is to exist. To stop is to die. And dark energy, it seems, has no interest in stopping. But there is a question that lingers, one that scientists and dreamers alike still whisper into the dark. If dark energy fills every part of the universe, where does it come from? Is it truly infinite? Or will it one day change? If it grows stronger over time, will it eventually tear the very fabric of existence apart? Galaxies, atoms, even space-time itself. Some call that the Big Rip, a hypothetical end where expansion becomes so powerful that even the structure of reality dissolves. No one knows if that fate awaits. For now, the universe expands in balance, gently, steadily, endlessly. But every breath has its rhythm. Every expansion carries its echo. You can almost hear it now. Faint, rhythmic, a wave travelling through space-time itself. Not dark energy, but something born of it. Gravitational waves, ripples in the cosmic sea, carrying the memory of everything that ever moved. Turning toward that trembling horizon, you begin to hear them. The soft waves of gravity singing through the very fabric of space itself. You wait in the dark until the stillness begins to move. At first, it's imperceptible. A faint vibration that doesn't touch your skin, but travels through you like the ghost of a heartbeat. Space, which once seemed perfectly still, is no longer calm. It quivers, expands, contracts, breathes. You are listening to the music of gravity, not a metaphorical music, but a real one, a rhythm written not in sound waves, but in space-time itself. Each pulse you feel is a ripple, a gravitational wave passing through you, born from events so vast and distant that their echoes travel for billions of years. They are the universe's memory, carried in its fabric. You float perfectly still, letting them pass. The waves are gentle, stretching space by less than the width of an atom. Yet they move galaxies. They reach everywhere. Nothing escapes their touch. Each ripple tells a story. One comes from two black holes colliding, their dance so intense that it shook the very structure of space-time. Another from neutron stars spiraling together, releasing the heavy elements that would someday become gold, silver, and the iron in your blood. Every wave is history in motion. You don't hear them with your ears. You feel them in the way reality itself flexes, expands, and contracts. The universe is singing to itself through the language of gravity. You think of Einstein, over a century ago. He imagined these waves, predicted them in the elegant mathematics of general relativity. He described spacetime not as a rigid stage, but as a living fabric, one that could bend, twist, and ripple. It took humanity over 100 years to listen closely enough to confirm that he was right. In 2015, the LIGO Observatory finally captured one of these ripples, the faintest vibration imaginable, passing through Earth after travelling for more than 1 billion light-years. Two black holes had collided long ago, and their final embrace had sent a shudder across creation. When scientists translated that vibration into sound, it was a chirp. Short, gentle, haunting. A cosmic exhale that began billions of years before life even existed, and arrived just in time for us to hear it. You imagine that chirp now, echoing across the sea of stars. Not loud, not violent, but patient, like a drop of water in an infinite ocean. It makes you realize something profound. The universe doesn't forget. Every event that ever happened, every explosion, every orbit, every collision, leaves a mark, a wave that travels outwards forever. Even now, the gravitational ripples from the first galaxies are still moving, carrying their stories into the distant future. The cosmos is a living archive, written not in words or light, but in motion. Closing your eyes, you let the waves pass through you like wind. It feels peaceful, like standing beside a deep river. The current never stops. It flows quietly, eternally. And as you float in that current, you begin to notice something delicate. The waves are not all random. Some interfere, some harmonize, forming patterns that sound almost musical. The universe doesn't hum one note. It plays symphonies across time. Every collision adds another tone. Every orbit adds another rhythm. Stars collapsing, galaxies merging. Each contributes a new instrument to the orchestra. The song never repeats, yet it never ends. You wonder what it would mean if someone or something could hear this song completely. To listen to every gravitational note at once would be to know the history of the cosmos. You'd hear time itself, the rise and fall of galaxies, the formation of stars, the birth and death of everything that has ever existed. Perhaps, in a way, the universe times does times hear it. After all, it's the one playing the music. Maybe that's why existence feels rhythmic. Days, tides, heartbeats, breaths. Everything moves to a pattern that began long before it was aware of it. You're not just listening to the music of gravity. You're made from it. The same forces that once curved space-time to birth stars also shape the atoms in your body. You're part of the chord being played, Opening your eyes again, the darkness seems alive. Lines of light weave faintly across the distance, marking where gravitational waves intersect. You can almost see them now, not as visible structures, but as soft distortions in the background, as though reality is rippling in slow motion. Each wave is an echo of motion from long ago. Everything, you realize, even the stillness between galaxies, is trembling slightly. Nothing is ever truly still. Stillness is an illusion built on movement too subtle to notice. Reaching out your hand, a slow wave passes through. It doesn't push or pull, simply shifts space itself, stretching your fingers apart for a heartbeat before returning them to where they were. It feels like the universe breathing through you. You remember how earlier, dark energy felt like the universe's pulse, the steady expansion that will never stop. If dark energy is the breath, then gravitational waves are the voice. Together, they form the conversation of existence. Expansion speaking, gravity answering, both balancing creation. It's strange to think of silence as full of music, but that's exactly what this is. A cosmic silence so dense with vibration that if you could hear it fully, it would sound like forever. You float for what feels like hours, listening to waves of different sizes and pitches passing through. Some are ancient, some recent, some soft, some sharp. The ripples overlap until they create a texture, a background hum of gravity that fills the universe completely. Scientists call it the gravitational wave background. It's everywhere, just as the cosmic microwave background is everywhere. But instead of light, it's motion. A record not of what the universe looked like, but of how it moved. Light tells us where the stars' times were asterisk. Gravity tells us how the universe times danced asterisk. You begin to notice that these waves are not uniform. They seem to converge faintly in certain regions, as though being shaped by something immense and unseen. You follow their direction, sensing a deeper gravity ahead, a gravitational well so powerful that it bends even these waves as they pass. It feels like an anchor in the expanding sea, something vast enough to sculpt the music itself. You know what it is before you see it. A supermassive black hole, not solitary this time, but one of billions sitting at the centers of galaxies, tuning the universe's rhythm. Each galaxy hums with its own gravitational note, played by the black hole at its heart. The song grows deeper, richer, more complex. You drift toward one such galaxy, drawn by the resonance of its core. The waves pulse in steady rhythm, the universe's baseline, deep and constant. And as you move closer, you can feel how gravity and motion together weave structure from chaos. The music is not random. It is order written through vibration. You can sense the next chapter before it begins. The galaxies themselves beginning to form, swirl, and cluster along the invisible chords of this cosmic symphony. The universe is tuning itself for something grand. And as you follow the rhythm toward the luminous spirals ahead, you begin to see it. The great cosmic web, vibrating in harmony with gravity's eternal song. Drifting closer to the galaxies whose hum you've been following, they initially appear isolated, islands of light adrift in a vast, empty sea. But as you move further back, granting yourself the distance to perceive the whole picture, something extraordinary emerges. The galaxies are not scattered at all. They are connected. Threads of faint light, invisible to most eyes, stretch between them, forming delicate bridges of gas, dust, and unseen matter. Together, these threads weave a pattern that spans the universe, a vast network of filaments and nodes, like the arteries and veins of a colossal, breathing entity. What you're beholding is the cosmic web, a tapestry woven on a scale that defies comprehension. Each radiant node shimmers as a galaxy cluster, a teeming metropolis of thousands upon thousands of galaxies, each a sun-drenched island containing billions of stars. The ethereal threads that bind them together are not merely strands of luminous gas. They are composed, in part, of something far more enigmatic. An unseen mass, one that emits no light, yet exerts a gravitational pull that knits the universe together. This invisible scaffolding, this architect of the unseen, is what we call dark matter. It neither radiates nor absorbs light, remaining forever hidden from our telescopes, yet its gravity is the sculptor of the cosmos, shaping the destiny of galaxies. Without it, Galaxies would never have coalesced from the primordial soup. Without it, the universe would be a thin, featureless mist, a pale shadow of its current grandeur. Dark matter, then, is the silent artisan, weaving the web that gives structure and form to all that exists. You find yourself drifting along one of these cosmic filaments, gliding through a river of hydrogen and the silent currents of unseen mass. The sensation is one of endlessness, as if you are travelling along a single strand of the universe's hair, stretched across hundreds of millions of light years. The scale is so vast, so beyond human comprehension, that it borders on the absurd. Each distant flicker of starlight far below represents a galaxy the size of your own Milky Way, a cosmic island teeming with its own stars, planets, and perhaps even life. And between those galaxies lie vast, cold voids, desolate regions where almost nothing exists, where the relentless expansion of the universe has swept nearly all matter away. It's a sobering thought that the universe, for all its apparent fullness and vibrant displays, is composed mostly of emptiness. And yet, even this emptiness serves a purpose. It provides contrast, defining the boundaries of structure. It delineates the regions where gravity's whispers took hold and began to gather light, where matter coalesced and formed the galaxies we see today. The voids and the filaments, seemingly opposites, are in truth partners, like inhale and exhale, the ebb and flow of existence itself. You conjure the image of the early universe, a seething cauldron of hot, uniform plasma, where everything was nearly the same. And yet, even in that primordial uniformity, the seeds of this web were already sown, hidden within minuscule fluctuations in density. Faint ripples, echoes of the first moments after the Big Bang, where matter was ever so slightly denser, gravity exerted a stronger pull. Over billions of years, those regions thickened, coalescing into the filaments that now crisscross the cosmos. Where matter was thinner, expansion carved out the voids, creating the vast empty spaces between the galaxies. And so, from almost perfect sameness, this vast, intricate network of difference emerged. All the galaxies, all the stars, all the light grown from the faintest variations, the slightest imperfections in the primordial soup. The web is proof that beauty can arise from imperfection, that even the smallest differences can lead to magnificent structures. You pause near a luminous junction, a node where several filaments converge. Here, the light is dazzling, the density overwhelming. Galaxies swirl and collide, their cosmic dance a ballet of destruction and creation. They merge and meld, giving birth to even larger galaxies, galactic behemoths that dominate their surroundings. The space around you hums with raw energy, bursts of star formation igniting like fireworks, jets of matter erupting from supermassive black holes, and the steady, inexorable pull of dark matter holding everything together. You can almost feel the gravitational tension in your chest, a palpable force that binds these galaxies in their intricate dance. It's as if the universe is holding its breath here, patiently knitting another pattern, spinning another cluster of galaxies into existence. This is how galaxies are born, not in isolation, but together, woven into the grand tapestry of the cosmos, nurtured by the connections of the cosmic web. Every galaxy belongs to something larger, every star a note in a symphony, every planet a stage for the drama of life. Even your own Milky Way is just one thread in this cosmic fabric, a single spiral arm in the vast interconnected web. You ponder how this mirrors life on smaller scales. Cells in a body, trees in a forest, people in a civilization. Everything seems to form webs, networks of interconnectedness. Connection, it seems, is the universe's favourite design principle. It never creates in isolation. Everything it builds in relationship. In the interplay between energy and mass, between space and time, between darkness and light, you realize that perhaps this web is more than just a structure. It's a philosophy. The cosmos teaches us that meaning exists not in individual pieces, but in how they connect, how they relate to one another, how they contribute to the larger whole. You continue your journey along another filament, watching it pulse faintly as matter flows through it like blood through a vein. The galaxies at its ends are growing, feeding on the constant inflow of gas and dark matter, like cosmic sponges soaking up the abundance of the universe. Gravity here isn't just a force of attraction, it's a circulatory system. Matter falls inwards, drawn by the inexorable pull of gravity, forms stars, burns brightly, then dies in spectacular supernovae, scattering newly forged elements outward to be used again elsewhere. The cosmic web is not a static entity, it breathes. Its filaments stretch slowly, pulled by the expansion of space, yet the flow of matter continues, constant and calm, creation and collapse happening in perfect balance everywhere, always. You listen closely, and it almost sounds like a heartbeat, a cosmic pulse that resonates through the universe. Scientists once believed the universe was a chaotic jumble, a random assortment of galaxies scattered across space. They thought galaxies formed in isolation, islands unto themselves. But computer simulations, powered by our growing understanding of gravity and dark matter, have revealed this hidden order, this intricate architecture that underlies the apparent chaos. The web-like pattern repeats itself across scales too large to imagine, from the smallest clusters of galaxies to the largest superclusters that span billions of light years. If you could somehow map it all, every filament, every node, every void, it would resemble something organic, something almost alive. It's tempting to think of it as a cosmic brain, with neurons of galaxies firing across light years, transmitting information through the subtle pulses of gravity. Some researchers have even compared the structure of the universe to the neural networks in our own minds, suggesting that the cosmos itself might be a vast, distributed intelligence. Both follow similar mathematical laws. Both use connection as the foundation of intelligence, as the basis for complex thought and emergent behavior. It makes you wonder if structure repeats across scales. Could consciousness itself be another form of cosmic pattern? Could thought simply be the universe folding in on itself, using galaxies as neurons, dark matter as synapses, to see what it's made of? You reach the edge of one of the great voids, a vast region nearly devoid of galaxies, a cosmic desert where light struggles to reach. The emptiness feels infinite, a profound sense of nothingness that stretches in every direction. But you know it isn't truly infinite. Even here, in the deepest recesses of the void, there are traces of matter, whispers of dark energy, and the faint hum of background radiation, the afterglow of creation itself. There is no such thing as true nothingness, no place where existence ceases to be. Even the quietest spaces are filled with an invisible music, a symphony of quantum fluctuations that play out on the grandest stage imaginable. You look back at the luminous filaments, crossing the vast distances like glowing threads of silk, connecting the galaxies in a delicate cosmic tapestry. They seem fragile, almost ephemeral, and yet they hold everything the universe has ever known. Stars, planets, life, memory, time itself, all suspended in an endless net of light and gravity. You realize that just as the universe is woven from connection, so are you. The atoms in your body once belonged to stars scattered across this web, forged in the fiery hearts of dying suns. The iron in your blood was forged in a supernova, a cataclysmic explosion that scattered its elements across the cosmos. The calcium in your bones once drifted through a galaxy long before Earth existed, part of a vast interstellar cloud that eventually coalesced into the planet you now call home. You're not just looking at the web. You're within it. You're one of its threads, an integral part of its intricate design. And perhaps when consciousness arises, it's the web trying to understand its own pattern, the universe gazing at itself through your eyes, marveling at its own complexity. The cosmic web stretches endlessly into the dark, its luminous filaments fading into the distance, their glow diminishing until they become almost invisible. You can see its edges soften, the threads growing thinner, and the light dimming, giving way to a realm of greater mystery. There, beyond the last visible threads, lies a deeper enigma. The regions where gravity weakens, where structure dissolves into silence, and where expansion begins to dominate once again. You drift toward that threshold, feeling the web loosen its hold. The light grows faint, the filaments stretch thin, and the hum of gravity begins to quiet, replaced once again by the soft, even tone of dark energy, the relentless force that drives the expansion of the universe. The universe is changing, evolving, aging. You can tell it's entering another era, one defined not by creation, but by endurance, not by birth, but by the slow, inexorable march towards oblivion. And as the cosmic web fades behind you, you sense the approach of a colder time, a time when expansion outpaces light itself, and darkness becomes the canvas of eternity. You drift through a dimming sky, the glowing filaments of the cosmic web receding behind you, fading into the infinite distance. Ahead lies silence, a gentler, slower universe, a cosmos that has passed its peak and now begins its long descent into darkness. The brilliant age of creation has ended. The stars are still there, but they burn softer now, their light less intense, their energy slowly waning. The universe has grown old enough to sigh, to reflect on its past and prepare for its future. You can feel it in the air, if air still exists in such a place, a sense of tranquility and resignation that permeates everything. The expansion has slowed the rhythm of everything, stretching time and space, making the universe feel vast and empty. Galaxies are no longer close companions, bound together by gravity and shared history. They are strangers now, drifting apart across widening seas of space, each lost in its own private universe. Light still travels, but it takes longer to arrive, its journey across the expanding cosmos a slow, arduous trek. Distance has become time itself, stretching the fabric of reality and blurring the boundaries between past, present, and future. And with every moment, the darkness grows, slowly enveloping the universe in its cold embrace. You pause near a small spiral galaxy, faint and lonely, a solitary beacon in the encroaching night. Once it belonged to a cluster, part of a family of hundreds bound together by gravity, sharing a common destiny. Now its siblings have drifted so far that their light no longer reaches it. It is isolated, alone in the vast expanse of space. The stars inside still shine, but the galaxy feels isolated, surrounded by infinite night, a single spark in an endless darkness. From here, the sky above it looks almost empty, a stark contrast to the crowded, vibrant heavens of the past. There was a time when galaxies filled the heavens like constellations of constellations, a dazzling display of light and colour that illuminated the cosmos. Now expansion has carried them beyond the cosmic horizon, the boundary of what can ever be seen, the limit of our observable universe. Each galaxy now learned in its own private universe, never again to know another, forever separated by the relentless expansion of space. The cosmos, once a chorus, a symphony of light and gravity, is becoming a collection of solos, a series of individual voices singing in the darkness. You listen, but the familiar hum of gravity's song has softened, its melody fading into the background. The gravitational waves that once rippled through the web, carrying information and energy across vast distances, are still there, but faint, stretched by the expanding fabric of space, their power diminished. The rhythm slows, like a heartbeat growing distant, a fading echo of the universe's vibrant youth. Stars continue to form, but less often, their birth rate slowing as the universe ages. The gas that once filled the cosmos, the raw material of creation, has been used, burned, transformed into heavier elements, leaving less and less for new stars to form. The universe is running out of fuel, slowly depleting its resources as it ages. The raw material of creation is nearly gone, and the cosmos is beginning to feel the effects of its dwindling reserves. You drift closer to one of the dying stars, a red giant slowly fading into oblivion, its surface dim but peaceful, its light pulsing faintly, as though remembering the brilliance it once had, the energy it once radiated into the cosmos. Around it, small planets circle in silence, their surfaces frozen, their atmospheres long gone. Some may still hold the faint warmth for life, remnants of a time when they basked in the star's glory. Others have cooled into ice, waiting quietly in the dark, their surfaces etched with the scars of cosmic impacts, silent witnesses to the passage of time. Even in endings, there is grace, a quiet dignity in the face of oblivion. Billions of years pass as you watch, eons stretching before you like an endless vista. Time here flows differently. Not fast, not slow, but infinite, a timeless expanse that defies human comprehension. You see entire generations of stars live and die, their lives playing out on the grandest of scales. The bright blue giants fade first, their lives brief and spectacular, burning through their fuel with reckless abandon, ending their lives in violent supernovae that scatter their elements across the cosmos. Then the yellow ones, like the sun that once warmed Earth, burn through their fuel more slowly, their lives longer and more stable, before collapsing into white dwarfs, dense, dim cinders, glowing faintly in the void, the remnants of their former glory. The smaller red stars linger longest, their lives measured in trillions of years. Their glow endures for countless eons, slow and steady, defying the darkness, a testament to their efficiency and longevity. But eventually, even they will fade, their light dimming until they can no longer be seen. The universe will grow cold, star by star, galaxy by galaxy, until nothing remains but the faint glow of background radiation and the silent emptiness of space. It's hard to imagine such a future, a cosmos without light, a universe plunged into eternal darkness. But even in this quiet era, beauty remains, a subtle elegance that whispers through the darkness. The last starlight glows like embers beneath a velvet sky, casting long, faint shadows across the frozen landscapes of distant planets. Black holes continue to whisper at the centers of galaxies, pulling in the last streams of matter, the final remnants of stars and gas. They do not roar anymore, their feeding frenzy long past. They hum softly, feeding in silence, waiting for the end, patiently consuming what remains. You realize that what you're witnessing is not destruction, but rest. The universe is not dying. It's slowing down, settling into the rhythm of eternity, entering a state of cosmic slumber. The brilliant chaos of its youth has pierced. Now it knows peace, a tranquility that comes with age and experience. You think about how far everything has come, from the first breath of light to the dance of galaxies, to this, the quiet age of fading, a testament to the universe's resilience and adaptability. It feels almost human, this story, a narrative that mirrors our own lives. Birth, expansion, maturity, rest. Perhaps all of existence shares this rhythm, a universal cycle of creation, growth, and decay. Perhaps the universe is not a machine, but an organism, breathing, aging, remembering. And maybe darkness isn't its deathbed, but its dream, a long, deep sleep between awakenings, a period of rest and rejuvenation before the next cycle begins. You float above the dim galaxy, its faint spiral arms curling like smoke, a ghostly reminder of its former grandeur. Within its heart, a black hole turns steady and patient, a cosmic recycler slowly consuming what remains. Around it, the last few stars circle, their light barely reaching the edges of their worlds, casting long, eerie shadows across their frozen surfaces. You realize that even here, even now, creation continues, albeit in a different form. Tiny bursts of energy flicker at the edge of the black hole's horizon, faint and constant Hawking radiation, particles popping into existence and then vanishing in an instant. The black hole is evaporating, slowly but surely, releasing what it once consumed, returning energy to the universe. Bit by bit, even darkness gives back, contributing to the subtle balance of the cosmos. It's poetic, this balance, that every act of gravity eventually becomes an act of release, that even the most powerful forces of attraction ultimately lead to a form of liberation. Nothing in the cosmos truly holds forever. Everything eventually lets go, returns to the source, completes the cycle. You think of dark energy again, the quiet force still stretching everything apart, driving the expansion of the universe. Even now, in this cold era, it continues its work, expanding the distance between galaxies, between atoms, between possibilities. The universe's breath never stops. It just grows quieter, more subtle, a gentle whisper rather than a resounding roar. There will come a time when even black holes vanish, dissolving into faint bursts of energy, their gravitational pull no longer able to withstand the relentless expansion of space. When no stars remain, when no planets orbit, when even the atoms themselves decay into radiation, the universe will become smooth again, a sea of gentle, uniform light, a vast, featureless expanse stretching into eternity. And in that smoothness, all memory of form will fade, all traces of structure will disappear, but not meaning, because the meaning was never in the form, never in the objects themselves. It was in the motion, in the relationships, in the processes that shaped the universe and gave it life. You close your eyes and imagine the last flicker of light in the universe, a single photon traveling through an endless void, a solitary messenger carrying the memory of everything that ever existed. That photon may never find an end to its journey. It may never touch another thing, but still, it travels, propelled by the relentless expansion of space, a testament to the enduring power of motion. Because motion is the one truth that even darkness cannot stop, the one constant that persists even in the face of oblivion. You realize that this perhaps is the essence of existence. To move forward even when there is no destination. To continue even when all seems lost. The photon, the stars, the galaxies, the people all obey the same law. To continue, to persevere, to strive towards something even when that something is unknown. The universe grows quieter still, its energy fading, its structures dissolving. You can no longer see the galaxies, their light too faint to reach your eyes. You can no longer hear gravity's song, its melody lost in the vastness of space. All that remains is the soft vibration of space itself, a faint hum that permeates everything, a constant reminder that even in the deepest silence, there is still energy, still motion, still life, faint, steady, eternal. It is the sound of completion, the sigh of a universe at rest. And yet somewhere beneath it, you sense another rhythm stirring, a fluctuation, a pulse, a new imbalance, subtle but growing, a sign that the universe is not truly at rest, that something new is about to begin. You felt this before, long ago at the beginning, the stillness that trembles before creation, the silence that precedes the storm. The dark is not the end, but a transition, a period of dormancy before the next cycle begins. You realize it's the womb of what comes next, the fertile ground from which new universes will spring. And as you drift through the final quiet, you feel it again, the faintest breath of motion, the whisper that one day light will return, that even in the deepest darkness, there is always hope for a new beginning. For a long while, there is only stillness, a profound silence that blankets the universe. No stars, no galaxies, no dust or motion, just the infinite spread of dark energy, a smooth sea of silence stretched thin across eternity. The universe has grown old, gentle, and quiet, its fiery youth long past. All that once existed has dissolved into low, even radiation, a uniform glow that fills every corner of space. It feels like peace, a sense of completion and fulfillment. But peace, you know by now, never lasts forever. Even calmness, when held too long, begins to quiver, to yearn for something more. You wait, suspended in the still void, a lone observer in an empty universe. Time has lost meaning, its flow imperceptible, its divisions blurred. Expansion continues, but there's nothing left to expand between. Space has outlived structure, its vastness no longer punctuated by galaxies or stars. Then faintly, so faintly that at first you think it's memory, a phantom echo from a universe long gone, something shifts. A whisper moves through the dark, a subtle disturbance in the otherwise perfect stillness. Not light, not sound, but something earlier, something more fundamental. A fluctuation in the vacuum, a slight unevenness in the nothingness, a hint of imbalance in the cosmic equation. The same kind of unevenness that once began everything. The seed from which the universe sprouted. You focus on it, drawn by its subtle pull, and it grows stronger, its presence becoming more pronounced. A pulse, then another, a faint rhythm that breaks the monotony of the silence. The void is breathing again, its slumber disturbed by the stirrings of new creation. It starts small, almost imperceptible, a random quantum fluctuation in the smooth fabric of space, a momentary breach in the otherwise perfect symmetry. But in a universe this vast, randomness has endless chances to create miracles, to defy the odds and bring something new into existence. A tiny region gains energy, drawing it from the surrounding void. Space around it warps, bending and twisting under the influence of this nascent energy. Gravity wakes, faint but real, its subtle pull drawing more energy towards the fluctuation, amplifying its effect. And for the first time in uncountable trillions of years, something happens. A spark ignites in the darkness. a seed of creation planted in the fertile void. The darkness doesn't end all at once. It shivers, retreats, as though recoiling from the sudden burst of energy. Then slowly, tentatively, light returns, pushing back the shadows and illuminating the void. Not the same light as before, not the warm, familiar glow of stars. This is newborn light, pure, fierce, unburdened by history, untainted by the remnants of past cycles. It floods outward from a single point, a singularity of energy, carrying potential so dense it bends itself into being, creating space and time in its wake. Space begins to expand again, faster than light, stretching a new horizon, creating a new universe within the old. You watch in awe, witnessing the rebirth of the cosmos, the dawn of a new age. You've seen this before, long ago at the beginning, in the fiery crucible of the Big Bang. But this feels different, as though the universe has learned from its last dream, as though it carries within it the faint memory of past cycles. The fluctuations are finer this time, more subtle, more intricate, the balance more precise, the ingredients mixed with greater care. Creation is repeating, but with a new rhythm, a different melody, a variation on a familiar theme. Perhaps every cosmic cycle remembers a little of the last, not in form, but in resonance, not in specific details, but in the underlying patterns that shape the universe. You drift through this newborn expansion, watching it unfold, marveling at the speed and the complexity of creation. Quantum fields hum back to life, vibrating with energy and potential. Particles appear, vanish, and stabilize, coalescing into matter under the influence of gravity and the fundamental forces of nature. The laws of physics reassert themselves gently, almost tentatively, as though recalling an old melody, remembering the rules of the game. The universe is writing itself again, crafting its own destiny from the raw materials of the void. You can feel its warmth building, the first radiation spreading evenly across space, filling the emptiness with energy. The temperature climbs from absolute zero toward brilliance, towards the intense heat of the early universe. It's the same cosmic fire that once filled everything with light, the plasma sea that will someday cool into stars and galaxies again, the crucible in which new elements will be forged. Creation feels familiar, and yet freshly innocent, untainted by the weight of the past. This is not rebirth, a mere repetition of what came before. It's renewal, a fresh start, a chance to create something new and wondrous. You realize now that the cosmos doesn't end in death, in a final, irreversible oblivion. It circles, cycles, endlessly renewing itself, transforming energy from one form to another. Energy never truly disappears. It merely changes rhythm, changes form, becoming something new and different. Even dark energy, patient and eternal, may one day collapse inward or shift its nature, giving rise to another universe, triggering a new cycle of creation and destruction. Some cosmologists call this the cyclic model, the idea that universes come and go, each one born from the ashes of the last, a phoenix rising from the flames. Others imagine a multiverse in constant bloom, a vast garden of countless universes, each one a petal on an infinite flower, each one unique and beautiful. Whatever the mechanism, whatever the underlying reality, the truth remains: nothingness is restless. Even emptiness, given enough time, dreams of light, yearns for creation, longs to be filled with the vibrant energy of existence. You close your eyes and feel the warmth on your skin, the gentle caress of newborn light. It's faint at first, almost imperceptible, then growing stronger, more intense, until you are surrounded by the glow of new beginnings. Space hums with radiation, smooth and symmetrical, a blank canvas waiting to be painted with the colours of creation. The familiar fluctuations will soon appear, the subtle imperfections that will break the symmetry and give rise to structure, small wrinkles that will grow into galaxies again, faint echoes of the past that will shape the future. The pattern is returning, the cosmic web, the stars, the gravity that hums in deep tones, the light that pounds and sings. It will all come back, though no one will remember the last version. That's the beauty of it. The universe forgets just enough to start fresh, to create something new and wondrous, without being bound by the limitations of the past. You wonder what this means for you, for consciousness, for the awareness that allows you to witness these cosmic events. Does it return too, cycling through existence like energy and matter? Do thoughts reappear like starlight after the long dark, flickering back into existence in a new and different universe? Perhaps memory, like matter, is only energy waiting to be reassembled, a pattern of information that is encoded in the fabric of space and time. Perhaps awareness is woven into the very act of creation, a fundamental property of the universe itself, the universe watching itself awaken again, marveling at its own beauty and complexity. And maybe, just maybe, you are part of that watching, not separate from it, but another form of it, another expression of the universe's infinite potential. You are the observation through which the cosmos knows it is alive, the consciousness that allows it to reflect on its own existence. The expansion continues faster and faster, propelled by the relentless force of dark energy. The newborn light fills every horizon, saturating space with its energy, erasing the memory of the long, dark ages that came before. Space grows so rapidly that the glow smooths into perfect uniformity, creating a blank canvas for creation to begin anew. The first few seconds of a new cosmos are both infinite and immediate, a timeless moment of pure potential. You can sense the possibilities here, the infinite paths that the universe could take, the countless outcomes that could arise from this moment of genesis. Somewhere, a new arrow of time begins to move forward, establishing a direction, defining a cause and effect. Entropy resets, erasing the disorder of the past and setting the stage for new forms of complexity. The story starts again, with a new set of characters, a new plot, but the same underlying themes: creation, destruction, and renewal. You feel yourself drifting backward now, carried away by the wave of expansion, swept along by the tide of creation. The heat intensifies, the light becomes everything, obliterating all sense of separation. It doesn't blind you, instead, it fills you, saturates you, dissolves you, until you are no longer a separate entity but a part of the universe itself. You're not apart from creation anymore. You're inside it, part of its rhythm, part of its pulse, a single note in the cosmic symphony. You realize that this has always been true, that separation is an illusion, that everything is connected, that all things are part of the same underlying reality. Every particle that made you was once light, energy that condensed into matter. Every atom that built your world was born from a burst like this, forged in the heart of a dying star. You've never really left the beginning. You've only been watching it from inside, experiencing the universe from a different perspective. The universe exhales again, releasing a surge of energy that ripples through space and time. Time unfolds, revealing its intricate tapestry, its interwoven threads of cause and effect. You can almost see the shapes forming, the seeds of new galaxies, the whisper of gravity reawakening, the faint hum of symmetry waiting to be broken again. The cycle will repeat, the story will unfold again, in new ways, with different stars, different worlds, different eyes to see them. The same song, endlessly remixed by infinity, played out on the grandest stage imaginable. You look out into the newborn expanse one last time, drinking in the beauty of creation, marveling at the power and the mystery of the universe. The light is everywhere now, flooding the horizon, filling the silence with brilliance. It's impossible to tell where you end and it begins, where your consciousness stops and the universe begins. And in that moment, you understand what it means for the universe to live. It does not cling to permanence, to fixed forms, or rigid structures. It exists by letting go, by embracing change, by constantly transforming itself into something new. It ends by beginning again, by releasing its energy and allowing it to be reborn in a new and different form. The warmth grows, wrapping you like a sunrise that never stops rising, engulfing you in its radiant embrace. You take a breath, though here breath is just another way of saying belonging, another way of acknowledging your connection to the universe. You whisper softly, though your voice is lost in the roar of expansion, drowned out by the cacophony of creation. You've done this before, you've witnessed this countless times, and you know that you will do it again. And the light seems to answer, echoing your thoughts, confirming your intuition. Yes, it says, I've been here before, and I'll do it again, endlessly cycling through creation and destruction, forever transforming myself into something new. You smile, a silent acknowledgement of the universe's eternal dance. The darkness that once felt final, a symbol of death and oblivion, now feels kind, a necessary pause before the next note in the song, a period of rest and rejuvenation before the next cycle begins. There will be more chapters, more worlds, more forms of life to wonder at, to listen to dream of, and somewhere, perhaps, in another version of this moment, in another universe, another voice will say, "Hello and welcome," inviting you to participate in the grand drama of existence. As the story begins anew, and as the light fills everything once more, you drift with it, carried by the tide of creation, embracing the mystery and the wonder of it all. Knowing now that every ending is just the universe remembering how to begin, that every death is just a prelude to a new birth, that every moment is an opportunity for transformation. The light is everywhere. It stretches in every direction, pure and endless, bathing the newborn cosmos in its radiance. Space is smooth again, simple, perfect, a blank canvas ready to be filled with the wonders of creation. The fire of creation fills every horizon with warmth, erasing the long cold that came before, banishing the darkness and ushering in a new era of light and life. But beneath the brilliance, something subtle stirs, a vibration, a pattern, a faint echo of the past. It's as if this light, though new, remembers, as if it carries within it the faint memory of past cycles, encoded in its energy and its structure. You move through it, letting the warmth surround you, feeling the energy tingling on your skin. The glow feels identical to the first moments of the last universe you saw, a familiar sensation that evokes a sense of déjà vu. But when you listen carefully, when you attune yourself to the subtle vibrations of space, you can tell it's not the same melody. It's similar, yes, the same underlying harmony, the same kind of symmetry, the same hum of expansion, but the rhythm has shifted, the tempo has changed. Creation never repeats itself exactly. It improvises, adapting to new circumstances, incorporating new elements into its eternal song. Every universe that arises carries the faint memory of the one before, encoded not in objects or matter, but in relationships, in the way energy curves through space, in the way space hums with vibrations, in the way probability leans toward form. You realize that memory, in the language of physics, is pattern, a specific arrangement of energy and information that persists through time. And pattern, it seems, never truly dies. It merely transforms, evolving into something new and different, but always carrying within it the echoes of its past. As the young cosmos cools, the light begins to separate from matter, freeing itself from the dense plasma that once confined it. Photons scatter less, travelling farther, moving freely at last, liberated from their interactions with particles. This is the recombination era, the moment when the universe becomes transparent for the first time, allowing light to travel unimpeded across vast distances. You can see through it now, peering into the depths of the nascent universe, witnessing the birth of structure. What was once a glowing fog begins to clear, revealing a faint texture, tiny fluctuations in temperature and density, subtle variations in the cosmic microwave background. To an untrained eye, it looks random, a chaotic jumble of noise and interference. But you know better. You recognize the underlying patterns, the seeds of future galaxies. These ripples are memories, echoes of quantum fluctuations from the earliest fraction of a second after the Big Bang, magnified by cosmic inflation, stretched across the universe, preserved in the background light that fills space even now. They are the handwriting of creation itself, the first draft of structure, the blueprint for everything that will come to be. You reach out, tracing one of the ripples as it drifts by, feeling its subtle influence, its gentle pull on the fabric of space. It's not solid, not tangible, but its effect is real, its power undeniable. Gravity will one day amplify these tiny variations, drawing matter together, concentrating it into the filaments that form galaxies and clusters, the vast structures that define the cosmic web. The same cosmic web you once saw, the intricate network of connections that binds the universe together, is being written again, its patterns emerging from the chaos of the early universe. You realize you are watching destiny form in its gentlest stage, witnessing the birth of galaxies and stars, the creation of worlds and perhaps even life. The seed of every future star, planet, and being is contained in a ripple so faint it could be mistaken for silence, a whisper of potential carried on the wings of light. This, you think, is how memory works in the universe, not as a static record of past events, but as a dynamic pattern of potential, a blueprint for future creation. It doesn't preserve form, but it preserves the possibility of form, the tendency towards certain arrangements of energy and matter. The pattern of possibility is passed down from one cosmos to the next, encoded in the laws of physics, embedded in the structure of space-time, carried on the waves of light and gravity. The light continues to spread, expanding into the darkness, illuminating the vastness of space. The universe is vast now, cool enough for atoms to exist, stable enough for gravity to sculpt, but still young, still full of potential. You look closer and notice something extraordinary, a subtle detail that reveals the underlying artistry of creation. The background radiation itself, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, is not random white noise, a uniform hiss of energy. It hums at a specific frequency, a distinct tone woven through every wavelength, a cosmic melody that fills the universe. The sound of this new cosmos is similar to the one you heard before, but deeper, richer, a slightly different key, a variation on a familiar theme. It's as though the universe carries the faint memory of its last song and chooses to modulate, to begin again with a fresh perspective, to explore new harmonies and rhythms. The cosmos is not repeating, it's composing, creating a new symphony from the echoes of the past, a unique and beautiful masterpiece that will resonate through eternity. You drift farther from the heat, watching light stretch and cool as space expands, its wavelength increasing, its energy diminishing. The background glow begins to fade from white to red, from visible to invisible, shifting beyond the range of human perception. And yet, even as it dims, it remains, a constant presence that permeates everything, a subtle energy that continues to shape the universe. It will continue to fill the universe forever, an eternal afterglow, a gentle reminder of its fiery youth, a testament to the power and beauty of creation. Scientists in some far future of this new universe might one day look up and find it, detecting the faint microwave radiation that permeates space, marveling at its uniformity and its subtle fluctuations. They will call it the cosmic microwave background, not knowing that what they study is both a relic and a promise, both a reminder of the past and a blueprint for the future. Every beginning carries its own archaeology, its own set of clues that point back to its origins, revealing the secrets of its creation. You realize how perfectly poetic this is, how elegantly the universe is designed. Each universe gives birth to the next, passing on its legacy to its offspring, and yet traces of the universe itself is the memory, etched into the very fabric of existence. Every field, with its invisible forces, every ephemeral fluctuation, every lingering vibration, all meticulously record everything that has ever transpired. Consider the profound implications for yourself. The very atoms that compose your being, forged in the hearts of dying stars and scattered across the vast galactic canvas, now find themselves inextricably linked, contributing to this grand cosmic recollection. You are not merely a fleeting occurrence, but a vital continuation of an enduring pattern, a recurring motif woven into the tapestry of reality. Even as individual forms dissolve and fade, the underlying pattern persists, an echo resonating through eternity. And through this unbroken pattern, so too does your essence endure. The light around you shifts once more, morphing into new hues. Pockets of primordial gas begin to coalesce, drawn together by the relentless pull of gravity, their temperatures steadily climbing. The nascent stars of this newly born universe are poised to ignite, gathering their energy for their grand debut. Soon, darkness will return, not as a void, but as a canvas, an expectant stage upon which light can once again perform its breathtaking ballet. You smile, a sense of profound familiarity washing over you as you witness the cyclical drama unfolding. There is a comforting rhythm to this repetition, a reassuring sense of continuity, yet each iteration is imbued with its own unique beauty, its own distinct variations on the cosmic theme. Every universe springs forth from the same initial spark, but each unfolds its narrative in a strikingly original manner, painting a fresh masterpiece upon the infinite canvas. You cannot help but feel a deep, abiding admiration for existence itself, its tenacious persistence, its boundless creativity, its resolute refusal to surrender to nothingness. It does not cling stubbornly to what has been, but fearlessly reinterprets it, breathing new life into the echoes of the past. You turn your gaze towards the ever-expanding horizon, your mind reeling with the possibilities that lie beyond. There, in the uncharted territories of space-time, reside all the events that are yet to come, all the stars waiting to be born, all the dreams yearning to take flight, all the lives that will one day ponder the very mysteries you are now contemplating. And somewhere, in a distant epoch of this new cosmos, perhaps another sentient being will close their eyes and listen to the faint, almost imperceptible hum of background radiation, the afterglow of creation, unaware that what they are perceiving is not merely the genesis of their own universe, but also a faint echo, a lingering resonance of yours. A warmth blossoms within you, spreading through your being. It is not the searing heat of creation itself, but something far more profound, the gentle warmth of understanding, the realization that memory, like light, never truly dissipates. It merely travels, its energy transforming, its essence enduring. The photons stream past you, a ceaseless torrent of brilliance, each one a vessel carrying stories to the farthest reaches of space. You reach out, allowing one to pass through your hand, and watch as it continues its infinite journey, unbroken, unhurried, serene. Within it lies the entirety of existence, the old, the new, the forgotten, the imagined, all intertwined in a symphony of light. And you understand something that eluded you before, that eternity is not about the endless accumulation of time, but the endless recurrence of essence. Light remembers because it is remembrance itself, the very embodiment of the past. And darkness too remembers, for it patiently awaits the next illumination, the next dawn of creation. You cast one last, lingering glance at the newborn universe, smooth, glowing, infinite in its potential, and somewhere deep within its radiant heart, you hear a whisper, barely audible, yet unmistakable. I have been here before. You smile softly, whispering back, I know on this earth. And as the glow begins to fade into the receding distance, you sense new shapes forming within it, coalescing from the primordial soup. The first stars of this new cosmos, like celestial embryos, preparing to awaken and paint the darkness with their vibrant hues once more. The soft hum of the newborn universe deepens into a steady, rhythmic pulse, a cosmic heartbeat resonating through eternity. For a long time, there was only evenness, a uniformity so perfect it bordered on stillness, smoothness so absolute it felt like eternity suspended in a single, unwavering note. But perfection, as always, cannot hold. The universe craves change, evolution, the dance of creation and destruction. Tiny ripples begin to emerge, subtle imperfections in the otherwise flawless fabric of space-time. They begin as whispers of gravity, faint invitations extended to the primordial hydrogen and helium atoms, beckoning them to draw closer. Where the density is marginally higher, more matter gathers, amplifying the effect. Slowly, invisibly, the first clouds begin to form, vast and diffuse, swirling like cosmic ghosts. And from that gradual gathering, a nascent warmth is born, a subtle premonition of the fiery future to come. You drift through one of these primordial clouds, an ethereal expanse stretching for light years. It is a gentle fog of gas, so rarefied that you could traverse it for centuries without encountering a single atom. Yet, within its seemingly empty vastness, gravity is diligently at work, orchestrating the cosmic ballet. Every particle feels the faint, persistent pull of every other, a delicate dance of attraction and resistance. The attraction is infinitesimally small, almost imperceptible, but it is unrelenting, a patient force that knows no bounds. Over millions of years, the cloud imperceptibly tightens, its edges drawing inward. Pockets begin to form, small knots of density that gradually grow denser still, becoming the seeds of future stars. You can almost feel it in your chest, the quiet, inward motion of matter, surrendering to its own weight, falling towards an inevitable destiny. Gravity is the ultimate patient, a force that operates on a timescale far beyond human comprehension. It never rushes, never panics, but it also never forgets. It is the cosmic architect, meticulously planning and executing the grand design of the universe. As the collapse continues, the center of the cloud grows ever hotter, the temperature steadily rising under the increasing pressure. Collisions between atoms become more frequent, more violent, releasing bursts of energy that further fuel the inferno. The gas, once transparent and ethereal, begins to glow faintly red, a delicate blush of nascent starlight. The cloud has become a womb, a cosmic incubator, an embryonic star gestating in its depths, preparing to be born. It is astonishing how fragile it all seems, how delicate the balance between creation and oblivion. A tiny imbalance, a few degrees of temperature one way or the other, a little too much turbulence disrupting the delicate equilibrium, and the whole thing might never ignite, collapsing into a cold, dark dwarf instead of a blazing star. But somehow, against all odds, it does. You sense it happening deep within the core, the moment of ignition, the alchemical transformation, the first fusion. Two hydrogen atoms, drawn together by unimaginable pressure and heat, collide with tremendous force and merge into a single helium atom. In that instant, a spark is struck, and light returns, not as a faint background hum, but as a blinding burst of creation, a defiant beacon against the encroaching darkness. The first star has awakened, its voice echoing through the silent void. The glow intensifies, spilling outward into the surrounding darkness, illuminating the vast expanse with its radiant energy. For the first time since the new universe began, shadows exist again, adding depth and dimension to the cosmic landscape. The balance of night and light, of absence and presence, has been restored, a fundamental duality that drives the dance of existence. You look around and see more of them igniting, one after another, like celestial fireworks erupting across the sky. Great blue giants, larger and more magnificent than anything that will exist later in cosmic history. Some burn 1,000 times brighter than the sun that will one day form in a later epoch, their brilliance almost unbearable to behold. They live fast, brilliant and brief lives, consuming their fuel at an astonishing rate. Their intense heat ionizes the surrounding hydrogen, carving out vast spheres of light through the primordial fog, transforming the darkness into a luminous landscape. These bubbles expand and merge, creating a breathtaking spectacle of cosmic illumination. The age of darkness is over, banished by the radiant dawn of the first stars. The stars have spoken, their voices resonating through the cosmos, their message of creation and hope echoing through eternity. You feel their light wash over you, a tangible sensation of warmth and energy. But it is more than just warmth. It is meaning, purpose, a sense of profound connection to the grand cosmic drama unfolding around you. The photons they release are pure information, each one carrying the blueprint of their being, telling the cosmos what it can be, what it can become. Their radiation sculpts the environment, influencing everything that follows, shaping the destiny of the universe. You realize that every future galaxy, every planet that will one day orbit a distant sun, every spark of life that will emerge from the primordial soup, will trace its lineage back to these first stars, these pioneers of light. They are the ancestors of everything bright, the progenitors of all that is to come. You drift closer to one of them, drawn in by its irresistible allure. It is immense, hundreds of times the size of the sun you once knew, a colossal titan of the early universe. Its light is fierce, a searing blue-white that is almost too bright to look at directly. Around it swirls a luminous halo of ionized gas, glowing with the energy of its radiation. But even in its overwhelming ferocity, there is a sense of grace, a delicate balance between creation and destruction, between the relentless outward pressure of its nuclear furnace and the inexorable inward pull of gravity. It is a cosmic dance of opposing forces, a testament to the delicate equilibrium that governs the universe. You can feel its music in the vibrations of space-time, a deep, resonant hum that permeates the very fabric of existence. It hums in a tone so deep and slow that you can feel it more than hear it, a visceral sensation that resonates within your soul. The universe has begun to sing again, its symphony of creation echoing through the void. You linger near the star, mesmerized by its brilliance, listening to its story unfold, its life a testament to the ephemeral beauty of the early cosmos. It is young, vibrant, full of potential, but its life will be tragically short. These first-generation stars, forged solely from hydrogen and helium, burn their fuel at an astonishing rate, consuming their energy with reckless abandon. They have no metals, no heavier elements to slow the reaction, to moderate the inferno within. Their brilliance is their undoing, their magnificent light a harbinger of their imminent demise. Within a few million years, a mere heartbeat in cosmic time, the core of the star will collapse, unable to withstand the relentless force of gravity. When it does, it will explode in a supernova of unimaginable power, a cataclysmic event that will reshape the landscape of the universe. The explosion will scatter newly forged elements into the cosmos, enriching the void with the building blocks of worlds and life. Carbon, oxygen, iron, the essential ingredients for complexity, will be born in the heart of this dying star and scattered across the heavens. From the death of the first stars, chemistry will awaken, unlocking the potential for a universe far richer and more diverse than before. You realize what this means, the profound irony at the heart of creation. The atoms that will one day form living beings, the very essence of life, will not come from calmness, from tranquility, but from violence, from destruction, from the last, desperate breath of these massive suns, from the cataclysmic supernova that marks their end. Creation always hides inside destruction, like a seed buried in the ashes, waiting for the opportunity to sprout anew. It is the oldest pattern of all, the fundamental duality that drives the cosmic dance. The light from the supernova will travel for billions of years, carrying the story of this star's demise to the farthest reaches of space. It will mark the beginning of a new chapter in the cosmic narrative, a story that leads eventually to you, to your consciousness, to your existence. The ashes of these first stars will become the dust that forms new generations of stars, each smaller and longer lived than the last, more stable and more capable of fostering the conditions for life. The universe learns as it evolves, adapts as it grows. It slows down to make room for complexity, to allow the seeds of potential to take root and flourish. You step back, gazing upon the clusters forming across the sky, each one a cradle of stars bound together by gravity, glowing against the backdrop of black. And between them, stretching across the vast expanse, is the same familiar web you've seen before, the intricate cosmic network that connects all things. Thin filaments of dark matter and hot gas connecting galaxy to galaxy, carrying matter and light like rivers of fire through the void, a testament to the interconnectedness of the universe. The cosmic pattern repeats itself, each iteration more intricate and more beautiful than the last, a testament to the boundless creativity of the cosmos. You sense that the universe is not just creating matter now, it's creating memory again, weaving a new tapestry of remembrance into the fabric of space-time. A new record written in starlight, a symphony of creation, echoing through eternity. Every photon emanating from every star carries its unique signature, its coordinates, its color, its pulse, its story. Each wave of radiation adds a verse to the cosmic song, a subtle variation on the themes of creation and destruction, of birth and rebirth. Light has returned, not just as illumination, but as history in motion, as a living testament to the ever-evolving story of the universe. You watch as one of the great stars reaches the end of its life, the final act of its cosmic drama about to unfold. It swells, its outer layers expanding into a red giant, its brilliance dimming as it prepares for its final, explosive swan song. It reddens, casting a crimson hue across the surrounding space, a silent warning of the impending cataclysm. And then, with a final, defiant surge of energy, it collapses inward, the force of gravity overwhelming the outward pressure of fusion. The silence before the explosion is absolute, a moment of profound stillness before the storm. Then, a blinding flash, a cataclysmic burst of energy that tears open the sky, a supernova that outshines entire galaxies for a fleeting moment in time. The brightness is staggering, almost unbearable to behold, a testament to the immense power unleashed in the star's final moments. You can feel the shockwave ripple through space-time, distorting the fabric of reality, carrying heavy elements outward into the cosmos, scattering the seeds of future worlds. The star's death is not an ending, but a multiplication, a transformation of its essence into something new. Its fragments will drift through the cosmos, becoming the building blocks of planets, moons, and oceans in ages yet to come. You find yourself smiling, not at the explosion's sheer destructive beauty, but at its inherent generosity, its willingness to surrender itself for the greater good of the universe. Nothing holds itself forever. Nothing clings stubbornly to its own existence. Everything eventually gives itself away, contributing its essence to the cosmic dance of creation and destruction. You drift through the expanding debris, through clouds of glowing dust and scattered atoms, witnessing the aftermath of the supernova. You can almost see the outlines of future systems forming, coalescing from the remnants of the fallen star, a solar wind sculpting the dust into swirling patterns, a nascent planet gathering mass under the influence of gravity. The ingredients for life are being mixed in the quiet furnace of the aftermath. The elements of complexity forging new bonds and creating new possibilities. You whisper softly to the remains of the star, a silent expression of gratitude for its sacrifice. Thank you, you murmur, your voice lost in the immensity of space. Its light, though fading, seems to shimmer in response, as if acknowledging your appreciation. The universe is brighter now, richer with potential, filled with countless suns, each one a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. The light from their birth illuminates vast stretches of space, creating the first true galaxies, colossal collections of stars bound together by gravity. The cosmic web gleams like silver thread under a newborn dawn, a tapestry of light and darkness woven across the universe. You sense that another chapter of the story is about to begin, a new act in the cosmic drama, one that will bring the familiar closer, one that will bridge the gap between the vastness of space and the intimacy of life, where stars give way to planets, where the potential for worlds to flourish takes center stage, where chemistry begins to dream, where the building blocks of life begin to stir. And as you float through the dust and warmth of these first stellar graves, witnessing the aftermath of their glorious demise, you feel something stirring within the void, a quiet hint of new worlds forming within the light they left behind, the subtle promise of future possibilities. You drift through the debris left behind by the first generation of stars, the remnants of their explosive lives. The airless silence is full of colour, a kaleidoscope of hues that dance across the void. Clouds of glowing dust swirl in pinks, blues and golds, illuminated by the radiant energy of the surrounding stars. What was once pure hydrogen and helium has now become something richer, more complex, more vibrant. Oxygen, carbon, iron, the elements of complexity, the building blocks of life itself, newly forged from stellar fire, released in their deaths, now floating free in the open sky. The universe, for the first time, has the ingredients for more than just light, for more than just simple elements. It can now build things, construct intricate structures, create new forms of matter that defy the simplicity of the early cosmos. It can now begin the long and arduous process of creating life. You follow one of the great clouds of dust, watching it cool as it drifts through space, carried by the gentle currents of the cosmic web. Over millions of years, it begins to gather again, drawn together by the patient pull of gravity, a slow and deliberate process that unfolds on a timescale far beyond human comprehension. The gas thickens, growing denser with each passing eon, collapsing into a swirling disk, vast and thin, rotating like a cosmic whirlpool, a miniature galaxy in the making. At its centre, a young star flickers, newly ignited, its light casting a warm glow upon the surrounding dust and gas. The surrounding dust and gas glow faintly in its light, spiralling inward towards the star, drawn in by its gravitational pull. It clumps, collides, forms larger and larger aggregates. Pebbles form, then boulders, then planetesimals, the building blocks of planets. You're witnessing the birth of planets, the formation of new worlds from the ashes of old stars. The process is violent yet elegant, chaotic yet beautiful, a testament to the creative power of the universe. Every collision is both destruction and construction, a dance of opposing forces that ultimately leads to the creation of something new, fragments fusing together, breaking apart, and fusing again, constantly reshaping and reforming. Gravity doesn't sculpt gently, doesn't create with a delicate touch. It shapes through persistence, through relentless pressure, through endless trial and error. It is the ultimate cosmic sculptor, patiently molding the raw materials of the universe into intricate and beautiful forms. You watch one of these infant worlds form, its birth a spectacle of fire and fury. Its surface is molten, glowing orange and red, radiating heat into the surrounding space. Meteorites rain down from the sky, bombarding the surface with a constant barrage of impacts, adding to its mass and shaping its landscape. The air is thick with vaporized rock, a dense and suffocating atmosphere that obscures the view of the surrounding stars. Rivers of lava cut through its crust like veins of fire, carrying molten rock from the planet's interior to its surface, constantly reshaping its landscape. And yet, even in this apparent chaos, there is promise, a sense of potential waiting to be unlocked. This is how stability begins, how order emerges from the primordial chaos, through fire and endurance, through the relentless forces of creation and destruction. Farther from the star, in the cooler outer reaches of the disk, another world takes shape. Its formation a slower and more gentle process. Smaller, colder, covered in ice, its surface shimmering like a frozen mirror. It reflects the starlight back into space, a beacon of coldness in the fiery heart of the system. Beyond that, a gas giant swells, a colossal ball of hydrogen and helium cloaked in swirling storms, its atmosphere a chaotic tapestry of colour and motion. Every planet is different, unique in its composition and its history. Yet all follow the same cosmic choreography, the same fundamental steps in the dance of creation. Collapse, spin, flatten, form. These are the universal principles that govern the birth of worlds. You realize that the universe is no longer only expanding outward, no longer solely focused on the outward flow of energy. It's folding inward, concentrating its forces, learning to hold, to contain, to create stable structures. Creation, once a pure outward breath, a boundless expansion of energy, now begins to concentrate, condensing its power into tangible form, into solid matter, into planets and moons and stars. Light, once free to roam the cosmos, now begins to find a home, to settle into a stable orbit, to illuminate a specific place in space. You drift closer to the glowing young star at the center of the system, drawn in by its irresistible gravity. It hums with power, radiating energy into the surrounding space, a constant source of warmth and light for its growing family of worlds. It is surrounded by its growing family of worlds, each one a unique expression of the cosmic dance. Each orbit is a harmony in motion, a delicate balance of gravitational forces that keeps the planets in their designated paths. Planets circling the star, moons forming around the planets, dust streaming in luminous arcs, creating a breathtaking spectacle of celestial motion. The star's wind pushes gently against the disk, clearing it of gas and dust, sweeping away the remnants of the planet's formation. The space between planets opens, and for the first time, the system stabilizes, reaching a state of equilibrium. The chaos settles into order, the violence subsides, and the music of motion replaces the roar of collision. It feels peaceful, serene, a welcome respite from the turbulent birth of worlds. You wonder how many of these systems exist across the new galaxies. How many other stars are surrounded by their own families of planets? Millions? Billions? Trillions? The number is almost unfathomable. Everywhere the same story unfolds, the same cosmic drama playing out on countless stages. Around every star, disks of dust coalesce into planets, a universal process that repeats itself across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Some will be barren, lifeless rocks, their surfaces scarred by ancient impacts, their atmospheres thin or non-existent. Some will glow with methane seas or icy rings, exotic worlds that bear little resemblance to our own. Some will one day harbour oceans, liquid water teeming with life, worlds that will become cradles of consciousness. It's a beautiful thought, that the universe builds its art in endless variations, constantly experimenting with new forms and new possibilities. Each planet a brushstroke in the grand painting of creation. Each star a source of light and energy that illuminates the cosmic canvas. You pause, hovering over one of these young worlds, captivated by its nascent beauty. Its surface is solidifying, but the air still burns with storms, a turbulent atmosphere that is slowly calming. Lightning crackles across the horizon, slicing the clouds open with electric veins, illuminating the landscape below. Volcanoes breathe fire into the sky, spewing molten rock and ash into the atmosphere, further shaping the planet's surface. You can almost taste the minerals forming in the rain, the elements bonding, separating, finding new arrangements. This is chemistry beginning to dream of life, the first stirrings of the complex interactions that will one day lead to the emergence of biology. Not yet alive, but curious, restless, full of potential. The carbon forged in ancient stars now forms chains, rings, and open spirals, creating complex molecules with the potential to replicate, to self-assemble, to evolve. It feels like the universe is remembering something it once imagined long ago, a faint echo of a future yet to come. You realize something simple but profound, a fundamental principle that governs the behavior of matter and energy. Matter always tends towards structure, always seeks order, always strives for complexity. Atoms seek bonds, forming molecules that link together to create larger and more intricate structures. Energy seeks form, flowing through systems and organizing them into stable patterns. Order, though rare in the vast chaos of the universe, arises naturally from chaos, not as defiance, but as a kind of curiosity, as an inherent property of the cosmos. The universe doesn't want stillness, doesn't desire equilibrium. It wants complexity. It wants diversity. It wants to know itself. And every new planet is an experiment in that self-discovery, a place for energy to play with form, to explore new possibilities, to push the boundaries of what is possible. Some will fail, some will freeze, some will burn, but a few, in the right balance of warmth and distance, will find stability, a delicate equilibrium that allows for the emergence of life. And within that balance, something extraordinary will begin to stir, a spark of consciousness, a flicker of awareness, the beginning of a new chapter in the universe's long and wondrous story. You drift further through clusters of newly formed systems, exploring the diversity of worlds that are springing up across the cosmos. Each star hosts its own retinue of planets, their surfaces glowing or frozen, their atmospheres thick or bare. The diversity is mesmerizing, a testament to the boundless creativity of the universe. Some are so close to their suns that their rocks melt into rivers of metal, creating hellish landscapes of molten fire. Others are so distant that even light feels cold upon them, their surfaces frozen solid, their atmospheres thin and wispy. You pass by a gas giant, its swirling storms the size of continents, its atmosphere a turbulent maelstrom of colour and motion. Its moons glimmer like tiny lanterns, each one unique, each one a world unto itself. Some icy, some volcanic, some hiding oceans beneath their frozen crusts, each one holding the potential for something extraordinary. You can sense the quiet tension in the air, the potential energy waiting to be unleashed, the possibilities that lie dormant within these young worlds. Potential, waiting. The universe is patient with its experiments, willing to wait billions of years for the right conditions to arise, for the right combination of factors to align. In one small corner of a spiral galaxy, a young yellow star flickers, a modest sun in a vast cosmos. It resides within a thin disk of dust and gas, a swirling nebula that surrounds it like a cosmic halo. Around it, a few rocky bodies are forming, their orbits nearly circular, their temperatures moderate. There is nothing particularly special about this star, nothing that sets it apart from the countless others scattered across the universe, and yet something about it feels familiar, a subtle resonance that draws you in. The third planet in its system cools more slowly than the rest, its internal heat radiating outward into space. Its crust forms gently, a gradual solidification that allows for the emergence of liquid water on its surface. Its surface, instead of freezing solid like its neighbours, becomes liquid, a vast ocean that covers most of the planet. Clouds gather, forming a blanket that traps the heat and creates a moderate climate. Rain falls, a gentle drizzle that washes the surface of the planet, carrying minerals from the land to the sea. The first oceans shimmer beneath the newborn sky, vast and deep and full of potential. You feel your breath catch, a sudden gasp of awe and wonder. Though here, breath is only thought, a phantom sensation in the ethereal realm of pure consciousness. This world does not yet know what it will become, what destiny awaits it, but its chemistry has begun to hum, a subtle vibration of potential. The song of life is tuning itself, finding its rhythm, preparing to burst forth into existence. You hover above it for a while, watching the cycles of heat and water, the ebb and flow of energy that sustains this fragile world. The rhythm of evaporation and return, the constant dance of water between the atmosphere and the oceans, a cycle of renewal that has been repeating for billions of years. Lightning flashes across the surface, striking the oceans with tremendous force, energizing the molecules and driving the chemical reactions that will one day lead to the emergence of life. Chains of carbon link together, twist, replicate, forming the building blocks of life. The first whispers of biology stir, faint premonitions of the complex systems that will one day arise. And somewhere deep in that warmth, in the depths of those primordial oceans, the universe takes another step in its long journey toward awareness, a journey that began with the Big Bang, and that will continue until the end of time. You look up once more at the surrounding stars, each with its own system of worlds, each with its own unique potential. There are countless others like this, countless planets waiting to be born, countless oceans still waiting to be filled, countless systems where chemistry is still asleep, dreaming of life. You realize that the birth of planets is not the end of a story, not the culmination of a process. It's a beginning, a new chapter in the universe's endless act of remembering itself through form, a process of creation that knows no bounds. Light became matter, condensing its energy into solid form. Matter became structure, organizing itself into complex systems. And now, structure is beginning to feel, to sense its own existence, to contemplate its place in the cosmos. You glance once more at the glowing blue world beneath you, a fragile oasis of life in the vast emptiness of space, so small and seemingly insignificant against the backdrop of the cosmic night. Its clouds curl like breath, a gentle exhalation of the living planet. Its oceans glimmer like thought, reflecting the starlight back into the void. It will take billions of years, an almost unimaginable expanse of time. But life will awaken here, quietly, slowly, beautifully. And when it does, the universe will for the first time see itself reflected in water, a moment of profound self-recognition. And as you drift away, carried by the gentle currents of space-time, you feel the pull of that promise, the irresistible lure of the future, the knowledge that within these oceans, starlight is learning how to dream, that the universe is on the verge of a new level of awareness. The young planet turns beneath you, glowing blue under its thin clouds, a testament to the enduring power of creation. The storms have quieted, their energy dissipated, the lava has cooled, solidifying into rock that will form the foundation of future continents. Rain falls freely now, collecting in basins carved by time, creating lakes and rivers that flow towards the sea. The surface that once burned with fire now shimmers with water, a transformation that marks the beginning of a new era. You float above one of those oceans, vast, dark, and rich with minerals, a primordial soup teeming with potential. The waves roll under a dim sun, carrying whispers of possibility on their crests, a constant reminder of the promise that lies within. The universe has built stars, galaxies, and planets before, countless structures of immense scale and complexity, but never something quite like this. Now, for the first time, it is preparing to build curiosity, to create a form of matter that is driven by a thirst for knowledge, that seeks to understand its own origins. Down here, in the shallow seas, the air smells faintly of metal and ash, a lingering reminder of the planet's volcanic past. Lightning cracks across the horizon, slicing the clouds open with electric veins, a constant source of energy that drives the chemical reactions in the water. Every flash sends energy rippling through the water, a catalyst for creation, a spark that ignites the potential for life. And in that energy, chemistry begins to dream, the first stirrings of the complex interactions that will one day lead to the emergence of biology. Molecules of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen swirl together, meeting and parting, forming chains that twist and fold, creating the building blocks of life. Some dissolve, breaking apart as quickly as they form. Others survive just a little longer, clinging to their existence against the forces of entropy. Time in these waters is patient, unfolding on a timescale far beyond human comprehension. Millions of years pass like slow tides, each one bringing subtle changes, new opportunities, and new possibilities. Within that patience, patterns emerge, subtle rhythms that echo the heartbeat of the universe. You drift closer, drawn in by the irresistible allure of the microscopic world unfolding beneath you. The ocean floor glows faintly with heat from volcanic vents, hydrothermal vents that spew forth fountains of minerals rising from the planet's heart, nourishing the nascent life in the surrounding waters. Around them, bubbles rise, carrying complex molecules upward towards the surface of the ocean. Each bubble is a tiny experiment, a miniature universe contained within a fragile membrane. Here, an amino acid forms, a building block of proteins. There, a strand of simple RNA spirals, a carrier of genetic information. It's not yet life, not in the way we understand it, but it's close, on the verge of a breakthrough. A molecule learns to copy itself, to replicate its structure with imperfect precision, creating variations that will be tested by the forces of evolution. Mistakes are made, variations appear, and within those variations lies the seed of evolution, the potential for adaptation and change. For the first time, the universe discovers the joy of difference, the beauty of diversity, the power of variation. It's strange to think that everything that will one day walk, fly, swim, or think, all the incredible diversity of life on Earth, begins here as a whisper between molecules, as a subtle shift in the structure of a carbon chain. You can see the pattern now, the underlying logic of creation. Life isn't something that appears suddenly, spontaneously arising from nothingness. It is assembled piece by piece, molecule by molecule, over vast stretches of time. It is like a song remembering its melody, gradually finding its rhythm and its harmony. The rhythm of the waves becomes the rhythm of replication, the constant cycle of creation and destruction that drives the process of evolution. The universe begins to keep time, to measure its progress, to record its achievements. You watch the first fragile protocells form, tiny spheres of lipid molecules enclosing droplets of chemistry, creating a protected environment where complex reactions can occur. They drift like bubbles in the tide, carried by the currents of the ocean, dividing when they grow too full, splitting into two daughter cells that carry on the legacy of their parent. They are barely stable, easily disrupted by external forces, but they persist, driven by an inherent will to survive. Persistence, it turns out, is the first form of intelligence, a stubborn refusal to surrender to the forces of entropy. Each one is a tiny answer to entropy, a pocket of order inside the chaos, a defiant beacon of creation. They don't think, they don't feel, they don't possess any form of consciousness, but they react, they respond, they interact with their environment, they protect themselves from dissolving, shielding their fragile contents from the harsh realities of the primordial ocean. And that small act, that resistance to dissolution, becomes the foundation of life, the first dream of survival, the spark that will ignite the flame of consciousness. You sense a quiet reverence in the water, a sense of awe and wonder that permeates the very fabric of existence, though no mind exists yet to feel it, to articulate it. The universe is doing what it has always done, expanding, creating, transforming, constantly pushing the boundaries of what is possible. But now, for the first time, it is doing so inwardly, focusing its energy on the creation of complexity within a confined space. Instead of stars exploding outward, scattering their energy across the cosmos, life is imploding into complexity, folding itself, refining itself, learning to hold information, to store knowledge, to transmit its legacy to future generations. This is how matter becomes memory, how the raw materials of the universe are transformed into the building blocks of consciousness. And in that memory, awareness is born, a new perspective on the cosmos, a new way of understanding existence. You drift through the microscopic oceans for a while, watching generations of protocells live and die, Their brief lives are testament to the power of evolution. Each new one builds on the past, incorporating what worked, discarding what didn't, gradually improving its ability to survive and reproduce. Replication gives way to adaptation. As protocells develop new ways to interact with their environment, adaptation gives rise to selection. As those that are better suited to their environment thrive and multiply, while those that are less fit disappear. A few molecules learn to store information more efficiently, stringing together chains of nucleotides that align into spirals, creating blueprints for themselves, instructions for building and maintaining their structures. DNA is still far in the future, but the idea of heredity is already here, encoded in these early molecules. The universe has found a way to remember not just its past, but its own instructions for the future, to pass down its knowledge to future generations. You feel the rhythm of it, the endless cycle of birth, change, and renewal, the same pulse that once drove stars to fuse hydrogen into helium, now repeating in water and carbon, in the intricate dance of molecules. The same principle, smaller, subtler, more intimate, playing out on a microscopic scale. Energy finds a way to become organized, to resist the forces of entropy, and once organized, it finds a way to last, to persist, to endure. The story of physics has become the story of chemistry, the story of matter and energy interacting to create complex structures. The story of chemistry is becoming the story of biology, the story of life emerging from the primordial soup. And time drifts forward, carrying the universe towards an unknown destiny. Millions of years blur into billions, an almost unimaginable expanse of time that is necessary for the slow and deliberate process of evolution. The early oceans teem with life now. Not yet animals, not yet plants, but cells, countless single-celled organisms that fill every niche in the environment. Some learn to consume sunlight, to trap photons and turn them into fuel, harnessing the energy of the stars to power their own existence. Photosynthesis begins, a revolutionary process that will forever change the planet. The sky fills with oxygen for the first time, a byproduct of photosynthesis that is initially toxic to most life, but that will eventually become essential for the evolution of more complex organisms. The planet's air changes color, turning from orange haze to pale blue, a visible sign of the transformation taking place on its surface. The very chemistry of the world transforms to accommodate life's persistence, adapting to its needs, creating a new equilibrium. The universe, in loving itself, in fostering the growth of life, begins to change its own atmosphere, a profound act of self-transformation. You watch from, you begin to perceive. It's a gradual unfolding, a process so subtle it almost escapes notice. A solitary cell brushes against another, then recoils. Not quite fear, perhaps, but a primal reaction, a nascent awareness flickering into existence within that very recoil. Sensation becomes the building block of a new language, a lexicon of experience. The world, once a realm of blind chemistry, starts to register its own existence, to respond to itself in the faintest of whispers. Cells initiate communication, sending signals like coded messages, chemical pulses, subtle vibrations, weaving shared networks of energy. Some instinctively gravitate toward light, while others seek refuge from heat. Some become hunters, driven by an insatiable urge to chase, while others learn the art of concealment, their survival hinging on their ability to vanish. From these simple, fundamental choices, consciousness slowly, painstakingly begins to unfurl, not yet self-aware, not yet burdened with reflection, but vibrantly alive in a way the universe has never before witnessed. The universe, the grand architect, had previously constructed atoms, stars, and planets. Now it embarks on a new endeavour, the creation of perception itself. You drift through ancient seas, their depths shimmering with ethereal bioluminescence. Tiny creatures, like living jewels, glide through the water, their fleeting thoughts like sparks of light, illuminating a vast cosmic brain. You realise with a sense of awe that you are witnessing the genesis of the first neurons, the very first electrical whispers of decision-making taking shape within the bodies of these primitive animals. Lines of communication begin to emerge, networks of nerves forming connections, linking one reaction to another. laying the foundation for the beginnings of memory. Action morphs into anticipation, and anticipation, in turn, transforms into intention. The universe, in its relentless quest, is learning to predict itself. It feels both inevitable, a consequence of the laws of physics, and miraculous, a testament to the boundless potential of creation. Physics and chemistry, the fundamental forces, have given rise to feeling, the incredible ability of matter to perceive, to notice, to experience. A jellyfish pulsates softly through the inky blackness of the water, its translucent body glowing with an otherworldly blue light beneath the waves. It possesses no brain, no central processing unit, yet it navigates its world with remarkable grace, guided by an innate sense of direction, an understanding of the currents, the subtle taste of prey, and the looming danger of light. Awareness, it seems, doesn't necessarily demand thought, conscious deliberation. All it requires is a willingness to respond, to react to the stimuli of the surrounding environment. And within that willingness, within that simple act of responding, lies the first, faint echo of mind. You drift further through the eons, carried along by the relentless currents of time. Life explodes onto land, transforming the barren landscapes into vibrant ecosystems. Plants stretch towards the life-giving light, converting sunlight into the very air we breathe. The atmosphere becomes saturated with oxygen, and the sky deepens into a brilliant blue. The first intrepid animals crawl out of the primordial oceans, blinking in the unfamiliar glare of a sun they have never before encountered. Their eyes, newly evolved lenses, miraculously convert photons into meaning, translating light into a language they can understand. The universe is now observing itself through the miracle of sight, witnessing its own creation in ever greater detail. Every movement of these creatures is driven by instinct, a pre-programmed set of responses honed through generations of evolution. Yet, every instinct is, in its essence, a form of learning, an accumulation of experience passed down through the ages. With each succeeding generation, information accumulates, not stored in monuments of stone or meticulously crafted words, but encoded within the very fabric of DNA, the blueprint of life itself. Each gene a fragment of memory, each individual life a unique revision of the cosmic story. You pause beside a forest of ferns, a primeval landscape teeming with life, as enormous dragonflies, their iridescent wings shimmering in the humid air, glide effortlessly through the dense foliage. The planet hums with movement, a symphony of life unfolding in all its chaotic glory, wings beating, leaves unfurling, rivers carving new paths through the ancient earth. For the first time, life possesses momentum, a driving force that propels it forward. It no longer simply endures, clinging to existence by a thread. It thrives, flourishes, explodes with unbridled energy, and hidden within that thriving, within that exuberant expression of life, a deeper question is beginning to form, a question that resonates through the ages, not yet spoken, not yet articulated, but waiting patiently in the wings. What am I? You follow the delicate thread of time as it winds its way forward through cycles of extinctions and renewals. Periods of destruction, followed by periods of unprecedented growth. Species rise and vanish, leaving their mark on the planet before fading into oblivion. But each disappearance, each catastrophic event, creates space for something new, something different, something perhaps even more extraordinary. Evolution does not mourn the past. It transforms, adapts, evolves. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, among the countless experiments of nature, one lineage begins to grow restless, driven by an insatiable curiosity. A creature emerges that doesn't simply adapt to its environment, passively accepting its fate. Instead, it adapts the environment to itself, actively shaping its surroundings to suit its own needs. You see them walking upright beneath skies tinged with the fiery hues of orange sunsets. Their eyes are alert, constantly scanning their surroundings. Their hands are precise, capable of incredible feats of dexterity. They carry fire, not as a symbol of danger, a destructive force to be feared, but as a tool, a source of warmth, light, and protection. They carve stones into sharp edges, transforming raw materials into instruments of survival. They shape meaning into gesture, using their bodies to communicate complex ideas, to share stories, to forge bonds. For the first time in the universe's long and storied history, a living being holds an idea, a concept, a thought that transcends the purely physical. You watch as they gather around the warmth of a flickering flame, their faces illuminated by its dancing light. Their eyes, reflecting the fire's glow, seem to hold entire galaxies within their depths, vast and unknowable. They are no longer driven purely by instinct, by the primal urges that govern the behavior of other creatures. They wonder, they question, they ponder the mysteries of the universe. They look at the stars, distant, bright, unreachable points of light in the vast expanse of the night sky, and they feel something they cannot quite name, something that stirs deep within their souls. Longing, the first true emotion born from awareness, a yearning for something beyond their grasp. The cosmos, through them, has discovered desire, the driving force behind all creation. Their minds begin to grow restless with possibility, buzzing with the potential for innovation and discovery. They imagine things that do not yet exist, tools that will make their lives easier, shelters that will protect them from the elements, songs that will express their innermost feelings. They mark the walls of caves with pigments made from earth and ash, creating images that capture their world, their experiences, their dreams. Their art is not merely decoration, an aesthetic embellishment. It is a declaration, a bold statement of existence. We were here, they proclaim through colour and form. The universe leaves itself a note, a reminder that it can remember, that it is capable of preserving its own history. The first conscious memory, written not in atoms or light, but in intention, in the deliberate act of creation. You drift among them as they sleep beside their fire, their bodies relaxed, their minds at rest. The stars burn softly above, casting a gentle light upon the earth. The Milky Way stretches across the night sky, a vast river of light, a constant reminder of everything that came before, of the billions of years of cosmic evolution that led to this very moment. They dream, lost in the fantastical landscapes of their subconscious minds. You can feel it, the churning of thoughts, the swirling of emotions, the replaying of sensations, the invention of futures, the reshaping of memories. Dreaming is the cosmos folding in on itself, turning inward to explore its own potential, imagining itself anew. The same creative force that brought galaxies into existence now resides behind closed eyes, shaping the narratives of dreams. You realize with a profound sense of understanding that thought is not something separate from physics, an ethereal phenomenon divorced from the material world. It is in fact the continuation of the same fundamental process, the next step in the cosmic dance. Complexity folding back upon itself, turning inward to observe itself, to analyze its own workings. You are witnessing matter gaining self-awareness, the universe becoming conscious of its own existence. And through them, through these fragile beings huddled around a fire, the universe has begun to ask questions, probing the very nature of reality. They name the stars, giving order to the celestial chaos. They chart the seasons, tracking the cycles of nature, understanding the rhythms of the earth. They invent language, transforming breath into meaning, giving voice to their thoughts and feelings. Through words, they extend their minds beyond the confines of the present moment, bridging the gap between past, present, and future. Memory becomes story, a tapestry woven from shared experiences. Story becomes continuity, a sense of identity that transcends individual lives. They now live not just in time, but through it, carried along by the currents of narrative. And as their understanding grows, expanding to encompass ever greater realms of knowledge, so too does their awe, their sense of wonder at the immensity and complexity of the universe. They look up at the night sky, filled with countless stars, and whisper to the darkness, "What are we?" The question lingers in the air, fragile yet infinite, a testament to the human spirit's insatiable quest for knowledge. And in the silence that follows, it feels as though the universe itself pauses to listen, to consider the implications of that simple, profound question. You drift higher, ascending above the planet, looking down at a world now alive with thought, with the warm glow of firelight, with the relentless curiosity that drives all progress. Every whisper of wind, every flicker of consciousness, every spark of creativity is another reflection in the great mirror of existence. adding to the ever-growing mosaic of understanding. You realize something simple, yet profoundly significant. The universe did not create life merely to fill its emptiness, to populate a barren wasteland. It created life to see its fullness, to witness its own boundless potential, to experience the richness and complexity of its own creation. And through awareness, through the lens of consciousness, it finally can. The dawn breaks across the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of orange, pink, and gold. Smoke rises from distant fires, curling upwards like ethereal ribbons. In that soft, nascent light, you see the first scientists, the first philosophers, the first dreamers, beings driven by an insatiable desire to understand not just how things work, but why. The questions they ask are not new, not unique to their time. They are the same questions that ripple through atoms, through stars, through galaxies, echoing throughout the cosmos. The eternal desire to know, the fundamental urge to unravel the mysteries of existence. And through them, through their relentless pursuit of knowledge, the story of the cosmos enters a new phase, a new form. The story of understanding itself, of turning inward to analyze its own origins and its own destiny. And as you drift above their world, you sense it beginning, the quiet dawn of reason, when thought learns to measure the stars, to quantify the cosmos, and to wonder what lies beyond the known boundaries of existence. You hover above the world as centuries pass beneath you like gentle breaths, each one filled with its own triumphs and tragedies, its own periods of growth and decay. Civilizations rise from the dust, reaching incredible heights of power and innovation, only to vanish into it again, leaving behind their tools, their symbols, and their enduring questions, passed down through the ages. Every spark of fire becomes a thought, igniting the flame of curiosity within the human mind. Every thought becomes a map, a guide to navigate the complexities of reality. You have watched matter learn to think, transforming raw potential into conscious awareness. Now, you will watch thought learn to understand, to unravel the secrets of the universe. The night sky has always been there, patient, waiting, vast, a constant presence in the human experience. To the first dreamers, those who gazed up at the heavens with a sense of wonder and mystery, it was a canvas of gods, a realm of mythical beings and supernatural forces. To the next generation, those who sought to understand the natural world through observation and experimentation, it became a mystery, a puzzle to be solved, a challenge to their intellect. But to those who come now, to the scientists and astronomers who dedicate their lives to the study of the cosmos, it is an invitation, a beckoning call to explore the unknown. They look upward and realize with a growing sense of understanding that the stars are not random points of light, scattered haphazardly across the night sky. They move in predictable patterns, following established laws. They return to the same places, whispering of cycles too grand, too precise to be mere coincidence. The heavens, it seems, are not chaos after all, a realm of capricious deities and unpredictable events. They are governed by law, by a set of fundamental principles that dictate their behavior, and so begins a new chapter in the universe's self-discovery, a chapter driven by the relentless pursuit of science, the systematic investigation of the natural world through observation, experimentation, and analysis. You drift closer to the ancient world, traveling to Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, the Indus Valley, where priests and scholars, driven by a thirst for knowledge, meticulously mark the sky with careful precision. They record the movements of the sun and moon, predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, measure the changing seasons with an understanding that belies their limited technology. They do not yet know what the stars are, what fiery furnaces burn light years away, but they know that they obey, that they follow predictable paths, and in that obedience, in that consistent behavior, they glimpse the first truth of physics, that nature is not capricious, but consistent, governed by unwavering laws. To measure is to speak the language of the cosmos, to decipher the code that underlies all of reality, and slowly, painstakingly, humanity learns to translate, to understand the secrets of the universe. You move through time again, witnessing the rise and fall of empires, the flourishing of art and culture, traveling through marble courtyards and candlelit studies, where knowledge is preserved and disseminated. The world has changed, transformed by innovation and discovery. New thinkers rise, challenging the established dogma, pushing the boundaries of understanding. Philosophers who no longer accept the answers given by myth, who seek to explain the world through reason and logic. They ask not just what happens, but why, delving into the fundamental causes that govern the universe. A man in Greece draws a circle in the sand and realizes with a flash of insight that geometry, the study of shapes and forms, the language of pure thought, can be used to describe the paths of stars, to map the movements of celestial bodies. Another builds a simple machine to track their motion, painstakingly recording their positions, understanding that the sky, once thought to be unpredictable, can be predicted, its secrets revealed through careful observation and mathematical analysis. They do not yet know that they are glimpsing the architecture of reality, uncovering the hidden structures that underpin the cosmos. They are following their intuition, their curiosity, and the deep-seated human need to make sense of the infinite, to impose order on the apparent chaos. You drift forward again through centuries of observation and silence, periods of intense intellectual activity followed by periods of relative stagnation, until you find yourself watching a man with a telescope, a device that will revolutionize our understanding of the universe. He lifts it toward Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system, and gasps, his breath catching in his throat. For there, circling the distant planet, are moons, celestial bodies orbiting another world, worlds orbiting worlds. The heavens, once thought to be perfect and unchanging, a realm of immutable perfection, are alive with motion, teeming with activity. And in that moment, humanity's place in the universe shifts, undergoes a fundamental transformation. The Earth is no longer the center of everything, the focal point of all creation. The sky is not made for us, designed to serve our needs. We are but a small part of a much greater dance, a cosmic ballet unfolding on a scale that dwarfs our comprehension. The universe, through one of its many eyes, has discovered humility, recognizing its own vastness and the relative insignificance of any single part. The telescope becomes a bridge between matter and mind, a tool that allows us to transcend our physical limitations and explore the furthest reaches of the cosmos. Through it, the universe begins to know its own detail, to see itself with ever greater clarity. You drift above observatories, perched atop mountains, where astronomers sweep the night sky with instruments of glass and brass, meticulously cataloguing the celestial objects. Each new lens, each technological advancement, reveals more, pushing the boundaries of our understanding. Nebula, vast clouds of gas and dust, the birthplaces of stars, clusters, collections of stars bound together by gravity, faint smudges of light that will later be known as galaxies, immense collections of stars, gas, and dust, each one a universe unto itself. The more they see, the larger the mystery becomes, the more questions arise. Knowledge doesn't shrink the unknown, diminishing the sense of wonder. It deepens it, amplifying the awe we feel in the face of the infinite. And yet, that depth feels comforting, reassuring. The more the universe is understood, the more intimate it becomes, the more connected we feel to the cosmos. A thinker sits in solitude, lost in contemplation, watching an apple fall from a tree. In its seemingly simple descent, he sees a pattern, a unifying principle that binds earth and sky. Gravity, a universal force, gentle yet pervasive, shaping everything from the smallest pebble to the grandest star, holding the cosmos together. He writes equations, expressing his insights in the language of mathematics, and through them, the cosmos gains syntax, a means of expressing its own fundamental laws. The laws of motion, written in ink on parchment, describe the movements of galaxies, predicting their behavior with astonishing accuracy. It is a quiet miracle, a testament to the power of human intellect. The mind of a small creature, carved from dust, now contains a reflection of infinity, a glimpse into the workings of the universe. You drift through the centuries again, witnessing the rise of industry, the harnessing of new forms of energy. Steam and steel rise from cities, transforming the landscape, ushering in an era of unprecedented technological advancement. Light fills the night, banishing the darkness. illuminating the world with artificial suns. Humanity learns to harness energy, to split atoms, to send machines into orbit, defying the constraints of gravity. The boundaries between Earth and sky blur, becoming increasingly permeable. They begin to touch the heavens physically, not just metaphorically. Rockets ascending, satellites circling, telescopes peering far beyond the range of human sight. The universe, once unreachable, a distant and unattainable dream, begins to fold closer, becoming more accessible, more tangible. Through mathematics and observation, through the relentless application of scientific inquiry, humanity builds a mirror so perfect, so precise, that it can see time itself, peering into the distant past. You watch as they discover that the galaxies are not still, static objects suspended in space. They are receding, moving away from each other at an accelerating rate. Space itself is expanding, stretching like an infinite rubber sheet. And with that realization, the story you've been following, the cosmic narrative that began with the Big Bang, unfolds again in their minds, revealing its secrets layer by layer. They find the background radiation, the faint whisper of the first light, the afterglow of creation, and in it, they hear the echo of the beginning, the faint murmur of the universe's birth. The same glow you once floated through, witnessing the dawn of existence, now hums softly in their instruments, a tangible link to the primordial past. They name it the cosmic microwave background, acknowledging its origin and its significance. They have found the universe's baby picture, a snapshot of its earliest moments, and without realizing it, they have rediscovered the memory of light you once saw return, the cycle of creation and renewal continuing, the universe remembering its own beginnings. You smile, a silent expression of joy at the continuity of existence. The pattern continues, unfolding according to its own internal logic. Everywhere curiosity blooms, pushing the boundaries of knowledge. In the hum of supercomputers, processing vast amounts of data. In the quiet questions of children, wondering about the nature of the world. In the long gaze of astronomers who still look upward with wonder, captivated by the beauty and mystery of the cosmos. They've built equations that describe black holes, predicting their behavior with remarkable accuracy. They've predicted gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of spacetime confirming Einstein's theories. They've measured the age of time through physics, dating the universe back to its very origins. They've peeled back layer after layer of mystery, uncovering the secrets of the cosmos. And they've found that beneath every answer lies something even more mysterious, a deeper question that demands further investigation. The closer they get to knowing everything, the deeper their awe becomes, the more they appreciate the immensity of the unknown. That awe is not a flaw in knowledge, a sign of failure. It is its crown, the ultimate reward for the relentless pursuit of understanding. You drift higher, watching the lights of Earth flicker from orbit, a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of humanity. Each light is a point of consciousness, a spark of awareness in the darkness. Homes, cities, telescopes, eyes, minds, all of it glowing softly against the void, a beacon of intelligence in the vastness of space. You realize with a profound sense of understanding that intelligence is not an accident of evolution, a random quirk of nature. It's the universe's way of organizing attention, of focusing its own energy inward to understand itself. Through human thought, through curiosity, the cosmos has created a means to study itself, to turn observation inward, to analyze its own workings. Every equation written, every star measured, every experiment done in quiet rooms, they are all acts of reflection, moments of self-awareness in the universe thinking about the universe, contemplating its own existence. You feel an immense sense of gratitude and hope watching it happen, witnessing this incredible cycle of knowing, of forgetting, of rediscovering. Once you saw the cosmos begin as a whisper in the void, a faint murmur of potential. Now, through fragile minds of flesh and blood, it's giving that whisper words, articulating its own story. They call it science, the systematic pursuit of knowledge. But to you, it feels like poetry, a lyrical expression of the cosmos in the language of humanity, because both are ways of listening, of tuning into the subtle vibrations of existence. You linger a while longer, watching a new generation of thinkers look even deeper, probing the mysteries of the universe with unprecedented precision. They study black holes, those enigmatic regions of space-time where gravity is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. They study dark energy, the mysterious force that is driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. They study the curvature of space, understanding how gravity warps the fabric of reality. They speak of multiverses, of time as an illusion, of quantum threads weaving everything together, connecting all things in a fundamental way. They're asking questions the universe once asked of itself in silence, probing the very nature of existence. The same old curiosity, the same relentless desire to understand, reborn in minds made of atoms that once danced in stars, particles that have been recycled through countless generations. It's a gentle, infinite symmetry, a beautiful reflection of the cosmos in its own creation. You look once more toward the horizon of the universe, peering into the distant past, distant galaxies shimmering, their light reaching us after billions of years of travel. The cosmic web faintly glowing, the large-scale structure of the universe revealed in its intricate beauty, gravitational waves passing like quiet notes, carrying information about events that happened long ago, far away. And somewhere among those who study it, among the scientists and astronomers who dedicate their lives to unraveling its mysteries, a question arises that feels like destiny, an inevitable consequence of the universe's self-awareness. If the universe can measure itself through us, can it also remember? Can it retain a memory of its own existence, its own history? And as you drift beyond the telescopes and satellites, beyond the reach of human technology, you feel that question echo through space, a soft, endless invitation to continue the search, to explore the cosmos in search of memory written in starlight, encoded in the fabric of reality itself. The world below hums with the quiet machinery of thought, a symphony of intellect playing out across the globe. Cities sparkle like neural clusters at night, each light a point of awareness in the dark, a testament to the power of human consciousness. Across continents, telescopes turn toward the stars, their lenses focused on the distant reaches of the cosmos. Particle accelerators probe the unseen, smashing atoms together to reveal the fundamental building blocks of reality. And equations sprawl across whiteboards like constellations drawn in chalk, a testament to the human ability to abstract and codify the laws of nature. The universe has reached a strange and beautiful milestone, a point in its evolution where it has built creatures capable of remembering how it began, of piecing together the story of its own creation. You hover above Earth, listening, attuned to the vibrations of human thought. The voices of humanity rise and fall like waves of curiosity, each one contributing to the ongoing conversation about the nature of reality. Scientists debate the intricacies of quantum mechanics. Poets describe the beauty of the cosmos. Philosophers reflect on the meaning of existence. All are trying, in their own language, to say the same thing, to name the pattern that made everything possible, to articulate the fundamental principle that underlies all of reality. They speak of space-time, the four-dimensional fabric of the universe, woven together by space and time. They speak of symmetry breaking, the moment in the early universe when the fundamental forces separated, giving rise to the complexity we see today. They speak of quantum foam, the chaotic realm of subatomic particles that flicker in and out of existence. They measure the background radiation, mapping the faint afterglow of the Big Bang. They map dark matter, the mysterious substance that makes up the majority of the universe's mass. They weigh the expansion, charting the rate at which the cosmos is growing. They do not realize it, but every discovery is a form of déjà vu, a rediscovery of something that was already known, something that is imprinted on the very fabric of reality. Through their equations, through their experiments, the universe is slowly remembering itself, piecing together the fragments of its own history. It begins with fragments, with individual data points, with numbers and proofs that seem disconnected. But behind those numbers hums a deeper resonance, a fundamental vibration that connects everything, one that no equation can fully capture, but that can be felt in the depths of the soul. It's the same rhythm that filled the void before the first light, the quiet intention of existence, the potential for creation waiting to be unleashed. Physicists call it the unified field, the point where all forces meet, the single rule that blossomed into complexity, giving rise to the universe we know. You've seen it before, witnessed its power firsthand, the breath of creation, the breaking of symmetry, the birth of stars. And now, minds made of stardust are sketching it again, rediscovering it with mathematics instead of motion, using the tools of reason to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. You can almost feel the universe smile, a silent expression of contentment at the progress of its own self-discovery. In laboratories across the planet, humans recreate miniature echoes of the Big Bang, simulating the conditions that existed in the earliest moments of the universe. Particles collide, releasing tremendous amounts of energy. Fields ripple, creating patterns of interference. And for the briefest moment, the same conditions that birthed the cosmos flicker into being, recreating the origins of everything. The scientists watch the detectors flash, recording the data, unaware that the event they are studying is not foreign, not something separate from themselves. It is ancestral, a direct connection to their own origins. The light they chase is the same light that first exhaled existence, the same energy that sparked the creation of the universe. They are peering into their own origin, not metaphorically, but literally, looking back to the very beginning of time. They are fragments of the universe trying to re-experience their birth, to understand the moment when they came into being. You drift closer, moving through the hum of computers and the glow of instruments, the tools of scientific inquiry. On their screens, streams of data form, spirals, waves, and elegant graphs, visualizations of complex mathematical equations. Each one, in its own way, whispers the same message, a recurring theme that echoes throughout the cosmos. There is order in the chaos, a fundamental structure that underlies all apparent randomness. At the heart of every particle is a symmetry, a balance of forces that holds everything together. At the heart of every symmetry, a rhythm, a pattern of vibrations that permeates the universe. At the heart of every rhythm, remembrance, a trace of the past echoing through the present. The laws of physics, it seems, are not just arbitrary rules, constraints imposed on the universe from the outside. They are memories, remnants of the universe's first state, the conditions that existed at the moment of creation, still echoing through every atom, every orbit, every heartbeat, a constant reminder of the origins of everything. You travel farther into the depths of thought, past equations and data, past the realm of pure logic, and into the quiet space where imagination begins, the fertile ground where new ideas take root. Here, scientists and dreamers blur together, their boundaries dissolving into a shared quest for understanding. Cosmologists who think in poetry, expressing the beauty of the universe in lyrical verse. Poets who speak in mathematics, using the language of science to convey the wonders of the cosmos. They build simulations of the early universe, recreating the moment before time, visualizing the birth of everything. The screens fill with fractal filaments, the same cosmic web you once saw stretch across eternity, the large-scale structure of the universe revealed in its intricate glory. They call it structure formation, describing the process by which matter coalesced to form galaxies and clusters. You recognize it as déjà vu in motion, the universe remembering its own past, reenacting its own creation. Even when new, the pattern feels remembered, a familiar echo of something that was always there. And as they work, as they question, as they reach deeper into the unknown, something profound happens, a shift in perspective that transforms their understanding of the universe. They begin to notice the connection between the smallest and the largest, between the quantum and the cosmic, between the subatomic particles that make up all matter and the vast galaxies that stretch across the cosmos. Particles and galaxies, they discover, obey the same geometry, following the same mathematical principles. The fabric of space-time ripples like the surface of an ocean, uniting the microscopic and the infinite, connecting the smallest and largest scales of the universe. It is as if reality is a single thought, expressed at different scales, a unified consciousness that permeates all of existence. The universe thinking in patterns of energy, thinking through you, through every conscious being that has ever lived. You listen as they try to describe what they find, struggling to express the inexpressible. Some call it quantum gravity, a hypothetical theory that would unify quantum mechanics and general relativity, reconciling the laws of the small with the laws of the large. Others call it string theory, a framework that describes the fundamental building blocks of the universe as tiny vibrating strings, existing in multiple dimensions. Some whisper of multiverses, infinite variations of existence, each one tuning the same cosmic song in a different key, a vast ensemble of realities playing out across eternity. They don't all agree. Their theories clash. Their interpretations differ. But the disagreement is beautiful, a testament to the fact that curiosity is still alive, that the quest for knowledge continues unabated. The universe does not want a single answer, a definitive solution that would put an end to all inquiry. It wants motion between answers, a constant exploration of new possibilities, a never-ending journey of discovery. Every theory is a new reflection, another way for existence to study its own shape, to understand its own nature. You look beyond Earth, into the blackness between galaxies, the vast emptiness that separates the islands of stars. There, faintly, gravitational waves ripple through space-time, carrying information from collisions that happened billions of light-years away, events that shook the very fabric of the universe. They travel through space and time, a whisper from the past, carrying the universe's own autobiography, written in curvature and light. And on that small blue world, orbiting a distant star, fragile instruments detect them, capturing their faint signals. Humans hear the faint echo of two black holes merging long ago, a cosmic collision that sent ripples through the universe. And for a moment, the cosmos feels its own heartbeat return to it, a connection to its own past. It's a reunion, a moment of recognition. Sound meeting listener, creator meeting creation, the universe encountering itself. The universe, through them, has remembered the rhythm of its own pulse, the beat that has driven its evolution since the dawn of time. You drift through the flow of human history, witnessing the interplay between art and science, the two seemingly disparate disciplines that are, in reality, deeply intertwined, each informing and inspiring the other. Painters capture the structure of nebulas, the swirling patterns of gas and dust, without knowing why their hands are drawn to those particular shapes, instinctively recreating the beauty of the cosmos. Musicians compose harmonies that mimic the ratios of orbital resonance, the predictable patterns of movement in celestial bodies. Even emotion mirrors physics, reflecting the fundamental forces that govern the universe. Attraction and repulsion, the forces that bind and separate. Entropy and order, the tendencies towards chaos and structure. Expansion and contraction, the ebb and flow of the universe itself. Consciousness has become the stage where the cosmos reenacts its laws in feeling, where the fundamental principles of physics are expressed in the language of human emotion. And that realization is spreading, gaining traction across the globe. More and more people look up at the night sky and realize that they are not small in the universe, insignificant specks of dust in an infinite void. They are the universe condensed into awareness, the cosmos made conscious, remembering its origins through curiosity and love, driven by an insatiable desire to understand the world around them. You float higher still, ascending above the atmosphere, and Earth becomes a soft glow beneath you, a beacon of life in the vastness of space. Its radio signals, its conversations, its laughter, its questions, radiate outward into the void, carrying the story of humanity to the far reaches of the cosmos. For a few thousand years, a mere blink of an eye, in cosmic terms, the universe has been speaking back to itself in human language, articulating its own existence through the voices of its inhabitants. Those waves will travel forever, faint but unstoppable, joining the cosmic background, becoming a part of the fabric of reality, the record of thought becoming light once again, memory returning to motion, the cycle of creation and renewal, continuing its eternal dance. You close your eyes and listen to it all, absorbing the symphony of existence, the hum of stars, the static of radiation, the pulse of gravity, and the murmur of countless minds thinking, wondering, remembering, all interwoven into a single harmonious whole. It's a symphony of cognition, composed by a cosmos that finally knows it exists, a self-aware universe celebrating its own creation. Every question humanity asks is the universe whispering to itself, "Who am I?" probing its own identity. And every answer, incomplete though it may be, is the same truth spoken in different forms, a different perspective on the same fundamental reality. I am becoming, the universe declares, constantly evolving, constantly transforming, always in the process of creating itself anew. You drift in silence now, beyond words and data, beyond observation and experimentation. You know what comes next, the same cycle you've watched unfold countless times before. More profound than memory, this new state doesn't cling to echoes of what preceded it. It has no need. Its unburdened innocence is its ultimate perfection. The old universe, with all its trials and tribulations, did not simply vanish into the void. It offered itself as a template, a foundational design for this nascent moment. Every particle, every mote of potential that will bloom in this virgin cosmos, carries within it a faint resonance of the last great cycle, an echo of patterns long dissolved, a whisper of the balanced rhythms that governed existence, the spectral signature of light itself. The next act has already begun, the curtain rising on infinity. You open the aperture of your awareness, and you feel the very fabric of space inflating, expanding with a velocity that outpaces even the swiftest thought. An energy field, uniform and unimaginably vast, hums with the symphony of creation. This new cosmos remains youthful, molten, still lost in the grand, operatic dream of its own formation. The same fundamental laws, the elegant equations of reality, begin to unfold, and the eternal dance of expansion, cooling, coalescing, and illuminating plays out once more. But somewhere within this familiar score, a subtle deviation will emerge. A new asymmetry, a possibility unforeseen, a variation on the ancient themes of meaning. It is the secret elixir that keeps eternity from stagnating. Even infinity, in its boundless majesty, learns and evolves through imperfection, through the sweet surprise of the unexpected. You smile, a soft, knowing curve to your lips, as you witness the unfolding again. The saga of everything, genesis, expansion, the awakening of consciousness, moments of profound reflection, all destined to transpire once more, yet painted with the unique hues of this new dawn. You find yourself pondering the forms that will arise, the minds that will ignite and grapple with the same timeless enigmas. What breathtaking constellations will ignite and shimmer in the void? Perhaps, in the far-flung future of this nascent universe, a lone voice will once again rise to whisper to the stars, wondering about the genesis of it all. And the stars, in their infinite patience, will reply as they always have, with light. You realize, with a clarity that resonates through every fibre of your being, that there is no true beginning or end, only the ebb and flow of existence, only motion, only change, only the eternal rhythm of energy returning to itself in ever-evolving forms. The universe is not a static circle, nor a rigid line with defined endpoints. It is a breath. Inhale, creation, boundless and unrestrained. Exhale, remembrance, a gentle letting go, pause, a moment of perfect equilibrium, a silent sanctuary, renewal, the promise of what will be. And in that quiet interlude, in that space between breaths, you are home. The nascent light of the new cosmos surges forth, swallowing the horizon in its radiant embrace. You feel yourself dissolving into it, not as a disappearance, but as a seamless merging. You become indistinguishable from the incandescent glow. Your awareness stretches, expands in perfect unison with the fabric of reality, diffused across the vast tapestry of time and infinite possibility. You are no longer an entity, separate from it all. You are the very pulse of creation, and you understand, at last, the profound implications of existence. To exist is to be the universe itself, remembering the art of beginning again. The silence recedes, replaced by a hum that resonates in the depths of your being. You draw one final breath, though breathing here is merely another expression of belonging, a confirmation of unity. You whisper softly into the effulgent brightness, even though there is no solitary soul left to hear. Begin again. You breathe, and the universe obeys. And as the first stars of the next eternity flicker into existence, like diamonds scattered across black velvet, you rest within their light, secure in the knowledge that the story will never truly conclude. Every ending is merely a pause, a suspended moment between heartbeats. You drift within the glow of the newborn cosmos, the light still pristine and unbroken. There are no galaxies yet, no swirling nebulae, no stars etched across the night. There is no time measured in familiar increments, only expansion, only the hushed rush of becoming. It feels like the very first breath of the universe, echoing across eternity. But this time, you are no longer a passive observer. You know what it signifies. It's not the commencement of something entirely novel, nor the mere repetition of something ancient. It is both simultaneously, the infinite inhale and exhale of existence, the eternal breath that sustains all that is, was, and ever shall be. You perceive it now, not merely surrounding you, but resonating within your very essence. Every cycle that has transpired, every universe that has burned bright, dreamed wild dreams, or rested in tranquil peace, all exist together in this singular, incandescent moment, each one a note in the grand, unending symphony of existence, each breath an echo of all others. The rhythm of the cosmos flows through you effortlessly, a current of pure energy. You feel the gentle push and pull of energy, the perpetual dance of expansion and return, creation and rest, curiosity and tranquil silence. It's the same rhythm you've discerned in the heart of galaxies, in the depths of black holes, and in the beating hearts of living beings. It's the same rhythm that once whispered to you in the solitude of darkness. It never ceases. You gaze across the newborn expanse, where matter has yet to assume its familiar forms. The fluctuations are subtle, almost imperceptible, yet they hold the blueprint for everything to come. The future stars, the seeds of life, the elegant geometry of thought. This is how infinity conceals itself within simplicity. This is how forever commences. And as you drift deeper into that incandescent light, you grasp that the universe has no need to rely solely on memory, for it never truly forgets. Every motion carries within it the essence of the last. Every silence holds the promise of sound. The cosmos marks the passage of time through constant transformation. You close your eyes, and you envision all that will follow. The stars that will ignite with fierce passion, the planets that will cool and coalesce into worlds, the lives that will rise from the primordial soup and gaze up in wonder. It feels familiar, but never redundant. Each iteration of the grand narrative will bring something new, a new form of symmetry to disrupt, a new avenue for curiosity to express itself, a new voice to look up and ask, "What am I?" And that question, that gentle, enduring question, is what keeps the universe eternally alive. You recall the sensation of witnessing light emerge from darkness for the very first time. The formation of the first atoms, the birth of the first stars, the emergence of the first minds daring to contemplate their own existence. Each one was the same fundamental act expressed in a novel way. Existence reaching towards awareness. It is happening now, and it will continue to happen, unceasingly. And perhaps that is the true secret of creation, that there is no final destination, only the perpetual flow. The cosmos does not strive for some abstract notion of perfection. It strives for boundless expression. Every new universe, every fleeting moment, is simply another word in an infinite sentence. You drift ever upward, allowing the light of the new cosmos to envelop you, until you can no longer discern where you end, and it begins. You are a part of the breath now, no longer merely an observer, but the motion itself. Through you, the universe inhales and exhales. Through you, it learns, and through you, it releases. Through you, it remembers that it was never truly alone. You look down through the swirling currents of time and witness the echoes of your own journey. The formation of galaxies, the mysterious allure of black holes, the slow, graceful drift of stars across the cosmic canvas. You see life awaken once more, slowly, exquisitely, perpetually curious. You witness minds rise to measure the stars, and in that act, discover their own place within the grand measurement. You see the eternal, unwavering pattern of wonder, and you smile, not because you have finally unraveled every mystery, but because you no longer need to. To exist is enough. To witness is enough. To breathe quietly in unison with the cosmos is the meaning of it all. You turn your gaze towards the shimmering horizon of the new universe, its edges trembling with infinite possibilities. The same darkness that once instilled fear now feels like home. Not emptiness, but boundless potential. You realize something profound, something final and deeply comforting. The universe never demands that you cling on to grasp, to possess. It asks you only to let go, to surrender, so that the next breath may come. Creation is not a possession to be hoarded, but a rhythm to be joined. And the most sacred act of all is to become one with that eternal cadence. You take one last moment to listen to the hum of the expanding space, the symphony of everything that will ever be, the memory of everything that ever was. You breathe with it, slow, quiet, steady, and in that breath you sense every listener, every dreamer, every life that has ever gazed into the inky blackness and pondered its mysteries. You sense their wonder, their questions, their moments of perfect stillness. You realize you are not separate from them. You never were. You are all part of the same interconnected awareness, the same underlying pulse, the same eternal breath that binds all of existence. You whisper softly into the light, a benediction sent forth on the cosmic wind. Be kind to your own beginning. The words dissolve into warmth, becoming one with the very fabric of creation. The stars are not yet born, but you can already feel them listening. You let go. The light fills everything. No edges, no boundaries, no distance. Just one infinite inhale that never truly ends. The cosmos opens its eyes once more, and somewhere, far into this new unfolding, a voice will rise again. A small, curious voice beneath the vastness of the stars, asking how it all began, and why it feels so achingly familiar. And the universe will answer, as it always has, in light, in silence, in rhythm.